Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex for the Carolina Grand Prix here from Mooresville, North Carolina, the second stop of the 2024 US Pro Kart Series season. And we are just getting set to go racing here with heat number 1, getting set to get underway. Now, with that in mind, we're going to do a little bit of a different style interview. We've pulled in a veteran, Josh Holtz, to chat with a lot before we get underway. So first, Josh, hopefully you can hear us down there. Can you get a good read on us?
I hear you.
Awesome. All right, so Josh, let's talk to you a little bit here. First and foremost, this is our second weekend with the newer MG Yellow compound. I know you and Nick have done a little bit of testing back home as well. What are some of the characteristics you can describe of what you guys have been learning on this? Has it felt a lot different than last year's iteration?
To be honest, I didn't drive on last year's too much other than at the Stars races and the OKN. But so far, I mean, we really haven't had many issues. I think after Texas, we had maybe a little bit of like bubbling on the rear tire or some blisters forming, but that was it. And maybe it was just kind of an isolated incident. But so far, so good. Everything has felt good. So yeah, we're pretty happy with the new compound so far.
Now let's talk about your weekend here. Can you give me a little bit of a recap and catch the viewers up on how it's gone to this point?
It's been pretty steady. Honestly, I feel a lot better than maybe what the timesheet has said. So I feel like everyone's really close. I mean, the competition is really outstanding. So everyone's close, and I feel good. And I know we're just kind of making small steps and trying to make progress that way.
And, well, I know a lot of racers are superstitious. I don't know if you are, but we won't say the R word. Let's say if it does get a little bit wet today. Being a bigger guy, do you look forward to those kinds of conditions, or would you rather it stay dry all day?
It still stresses me out a little bit just with the everyone on the team, trying to make sure they're ready, but I definitely don't mind it. It might play into my favor a little bit, so I can't say I'm opposed to it.
Now, tell me here, like you said, you feel that the field is pretty close. It looked obviously close in qualifying. It looks still close again in the warm-up sessions. What can the viewers expect for this track to race like, coming from a guy like yourself that's raced quite a bit here?
I think it's going to be a lot of close, aggressive racing. I think the guys in the front are going to probably battle a bit. I don't know if there's going to be much working together. Sometimes the egos take over a tad, and that should keep everything close. So it should be fun.
Well, Josh, we'll let you get back to the 10. As you mentioned, you got a lot of drivers here this weekend, so I wish you as well as your team best of luck, and we'll look forward to watching you in all 3 heats later today.
Thank you.
All right, folks, again, that's Josh Oates. We'll chat with a bunch more drivers here from Trackhouse Motorplex as the weekend progresses. Let's take a look at the layout here of the circuit presented by Kart Class here from Mooresville, North Carolina. We took a little bit of a look at this yesterday. Let's break it down here this morning. First and foremost, again, turns 1 and 2. That's a decent passing zone, and you saw through the sessions we've had so far that little barrier on the gray and red painted concrete. If that does get busted out of the way, then all of a sudden the line changes and you can go a little bit wider and carry more speed lap over lap. But they do have marks on the ground to reset the track limit barrier, and typically that does get moved a little bit wider for starts to allow the field to kind of funnel through. Then after the first lap comes around, it goes back to its original placement. You're flat out, though, from turn 1 all the way up through turn 3. You'll use the runoff, and then you go down long backstretch, the one part that we really get up onto the top end part of the motor, and that's where the toe comes in heavily, especially if you get a headwind down there headed into turn number 4. That bank corner is a good second passing zone. Turns 5 and 6 is a bit of a change-up from the last time we were here for the Miami Grand National Championship and the US Pro Kart Series. They did use a barrier for track limits on the exit at turn number 6 to keep them from using all of that gray concrete runoff. This weekend, that barrier is gone. The drivers were able to go all the way out to the edge, and it shortened that braking zone. That is a much bigger gradient here on our track map than what we expect to probably see as the weekend progresses. The biggest braking zone, of course, is followed up by that through a flat-out kink at turn number 7, and now probably even a bigger braking zone at turn 8 because you're carrying more speed coming out of turn number 6, and that's that infield hairpin as it's known here in Mooresville. And so we've seen some big-time sends from a couple car lengths back over the years. We've also seen a lot of over-under crossover moves coming out of turn number 8 that have been successful, but you got to get back down to the inside by the time you get to turn number 9 because it's a long sweeping, basically one long apex for that corner and that pair of two 90-degree rights that bring you back around to a flat-out run. And there's a lot of elevation change that goes up the hill at turn 10 and turn number 11. And turn 11 is one of the few corners on the racetrack that is off camber, whereas a lot of the turns, like turn 6, turn 4, even turn 3 and turn 1 a little bit, have a little dip and a touch of banking at the center apex. In this case, at turn 11, it kind of goes the opposite way. And so then you're washing out onto the exit curbing, but at that concrete runoff, just like in turn number 2, there is a track limits barrier, and we've seen plenty of drivers go up and over the limit there and bend the rear axle. So that's what to expect from the track map here presented by Kart Class. We saw turn 3 be a trouble zone in the warm-up. I don't think it'll be a trouble zone in terms of slick conditions here now that we've gotten the full practice session in, Caleb. But we have in the past seen guys try to hang it 2 and 3 wide through turn 3 on the opening lap and end up eating a face full of dirt down the back straightaway.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this morning had the chance to walk the track, and there was a lot of standing water in all those rumble strips. There was just, the water that was collected inside of those rumble strips. So all that is probably, relatively drier than what it was this morning. So hopefully we don't see any drivers, go too far off the racetrack and into the dirt, because everything offline and everything, all the grass here is still super, super soaked after the rain that we ended up getting yesterday. But for the youngest of our drivers, the Micro Swifts, going to be a good race for them today, as Miguel Manzano Suarez was the quickest driver yesterday in the qualifying session and starting on the pole position for all 3 of his heats.
Well, there's a lot of drivers on the fence line trying to get a good idea of how this track is continuing to progress, so it is a fully lined watching area there. There you can see the likes of Aiden Rudolph and plenty more. Steven Eisert, our pole award winner in KA100 Senior, watching along and getting set to watch the youngest superstars get after it for heat number 1. They both have teammates here in the microswift class to keep an eye on, and plenty more here as we get set to go. The engines have now fired down on pit lane. Miguel Manzano Suarez ready to lead us off here on that Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. And again, he got his maiden U.S. national win just a month ago in Houston, and he rolls right back from the top of the leaderboard in qualifying, and he gets to start there again for all 3 heat races today. Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3, all of them have static grids, and the only grids that'll look a little bit different will be the KA Junior and KA Seniors, as they're split apart in 4 different groups and mix and match. So here we go. Let's take a look at the lineup. Miguel Manzano Suarez, and then that Team Ferris Racing Black and Blue Kart Republic of Jake Manalio will join him on row number 1. Row number 2 will be one of the Franklin Motorsports Merlins, I believe Cameron Johnson in the number 10, and then Parker Stewart on the BJR MDR LN kart will go to his outside. Brody Stoffel also with a fantastic qualifying effort in the number 29 Sodi, rolls from the pointy end of the grid. And Zane Burgess, who was quickest in the final practice session, faded back outside the top 5 in qualifying. He rolls off on the 3rd row there on the Sodi. And happy birthday to Zane here today. I believe he just turned 8 years old today, so happy birthday to Zane Burgess. And also, while we've got a moment where it's quiet enough on the racetrack, a happy birthday to Porter Wiesensensel, our head flagman today. He's somewhere around there getting ready to get the race started. As you can see, we've got one driver off, and that is the number 2 of Garza, Rodolfo Garza, and he has lost the left front tire, Caleb.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Rodolfo Garza. Seems like that team was, just, I guess, struggling to get that little gremlins knocked out at the end of warm-up. So Garza not going to go green here for the start of this micro swift class. But it's Manzano Suarez and Jake Manalio gonna lead us to green here for the first race of the weekend here from the Carolina Grand Prix. And so the tram lines, are they going to get the green flag? I believe they didn't. So one more go-around for these drivers.
Yeah, we'll send them back around again. You can see with Brody Stoffel, Sterling Mulato was the one driver in the top 10 we did not mention. Burgess back in 7th as a round goes. Our off-pole man, Jake Manalio, I don't think was expecting to cut through and got sideways. He has to quickly go pick that pace back up and get all the way to the front of the 30-plus drivers in Micro Swift. But back from Zane Burgess, Jaden Francisco with a good run on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart. The Canadian starts 8th. I believe one of his better starting positions on the year. Easton Kubinski, who was very fast a few weeks ago at Charlotte Motor Speedway, rolls off in the 9th spot. Win Gottschalk on the Bennick rolls off P10. Then it's Sebastian Piemonte and Dutch Westbrook. And here's a look as De Janeiro races around the runoff to get up into his off-pole spot. Parker Stewart's going to brush the brake pedal, let him into line, and we're all back good and clear. Back from Westbrook, David Ramirez and Hudson Howard then on row 7. Lawrence Perriman and Luca Becquerel, row 8. Marcelo Flores, Thomas Montalvo, Katowski, and Bornman, your top 20. And the field goes deeper than that as there are 30-plus 7 to 10-year-old superstars ready to get after it for the US Pro Kart Series Trackhouse Motorplex stop. Attempt number 2, boys and girls. Let's see if we can get it on this one. It's a long wait down to the end of the front straightaway when we want them to hit the gas. Let's see if they abide by it this time. And it is going to get the green flag. We are underway down to turn number 1. And we've got 2, maybe 3 together. Marcelo Flores is one of them as he gets spun around the backside, while Manzano Suarez leads us down the back straightaway to turn 4. Cameron Johnson trying to hang on, and he does hang on there for 2nd.
Yeah, Manalio looked for the move there in turn number 4, just wasn't close enough to get clear. Gonna have to stay in that 3rd spot. They need to be smart here. Can't let Manzano Suarez get away with it. Have to keep it together here in this one. What does Johnson have? Suarez going defensive already to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 8. And he has to be careful not to get over-under by Cameron Johnson here.
Yeah, look at this. Johnson, high side, low side. Nope, perfectly done there. Kept it nice and tight, Caleb, just as you mentioned. So Cameron couldn't get a nose back underneath, but it did back them both up. And now Suarez defending a little bit at 11 as they head onto the front straightaway. It is about 5 deep here at the front of the field in Micro as they head for turn number 1. A few more shuffles. Brody Stoffel, unfortunately, the big loser on the start. He's dropped outside the top 10 to P12. The rest of our main contingent are rolling along nicely as a move for second. Again, Jake Manolio was looking low, but Cameron Johnson throwing a move to defend that spot as Parker Stewart picks up fourth away from Sterling Mulata. And just that little bit of back and forth has allowed this next group with Wynn Gottschalk, Zane Burgess, and Jaden Francisco to catch up. Burgess going to make a move on Gottschalk. He'll take over the 6th spot. That's 2 gained on this second lap for Zane. 2 laps complete at the line. It'll be 10 laps to go, and we're almost 10 deep now in the lead pack, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, with Suarez defending so early in this race, it's really stacking and packing the entire field here. For Jake Manolio, just hasn't found a way around Cameron Johnson, who's getting held up by Suarez here at the moment. Identical lap times in between the 2 last time by, but Suarez still fighting to keep Cameron Johnson behind. That Franklin Motorsports driver absolutely flying. What does it look like this time by? Everybody going to stay in line. Suarez decides not to defend, but there goes Zane Burgess on the inside of Sterling Mulata, able to get clear.
Yeah, Zane Burgess into 5th. I don't think Cameron really wanted to go. He hasn't poked a nose to pass since that over-under attempt. He's been trying to push away with Miguel Suarez, but now he's not going to have the opportunity because on the inside, and oh no, he'll hang on the outside runoff and keep second. It looked like Jake Manolio was going to get there. He did not. So there we go.
He's able to get clear. There's Zane Burgess not too far back and trying to stay in tow with Parker Stewart, who's made up a handful of moves so far in this race already. Up into the top 5 at the moment for Parker Stewart. Top 3, they're able to get clear. Up in a second here for Parker Stewart. And Zane Burgess up in a P3. So Johnson, by not going on Suarez the lap prior, lost a couple of spots. There's Burgess on the inside of Stewart. He's able to get clear. Zane Burgess absolutely flying in this race and already gaining a lot of positions.
Well, he's the only one that's really made a whole lot of moves lap by lap. It's just been forward momentum. It's also allowed our race leader Miguel Manzano Suarez to get the biggest gap he's had yet. Cameron Johnson trying to rebound, looking low, but not going to make anything happen on Parker Stewart in turn 8, and here comes Manolio right back to him. So through turn 9, lots of separation now up front as Manolio with a run out of turn number 9. Well, big run kind of out of nowhere there that looked like they were on the same line, but good move. Jake Manolio up to 4th. Behind him, Sterling Mulata, Wynn Gottschalk hooking up there on the Benex. They're pushing back towards the top 5, and we're about to have a fight for the lead. Zane Burgess has already reeled in Miguel Manzano Suarez, and down the back straightaway, does he go? He does not. He'll stay tucked in, and that's a smart decision to wait a little while longer if he can, because they are almost outside of the draft window. Back to 3rd place, Parker Stewart.
Yeah, Zane Burgess has been at the front before. I mean, we've seen him be patient, push the other drivers up into deep waters, open up the gap whenever he has 1-2 close together. So Burgess' strategy that we've seen all year long is happy to push as long as they're making up time, but as soon as they start losing time to the likes of Parker Stewart, P3 on back, he's going to want to have to make the move. It's just a matter of when for Zane Burgess here.
So Miguel Manzano Suarez, Zane Burgess, Parker Stewart, Jake Manolio. My apologies to the Johnson family. Cameron Johnson, the young lady there inside the top 5 with a great qualifying effort. Still P5 and on the edge of Jake Manolio and Parker Stewart's toe as they head onto the backstretch. The gap did open a 10.5 last time with Zane pushing with Miguel. So there's still so much time left in this microslift heat. He can wait probably about another 4 more laps before he needs to try and make a move and maybe catch Manzano Suarez by surprise. This group, they do not have time to waste. We've seen already Jake Manolio get around Parker Stewart. That's maybe the last pass they can afford, at least for a couple laps, because it's do or die if they want to hang on to the pack, as Cameron pulls back in line just ahead of Wynn Gottschalk, who has latched on. Sterling Mulata has faded backwards from his Benek teammate. And into turn number 11, unfortunately, Cameron, she'll lose that 5th spot as there goes Wynn. So he's now up, I think, 5 positions. Wynn Gottschalk charging through the pack and into the top 5 now.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see it in this lower horsepower class, how difficult it is to make a move stick in turn number 8. The driver on the outside obviously gets the inside for turn number 9. So just, Cameron Johnson, she's been able to hold on to it there, but wasn't able to hold on to it in the exit of turn number 11 as Gottschalk was able to get ahead. But the two of them now going to have to work together here to close down the gap. They're currently 5th and 6th respectively, so a little bit of work to do to get up to the BJR MDR Elenchart of Parker Stewart up in 4th.
Yeah, and I think our leaders are pretty much long gone here. They have checked out. 1.2 seconds and counting for Miguel Manzano Suarez and Zane Burgess. This second group has a good bit of fighting right now with Manolio, Stewart. Again, we're watching Wynn Godshot carve his way up the field. Cameron Johnson still there. And with the pass by Wynn, it's allowed Sterling Mulata to get a little bit closer again. But the pack behind has really started to dissipate. Brody Stoffel has faded backwards. He just lost a ton of spots down the front straightaway. Lost about 4 as that whole main group just freight trained him, led by Jayden Francisco, the Canadian, on the RPM Nitro kart back in the 8th position or 9th position, leading a pack with Dutch Westbrook, Don Ehrlich, Anthony Mazzucchello, Stoffel with Santi Orioli, Luca Becquerel, and Hudson Howard, I think, is somewhere in that group. As there they are side by side, Westbrook and Becquerel with Howard right behind them, as well as Stoffel.
Yeah, so all of them still very close together, so battling for that position. They are just on the edge of the top 10. For Stoffel, started up in P5 and has lost a lot of spots in this early session in his first heat race, but already side by side further up the field. Parker Stewart, Cameron Johnson in turn number 2. And they're a long ways ahead of that group that we were just tuning in with. But Zane Burgess still pushing and happy to push Miguel Suarez. There's Mulata on the inside of Johnson. He's able to get clear, so Sterling Mulata up another spot. Yeah,
Mulata picks that up. Johnson back to the end of the pack. But I will give a lot of credit here to Jake Manolio and that Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic leading this group. He's cut that gap down a little bit the last couple laps. And now that Wynn Godshock has arrived on the rear bumper, if Wynn pushes him, they might have a chance to actually catch our leaders because, again, that gap when we saw it earlier was 7/10. It opened up to about 1.2, almost 1.3 seconds. The last lap, it came back down to 1.1. So let's see this time. Is Jake Manolio going to put another good lap together, and can he get some help from Wynn Godshock? They lost in 10th, but again, Manolio didn't get any help as there was more contact right as we turned away from that group. Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel, Hudson Howard. Oh, no, all the way down outside the top 20. They will fall here in Heat 1 as the battle for third rages back on. I thought Godshock might work with Manolio. He didn't. He went right by there in turn 4, Caleb, and he has now climbed up, I think, at least 7 positions for Wynn Godshock.
Yeah, up 7 positions, like you said, now for Wynn Godshock. And has done a good job so far to work his way up the field. Had a slow happy hour, but really made up for it in the qualifying session, putting himself just on the edge of the top 10 in 10th. So not too bad for Wynn Godshock for damage limitation so far. There's Stewart on the inside of turn number 11. He's able to get clear. Godshock looks to hold on. And there's Jake Manolio already looking to regain that spot. Mulata going side by side there. Godshock as well retakes that third spot. Over under move. Parker Stewart not close enough. Mulata gets clear once again.
Now the leaders have yet to fight. That third place group still is. And a quick shout out to the back of the top 10. You talked about working from the edge of the top 10 forward. How about working from way outside the top 10 to just barely inside of it? Santi Orioli, big mover right now, is up 13 spots into that 9th position on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. He has gotten about as far forward as it looks like he will stay for now. Unfortunately for Santi, he's going to have to do that in all 3 heat races, but this is a good start to the day and showing that he's done it once, so he can definitely do it again for heats 2 and 3. A good start and some speed to bring that young man, who was probably our biggest surprise in qualifying yesterday, that he wasn't in the top couple spots. More passing here in turn 11. Manolio trying on Stewart, and now Cameron Johnson with an over-under down the straightaway. And finally, we get Zane making the move on Miguel. New leader, it's the 55 down the backstretch here with half a lap to go.
And a good run there out of exit turn number 3. Suarez looked for the move, not close enough. Burgess goes defensive. Suarez to the outside. Wow. Suarez almost had that move done there. Had a good run there on the back straightaway. Not able to get clear as of yet into turn number 6 here. White flag was out last time by. A couple of corners left here in the battle for the lead. Burgess not going to go defensive. He does late to the bottom of the racetrack. Suarez around the outside looking to hold on. Not close enough into the dirt, and he goes around.
Oh, no, he didn't anticipate the grass to be that wet. Tried to make a Superman pass around the outside. Zane covered off the circuit. And where normally with a dry racetrack, he would just bounce in the dirt, finish second. But unfortunately, Zane Burgess wins. And Miguel Manzano Suarez, who led 11 of the 12 laps, is not going to finish as he spins into the infield. So now Win Godshock is going to pick up even more spots. 8 gained for the 25. Parker Stewart with a respectable third, stays inside the first 2 rows. Manalio fourth. Kupinski on the final lap. How about Easton? He was not in that pack. It felt like the entire session. He claws his way past Cameron Johnson on the final circuit to crack the top 5. She ends up in 6th, and Jaden Francisco 7th. Luca Becquerel, Orioli was leading Francisco and Becquerel. He ends up losing 2 spots on the final couple of corners, but still ends up inside the top 10. And Sterling Mulata, something happened to Sterling also on that final couple laps. I'm not sure what happened to the 14. He finishes 10th, but 13 seconds back. Then you have a trio of U-Race drivers there. Camila Canache, Jack Katowski, Thomas Montalvo, and then Sebastian Piemonte on the Ursuline entry. Lawrence Perriman rounds the top 15. 15 spots gained for Camila Canache. We talked about Orioli going forward. Camila also making up a ton of ground. And let's see how far down. Unfortunately, Miguel Manzano Suarez, he did cross the line after getting out of the grass. But from P1 to P30, Caleb, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, just try to hold on to it around the outside, ran out of room, and that was one of the big things that I saw earlier this morning on the exit of turn number 8, that the outside line, that's usually dirt or just sand. It has a big puddle of water of just muddy water there. So unfortunately for Miguel Suarez, found himself on that outside, ran out of room, and went around there, unfortunately, for Suarez. And other big losers in that race, Hudson Howard lost 12, Ramirez 14th, Westbrook 16th, and Stoffel lost 24 spots. So unfortunate end to those drivers who need much better heats 2 and 3. But on grid now, and coming up next, your KA100 Juniors with Chico Brown going to lead us to green alongside Diego Ardiles, who's actually the pole sitter.
Yeah, they will be the front row. This will be the only heat race they get to be on track together, as KA Junior has more than 60 drivers in a very international field. Then you go back, it's a row number 2 lockout for Ursuline Racing with both Sebastian Garzon on the inside and Mateo Papis on the outside. Now, it's only a handful of occurrences we've seen a father-son duo race in the last decade or so. We saw Travis Pettit and his father race just a year ago at the Summer Nationals for a day. We've seen Max and Mateo, I believe, race at this event last year with them two together, but in my knowledge, at least in the last 10 years that I've been covering and following the sport, we have yet to see a father-son duo win on the same weekend. Mateo Papis and Max Papis have that chance here this weekend, as Max has been dominant in KA Master, and Mateo has been right in the mix of it all in KA Junior. No sweeter way to get your first career national win, to do it alongside your dad getting some hardware as well. Now, back on row 3, Ty Fisher on that Race Lab karting TV kart. The lime green machine's always easy to pick out from the grid or the circuit. He'll roll off from the pole in X30 Junior, but a safe and easy spot on the inside lane for all 3 heats in KA Junior. And to his outside, West Pacific Northwestern born, now North Carolina-based Forrest Adams on the BJR MDR LN kart with one of his better national level starting positions to roll from P6 after going, I believe, 12th overall. So Forrest Adams there completes row 3. Marco Romero on the DPK Americas Bennick, and Davin Roberts in the RPM Tony kart on row 4. Max Christia, Max Weiland. And you talk about the BJR MDR camp there. We know Paulie Massimino's on the sidelines watching, along with Brandon Jarskrak and Mike Doty, as we take a look there at Forrest Adams. And you can see Paulie on the fence line, along with the rest of the crew, keeping an eye on this KA Junior opening heat race. We saw it split apart with a 2-driver breakaway in micro. I have an expectation we won't see that here in this heat, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely not. Expecting to see a lot of fighting out of these KA100 Juniors early. And, going to see this field get stacked and packed super early on, Daniel.
Well, here we go. Coming down the tram lines, looking for the start. Can we get it on the first time by? Long wait down the front stretch here at Trackhouse, and it's good enough. We're racing down to turn number 1. Ardiles will slide a little wide. That's going to allow Garzon to move forward, and you can see a couple drivers having to take the escape route up the hill to turn number 3.
Into the back straightaway we go. There's Pappas. We're going to go defensive on Chico Brown, who lost a couple of spots there on the start as well for Weiland. Finding himself further back in the field. A couple of drivers collected. Big contact there further back, one of the SCR Red Speeds. And I believe that's Max Christia who just got collected there into the bull corner. So unfortunate start to Christia's race, but already action at the front. Pappas around the outside, looks to get the move done for the lead. Did he get clear? Not as of yet, still second for Pappas, who actually lost another spot there. Garzone was the driver who looked for the move there.
Garzone third, Pappas second. Ardiles leads the way up the hill, and right behind is Turner Brown, then Fisher, Adams, Roberts, Romero, the top 8, all single file with the pack coming through turn number 11. One down, and here we go. New leader, first lead change of the day. Mateo Pappas gets through to the point here in KA Junior as they crest the hill. And it's an Orsolon Racing 1-2 down to turn 4, side by side for the RPG teammates. Turner Brown into third.
Roberts looked to go through there as well. Ty Fisher, side by side in between the two of them. Fisher on the inside, looks to stay ahead, and everybody starting to get into single file. We're used to seeing this KA100 Junior Heat races be super action-packed at the start. It usually gets tame, and I stand corrected because there goes Davin Roberts on the inside of Ty Fisher. He's able to get clear.
And that was a big lucky break for Diego Ardiles. He got tripped up right behind Turner Brown and was probably going to get freight trained into turn number 9, but because they passed behind him, they also broke their momentum and slowed down.
And there goes Mateo Pappas, your leader here. Behind him, Sebastian Garzone in second, Chico Brown third. So the three of them, let's see if they decide to pass or work together here to get away from the likes of Davin Roberts and Diego Ardiles in fourth and fifth respectively here.
Down the backstretch for Mateo, Garzone, and Brown. Look at Davin Roberts trying to get on the inside of Diego Ardiles. He was definitely deep on the inside, but just still, Ardiles crowned him tight, and now we got more contact. Benham Abernathy and one of the LN carts that looks to be maybe Braden Zerves that have absolutely destroyed the front end of his cart and the barriers. You can see him shaking his hand. Hopefully Braden's okay. It looks like he's more defeated than anything else just off screen. So we stay green for the moment. 3 laps complete. Lots of carnage down in turn number 4. That seems to be a little bit, it is probably the last turn to get dry by the end of the process to dry the racetrack off. So that's not a surprise to me that is the biggest trouble spot, because of the way the banking is. That water just sits and soaks into the pavement for so long. You can see there's still wet spots on the outside there. That second groove is far from clean to get through, and I think that's probably what spurred some of those incidents. Now, let's focus back in on your leaders. Garzone has been a loyal pusher for his teammate Caleb, but it hasn't broken them any bit further away from the main pack.
Yeah, there goes Ty Fisher on the inside of Marco Romero. Got the move done last time by. Forrest Adams in this group as well. Not close enough as of yet. And seeing the fighting in between Ardiles and Davin Roberts, I really expected them to lose a lot of time. Not the case, and there goes Chico Brown on the inside of Sebastian Garzone. He's able to get clear, so this is going to stack and pack these drivers. There goes Chico Brown on the inside of turn number 1. He's able to get clear there on Pappas. Garzone looking to go through as well, and already Mateo Pappas lost 4 spots in turn number 1. And now damage limitation from here on out for Pappas, who's defending from Fisher, Adams, and Romero. So all these drivers just trying to find space on the racetrack, but Chico Brown absolutely inevitable, and goes to the point of the field here, Xander.
Oh, yeah, and we got problems for the 880 Super Tuned Tony Kart that is off the circuit there. That is going to be Matias Gonzalez out in heat number 1. So we've got a fair bit of attrition already as the battle continues. Ty Fisher through on Mateo Pappas, and here comes Ardiles. A slow start, but the RPG Cosmics have now gone to 1 and 2, right back where they rolled off. 6 laps now, or 5 laps in the books, working lap 6. Chico Brown, Diego Ardiles leading the way. Garzone third, and Davin Roberts staying right with them all in 4th. Here comes Diego for the lead, turn 4. He's through, and look at that. You saw the spray of Turner Brown's left side tires. That outside groove is going to take a long time to dry out at this rate. There is one Sodi kart right on the edge, and it collects Luca Brancati, the fastest kid, and he's still in the racing line. Oh, no. Hopefully everyone can survive, and it looks like the yellows are waving. We had a Sodi that was off, and I'm going to guess that the Sodi driver that was off might have been maybe Arthur Barbe. And Barbe there in the 872 off. And I think race director Blake Hunt going, hey man, why didn't you get your cart out of the way yourself, you're running in a full-size class. We're not allowed to touch you. You need to get that thing out and not just walk away and leave it on the racing line. And it has destroyed the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony car to Luca Brancati. What a downbeat there to start your Saturday. That is tough and a very scary situation. Very lucky that both drivers were okay.
Very, very scary incident there, but good to see everybody's all right. There goes Garzone on the inside of Diego Ardiles. He's able to get clear. Roberts gets clear as well on Chico Brown, who loses a spot on Ty Fisher. Going to go back on him. Able to get clear in turn number 9. Chico Brown regains that spot, but with some work to do to get to the rear bumper of Roberts, Ardiles, and Garzone here.
I don't think it'll be too much work, Caleb. We're still trading that lead quite a bit. Ardiles wants it right there. Turn 1. Roberts will go. Garzone back to 3rd, and just like that, call it 6 now in the lead pack. Now, Marco Romero, Mateo Pappas back there 7th and 8th. They need a few more moves like that. They're not going to get it at the end of the backstretch, so they'll stay kind of just hanging on by a thread. Keep an eye on the background, though, as well. How about Jackson Wolney up 7 spots into that 9th position? He's about a second away from this group. He and Naomi Garcia are making some serious headway towards the leaders right now. So Jackson Wolney's SCR Red Speed did not come anywhere close to what he would have liked in qualifying, but the good part of these heats, he only has to pass half as many karts to make up as many positions as he needs. And that safe zone is going to be roughly in the top 23 spots or so. Well safe into that now to transfer straight through to the main. He's thinking to try and put himself in a top starting spot and fight for a win. And he's doing exactly what he needs to do. 2.3 seconds away with 4 to go, and this pack is not going to stop fighting anytime soon. In fact, we're going to low line right now. Ardiles, Roberts, and Garzone all the way to the inside of the racetrack into 4.
Yeah, Garzone tried to go on Roberts last time by, but just got bobbled there on the curb of turn number 9. Wasn't able to get clear, and Chico just pointing him forward, telling him to keep working to try and get the move done. Is he going to pay for it now? Ardiles is going to get past Roberts. A deep send on the inside, over-under move, almost on the entire group for Chico Brown. Looks to go to the point. He does in turn number 9.
Davin Roberts cut him a big-time break there, but smart, conservative driving from the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver as they fight behind. Wolney now is going to pick up 1. He's almost going to pick up 2. Mateo Pappas just barely hanging on as they fight ahead. Forrest Adams up to 4th as he gets back around Diego Ardiles. And Chico Brown, through all of that, gets the biggest lead anyone's had yet. Roberts and Garzone going to have to work together to track him back down as here's Ardiles trying back on the inside of Forrest. Can't do it. Wolney shuffled to the wayside there in turn 4. All that hard work just to pick up 3 spots. He loses it all and drops to the end of the pack.
Yeah, he looked to go through and then just lost the spot there. Romero able to get ahead as well as Garcia. But shout out to Forrest Adams, kept his nose clean, was patient, but got past there on by Ardiles in turn number 8. And now side pod door to door in between Adams and Fisher. Kind of trying to settle the differences here and work together to catch up to Chico Brown, who's getting away from the field here at this point with the more and more these drivers continue to fight.
Down the front straightaway, 2 laps to go. Turner Brown's lead 8/10 to Sebastian Garzone, who has passed Davin Roberts. Diego Ardiles defending back for that 4th spot. He's not terribly far back from the leaders, but obviously there is no trust or faith between these 3, Ardiles, Adams, and Fisher. And so Diego is just going to hang on and settle for a top 5 finishing spot from this first heat, or at least try to. With a lap and a half remaining, they're only a second and a half back, but again, this is going to cost a ton of time. Look at Ty. High side, low side. Can he get the over-under complete on Forrest? He does. Nicely done. Ty Fisher into 5th.
Yeah, very, very slick move there by Ty Fisher to get clear. And for Forrest Adams, that bumper looks pushed down a little bit here. And there's a pass side by side between Garzone and Roberts. Garzone able to hold on to it around the outside. White flag in the air. Chico Brown with a second and a half gap to this group here on your screen of Ty Fisher, Diego Ardiles, and more. There's Chico Brown, Garzone, and Roberts, who still continue to fight here on the inside. For Roberts, looks to get clear on Garzone, who's going to squeeze them there on the curb and able to stay ahead here at the moment in between the 2 of them, and still side by side further back in the field.
That's Marco Romero leading Max Weiland, Jackson Wolney. Now that's a big group. Let's go back into the fight for second. They're coming through the hairpin as there's problems further back. That's Naomi Garcia, I believe, that has gone around. The 878 was 9th. Roberts looking for an over-under on Garzone. He's going to get there, force his way to the inside. He's still there. Chico Brown up the hill, headed for home. He'll win Heat 1, Groups A and B. The fight for second. Roberts trying to hang on. He does. He'll win the fight. against Garzone. P2 to Davin. Third to Sebastian. Fourth, Ardiles. Fifth, Ty Fisher. Adams, Pappas, Romero, Wolney, Dean Peterson sneaks his way into the top 10 there late with a 4-spot net gain. Nicely done for the Nash Motorsports pilot in the 859. And the heartbreak for Naomi Garcia, just as it was for Miguel Manzano Suarez. This time, it's one of the Sodi Racing USA drivers that gets a bit of bad luck. And she goes from in the top 10, all 11 laps to the final lap, dropping down. And the scarier part for Naomi, while she does have a good starting spot in those first 2 heats, Caleb, you need to average better or at least equal to a 23rd position finishing run in your heat races, or you are probably going to go to the B main tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, we really can't fail to mention there's 66 KA juniors total here this weekend, so you really cannot afford heat races like this wherever you're losing time for the likes of Christia Perkins and others who have been super quick all weekend. To lose that many spots is really a non-negotiable when it comes to the LCQ later on in the weekend. But that was only the first half of our KA100 juniors. That was Group A versus B. And coming up next, Groups C versus D, where Vidamontien and others will take and will make their way onto the racetrack here, Xander.
Yep, they are lined up, ready to go. So a lot of track cleanup to take place here before we go back racing. But KA Junior, one half of the group's race. The next, just watched. They're ready to put on a show. When we return here from Trackhouse, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the US Pro Kart Series here from Mooresville.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Engines have fired for Heat 1, C versus D for KA100 Junior, and we'll take you through the starting lineup for the second half of the group. Is your third and fourth place qualifiers. Charlie Smith on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart will begin an OTK lockout in the front row alongside Ryan Perry Motorsports' own Michael McGoy, who just got his first national junior win a couple weeks ago. Isaac Malcutt on the PSL Pierre Allard on row 2 alongside Carson Weinberg.
Travis Pettit with the TV kart team here this weekend, starting 5th alongside the CRG Nord entry of David Ibarra. Enzo Vidmontien starting 7th alongside Carter McMurray.
Then row 5's got Alexander Vanchev in his new Sodi Racing USA colors, and Peyton Westcott on the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic. Then you go back to row 6, has Nico Sarfati and Eric Doan, Speed Sense Motorsports X-Free.
Then you go back to the rest of the field, 32 drivers total. Della Vecchia with a lot of spots to make up, as well as Gassi Lee, Jackson Dio, goal set further back in the field, 32 drivers total. And for some of the drivers who have to make up a lot of spots, is really going to be crunch time for all of them as they come to a crawling pace here for Charlie Smith and Michael McGoy as we get set to go green here, Zane.
Yeah, trying to load up everybody's carburetor. You see a few hands there on the inside. They're either pinching the fuel line or closing the needles for a second and then opening them back up to allow fuel flow, but not too much where it bogs it down when you get that slow. And you can see a few did, including McGoy on the outside, and it was too big of a difference there. So no green on the light system the first time by. Now, we're used to seeing the flags waving down. Porter has the command of the starts, but using that light tower, and my mistake to Porter, but a happy birthday to Porter Weisensell. So Porter Weisensell, happy birthday. I've been saying that name wrong for way too long, and Porter is way too nice of a guy to correct me ever. So thankfully his dad Al stopped by and let us know. But happy birthday, Porter, down on the head flag stand. We'll definitely get him some more love as the weekend goes on. Also happy birthday to Mad Max Weiland, who was on the racetrack in that last heat race. So Max, happy birthday, 13 years old for him today. Lots of birthdays here in the month of May. And as we round the final turn for attempt number 2 of the KA100 Juniors C and D heat race, we look back to a slow Charlie Smith trying to keep it nice, tidy, and on the clutch, basically, right near the engagement as they come down the front straightaway. A crawling start as the field together. He's got to wait a little longer before he fires off. Michael McGoy trying to keep his eye on Charlie's right foot to stay even with him. And a great jump again for the inside this time. It does get the green. And unfortunately for Michael McGoy, he'll lose 2 spots in the process. That whole outside lane went backwards a ton through turns 3 and 4 now. And down the backstretch, it's a fight for third while the leaders get some separation. Look at Travis Pettit, Enzo Vidmontien, and one driver wide, Nico Sarfati. Just barely kisses a little tank slapper in turn 4, and there are more drivers off. One is the 801 Super Tune entry. That is Mateo Calderon. He has nosed into the wall.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Mateo Calderon. They're already off to a good lead here so far. Charlie Smith, that entire inside line got a monster run. The likes of Pettit, who was further back in the field. Vidmontien as well. A good start for him on the inside, fighting with Pettit. Not able to get clear as of yet.
Yeah, Enzo tried a late move there in turn number 9. Now Travis had taken that pack out of turn 11. He's going to be a sitting duck. They have lost so much time to the top 2. There's nothing he can do at this point. Enzo is going to try and stuff it there as he had to block, and there's Ibarra. David Ibarra getting shuffled to the wayside. He'll drop a couple spots back. Vidmontien again tries the inside turn 3. Pettit on the outside hangs tough, and now looking low is Carson, although he'll let Vidmontien, his Kart Republic chassis teammate, back in line. Carter McMurray somewhere in that gaggle along with Michael McGoy, and Vidmontien said that's enough. He just gave a little more than maybe a love tap to Travis Pettit in turn 6. And now they're going to really fight in turn 8 as Weinberg, McMurray, McGoy. Here comes Peyton Westcott. They're all 2x2 to turn 9.
Yeah, all these drivers really desperate to make moves here early on in this race.
We just lost 2 of them in turn 9. David Ibarra and Travis Pettit get stuck together there. Saw that at the corner of the screen with a pack going around, and now Travis Pettit goes from 3rd last lap to the tail end of the field. Ibarra joins him back there as well as Carter McMurray inherits the 4th spot, albeit 4 seconds away from the leaders.
Yeah, Yeah, 4 seconds away with a lot of work to do here. So all this group still continuing to fight. There goes on the inside for Weinberg on McMurray. He's able to get clear. McGoy looking to go through as well. He's able to get clear. Dupuis as well. So McMurray lost 3 spots total in turn number 4. So the comp cart going to have to get back to work here. Peyton Westcott right behind him here at the moment.
Talking about names trying to move forward as McMurray for a Superman move on the outside. He's almost going to make it stick. He might have a nose on Dupuis through turn number 9 and get one back. He does. Dupuis shuffle to the wayside. Here comes Eric Doan looking low. He'll back out and think better of it as let's go side by side here. We've got our battle for the 3rd spot and 4th, battle for 4th on the racetrack going crazy. We've also got our winner from heat number 1 in groups A and B. Chico Brown is standing by down in pit lane. Chico, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Xander.
So talk to me about that. First of all, it looked like both you and Diego even more so than yourself, were a bit kind of loose, maybe a little free in the first few laps, and then that kart seemed to come to life by the halfway point.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to trust the setup. You never know what can happen, but I trust the team, and I knew that my kart was going to come in at one point, and it came in at the perfect time when I got away, and it was amazing.
Now let's talk about the rest of the weekend here. You've got 6 heat races today. That's 1 of 6 done. You've got X30 Junior coming up next. How are you feeling about that package?
It's really the RPG team, my mechanic Colton, it's been on rails the entire weekend. I'm really looking forward to that one, qualified on the front row. I mean, this is just 1 of 6, and hopefully we can get 5 more.
Now, the nice part of having this many heat races is you get to test a lot of setup changes throughout the day, because as long as it's not a major swing, you may not go too far backwards. Are you guys trying any extra things to search for more speed, or are you keeping the go-kart pretty standard?
You know, we're always trying to search for speed, but you can't tell the tricks. But yeah, I mean, I think we're going to change a little bit and just try and get the fine-tune. I mean, there's always ways that you can go faster.
Well, there you go, Chico. Congratulations on your Heat 1 win. We'll keep an eye on you here and hopefully be talking with you more later in the weekend.
All right, thank you so much, Xander. Have a good one.
All right, again, that's Chico Brown, our Heat 1 winner in KA100 Junior Group A and B. Group C and D, they have not stopped fighting since the drop of the green, and we're just now getting to halfway, Caleb.
Yeah, just now getting to the halfway mark. Still Charlie Smith, your leader. Isaac Malquit second. Vin Montien went purple last time by, closing down the gap to Isaac Malquit here. So Vin Montien, a little bit of work to do, but definitely can get there in the end. P4 on back, it's McMurray, Weinberg, and Dupuis. And this big gaggle of go-karts further back, there goes McGoy on the inside on Paramo. He's able to get clear, so McGoy, a good move by him, up into 8th now for Michael McGoy.
Now, while we heard from Chico Brown, let's hear from the next best, P2 in heat number 1, groups A and B for Davin Roberts. Davin, you got a copy down there on pit lane?
We do, Xander.
All right, so talk to me about it. You had a lot of guys really running you tight there, it felt like, multiple times, but you kept your head on straight. Was there at points throughout the race it felt like you had to calm yourself down? Because it was crazy out there and you were right in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, when Chico got away, kind of just had to stay smooth and work our way forward and push our way with Garzone or Diego, whichever one. We ended up pushing out with Garzone. We had a good P2 finish.
Now let's talk about your X30 Junior car coming up later on today. How do you feel about that piece here? Because just like Chico, you're doubled up, running a whole lot here on this Saturday.
Oh, I am, Xander. We're starting P8 again. Let's see if we can finish P2 or P1 again.
All right, Davin Roberts, congrats on your P2 run here in heat number 1, buddy. We'll keep an eye on you for moving forward from the 4th row in that X30 Junior Heat race.
Thank you, Xander.
All right, again, that's Davin Roberts. He was P2 here in Heat 1 for KA Junior Groups A and B. Now back up to the pack. Let's keep a tab on it because it has started to get interesting. We've followed this group for 4th quite a bit. They're still fighting. McMurray, Weinberg, and Dupuis and company, but check this out. Isaac Malquit has caught Charlie Smith, and Enzo Vidmontien is catching them both, Caleb.
Yeah, Vin Montien has been lapping super quickly, taking 3/10 off the gap every single lap that Charlie Smith and Isaac Malquit has. So Vin Montien just biding his time, closing down the gap. Doesn't have a push from behind, but what they do have is a lot of track space. So when Malquit decides to go, they are going to start to fall under fire from Enzo Vin Montien. But for the likes of McMurray, 4th on back, they're a little bit 2 ways back to be there with just 4 laps to go left in this race. So Malquit So biding his time here at the moment, continuing to push Charlie Smith forward, but he has to realize that they're losing a lot of time to Enzo Vidmontien, who's now in drafting range to the Burrell Art Machine, who goes on the inside in turn number 1. Isaac Malquit gets clear, Charlie Smith second, and officially, welcome to the party, Enzo Vidmontien in drafting range and getting super close down this back straightaway. Charlie Smith looking to go back, thinks better of it, but Enzo Vidmontien on the rear bumper now of the National Motorsports Machine.
Finally, that group further back has started to put some good times together, but it's long too late. Enzo, kudos to him for not giving up. He was 2.6 seconds back and had to really charge towards the leaders. Now he's got a chance, but we are already blocking low, and there is contact as Vidmontien luckily kept the momentum up around the outside as he wheelied it through turn 8 and takes over second. And Charlie Smith, the big loser, as that kart really bogged down out of the hairpin, and now he is 4 or 5 cars away from Vidmontien. So bad for Charlie Smith, good for Enzo, and what could have been a very, very bad moment for Enzo there as they were on the cusp of crashing.
Yeah, very, very close. Able to keep it clean, though. Does Vidmontien go on the inside of Malquit this time by turn number 4? Vidmontien gets clear to the point of the field. Malquit in second. Charlie Smith now going to give him a little bit of a lifeline here to close down the gap. For the 2 drivers on your screen, a little bit of an update further back on the group. They're still fighting and pushing each other forward. Fastest lap, there goes Malquit on the inside of turn number 8. He's able to get clear, so these 3 still deciding to fight, and that's where you start thinking about Carson Weinberg and company, if they have enough time to get there in the end.
Now up the hill to turn number 11, Isaac Malquit, Enzo Vidmontien, Charlie Smith out of the last turn, 2 laps to go. This is the signal to start going at it. And there we go, down to the low side for Malquit. Middle for Vidmontien, high side for Charlie Smith. Enzo's got to run up the hill. He just doesn't have enough positioning there to turn number 3. So down the backstretch, Malquit to the bottom again. Dirty part of the racetrack. Maybe he's still a little damp. Got to stay low below that wet spot where the water weeps across the racetrack there in the middle of turn 4. They all did. They're all still good. And this low lining, that pack behind, look at that. They've picked up 2 seconds in the last lap and a half. And they're about to pick up more because we're way low to the inside in turn 8 as Malquit holds the lead and they go side by side for second for a moment.
Yeah, in all honesty, I really didn't think that Weinberg was going to have enough time to get there in the end, but the more and more these drivers fight, the more they white line. Weinberg now in drafting range and close to the rear bumper of Charlie Smith as Malquit still defending from Vidmontien, and now it's a 7-kart train here coming to the white flag.
Once again, just hold the bottom and hold the brake pedal tight. Isaac Malquit, that's all he can do to finish this one out as they're 3 wide behind. That could get crazy. Carter McMurray sideways up and over the runoff. Down the backstretch now. It's Charlie Smith still third over Weinberg, who's trying the outside. He's going to hit the wet spot. Hangs on, doesn't lose anything. And McMurray's still fit. Look at the rest of that group. Then it's Dupuis. Looks to be Chase Gassiet Lee in the mix. McGoy and Vidmontien puts the bumper to Malquit in 6. He forces his way through in 7, and Malquit's off the racetrack. He'll lose 8 or 9 spots as now Vidmontien goes to the low side.
Vidmontien was able to get clear that time by side. McMurray goes ahead there of Charlie Smith, and still side by side. Carson Weinberg looks to go through as well. Not close enough that time by.
Let's see if Carter tries something. High side all the way around the outside.
Wow.
Carter McMurray wins Heat 1 in C&D with a Superman charge in turn 11. What a show. And Carter steals that one away from the round 1 main event winner in Enzo Vidmontien, who thought he had the field covered. And Carter sends it, finds the grip on the outside, and wins it. And again, with 3 laps remaining, this is a driver that was nearly 5 seconds back. That's why you never give up until the checkered flag waves.
What a move by Carter McMurray coming to the finish line. That's definitely going to get clipped. Definitely going to get posted. He licked the stamp and sent it. What a move by Carter McMurray. He's the winner in the second group here for these KA100 juniors. Heat 1, C versus D. Vidmontien second, Charlie Smith third, Dupuis fourth. Chase Gassiet Lee, who was a little bit ways back coming to that final lap, finds himself inside of the top 5.
Yeah, ends up with a great result there. Peyton Westcott also sneaking her way forward. Isaac Malquit recovering to 7th at the line, but I'm sure he feels a little bit robbed with the way that one played out. He did everything he thought he needed to do to try and win it. Stayed low, defended low, and Vidmontien, through the skirmish of it all, got a nose down low in turn number 7. Now, Plenty of contact for sure in that heat race, just as there was in the opening heat. So all these results, remember, are provisional. But nonetheless, I think your winner, Carter McMurray, might be good enough to hold it. So congratulations to the Timmy Tech Comp Card of Carter McMurray. And now we go from the KA Juniors to the KA Seniors, groups A and B. Let's take a look at the rundown here as Steven Eisert leads the field onto the racetrack. Surprisingly enough, as crazy as that race was, it did not have any DNFs, so we're straight on into it. But for McMurray, credit to Carter. I saw him this morning walking around the track, and he was pretty down about how yesterday went. Felt a bit tired, a bit kind of the wind out of his sails. So to come back here on the first heat race opportunity in KA Junior and get a win, I'm sure is a much happier mood now for Carter McMurray and that whole camp heading back to the pits to get ready for the X30 Junior Heat race. So Steven Eisert, Christian Miles on the front row with the Sodi TV carts there. Then it's James Overbeck on the inside of row 2 alongside the black and orange CRD of Aiden Rudolph. AJ Myers makes it 5 different manufacturers inside the top 5 with the Magic Kart group there in 5th. Luke Welcome on the outside of the Kart Republic for Rocket Racing Company 6th. Vasquez, Isambard, Shipman, Colin Lloyd, the top 10. And again, only the top 50 to the main on Sunday. Here we go. Christian Miles getting caught slacking there on the start. And a big jump for Steven Eisert as we go green up the hill.
Yeah, Christian Miles was absolutely not ready for Steven Eisert to get going and lost a lot of spots there at the start. AJ Myers already a good start for him. Overback as well. All these drivers continue to cycle through. Shipman ahead of Rudolph, who lost a lot of spots as well, starting on that second row.
Now through turns 5 and 6, let's see if James Overbeck is eager to lead as Eisert goes a little wide in turn number 6. AJ Myers looking racy early. If Overbeck doesn't send it, yeah, AJ's going to. He'll take over second, and the veteran moves on by as Vasquez gets a little bit tied up. And there's more craziness backwards there as Cooper Shipman getting around Aiden Rudolph. And Christian Miles gets around Vasquez for 4th. So across the line, end of lap 1, start of lap 2. Big shakeup in the leaderboard. Eisert still on top, but only for a second as he feels the heat coming from AJ.
Yeah, AJ Myers closing down that gap there as we see more and more moves further back in this field. Eisert still leads. AJ's going to want to go to the bottom of the racetrack. He looks to get clear. He does. Overbeck wanted to go through as well. Still side by side in between him and Eisert, who has the inside going into turn number 5. He's clear in turn 6.
Christian Miles letting James get back into line there through the chicane. He'll be close enough to send it on him for 3rd if he wants in the hairpin, so James is going to cover that one off. Check out Jesus Vasquez Jr. sending it on the outside, and he'll take back 4th from Christian there in turn number 8. A slick move there by the GFC driver, and all of that has allowed Aiden Rudolph's group to catch back up as they go into 11. Here comes Vasquez. That'll be 2 spots this lap for Jesus. He moves to P3.
Yeah, Vasquez able to get clear, and you see 2 fellow Texans able to close down that gap. Here goes Miles on the inside of Overbeck in turn 1. He's clear, but all this fighting going to bring more and more cars up into the fight for the top 10. AJ Myers still leading from Eisert. There goes Shipman on the inside of Rudolph, not close enough that time by.
Yeah, and he may have been fending off a charge from Luke Welcome on the Rocket Racing Company KR. That black, orange, and green machine is pretty sporty, right tucked underneath the Iron Rock Tony kart. But funny enough, with as much as they fought on that last lap, you'd think the gap would be bigger, but this pack is all still fighting and still close together. Rudolph now into 5th, Overbeck to 6th, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. has already well tracked down the gap upwards. It was 7/10 back from AJ last time, and I think it's going to be down to about 3/10 probably this time by the stripe. So here we go. Turn 1, Myers, Eisert, Vasquez, Miles close as Overbeck retakes 5th from Aiden Rudolph in the first corner.
Yeah, we're seeing passing in this KA senior class, but nothing too crazy. You're not seeing these drivers get as desperate as some of the junior drivers, so already some patient driving and mature driving by these senior KA drivers. Rudolph goes back on Overbeck. Cooper Shipman able to get clear as well.
Well, what's nice is when you're turn 8, and that whole 11 complex cost them a lot of time. Passing here does slow you down a little bit as you see Eisert take over the lead, passing further back with Overbeck involved, but the rest of the racetrack, if you're smart, you can really make a move and only lose about 1/10 or 2, and that's what you saw down in turn 4 with a lot of those passes made, and sometimes down in turn 1, especially if it's in the middle of the pack, and you can use the draft to pull you back forward. As down at turn 1, That is Lucas Szabo on screen in the 910. He's picked up a handful of spots into the top 10 now, just ahead of Seamus McKendry. And as we head down the back straightaway, already down to the low side for Steven Eisert, Jesus Vasquez Jr. was giving him quite a few shots, a couple love taps in the middle of that corner. Here's Emery Lyda a little further back leading the group. That's with one Eli Warren and one of the Nash Motorsports entries there that I'll try and ID in a moment. Looks to be maybe Ryan Persing. He was 12th last time by, back to 13th. Here's the main pack. Shipman, Miles. Oh, Christian Miles, AJ Myers. They got into it last time they were around each other, and this time doesn't end in tears, at least for the second, as Christian got real sideways there with the pack lined up into 11.
Yeah, very stacked and packed there, pointed forward. Rudolph not going to listen, wants to go on the inside. Wasn't close enough that time by. A little bit of debris there on the racetrack, but wow. Rudolph and Miles almost getting together there and losing a ton of time and a ton of spots here.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph did a great job saving that CRG. He was about halfway in. You could see Christian Miles. He was adamant about holding the spot and closing the door. And Aiden was just trying to keep the forward momentum going. And ultimately, he loses out more than Christian does. Luke Welcome, the better of both, as Miles gets tight there in the turn 8 hairpin. Nearly runs over James Overbeck. He'll lose a few more spots. Rudolph going to hang on. He'll get around. Seamus McKendry picking up the pieces to move forward as Cooper Shipman shuffled to the high side. Now up front, it is going to be AJ Myers, who has snuck through to the lead over Steven Eisert and Jesus Vasquez Jr., and it's a big gap back to 5th.
Yeah, big gap back. There you see Emery Lyda leading that other group. Big Agala go-karts further back and cracking inside the top 10. So a good drive up the field so far by Emery. Isambard not too far back, not too far up the field. So these drivers continue to cycle through and push their way forward.
Emery Lyda, Lucas Szabo and company are still within striking distance if the leaders fight, but if they finally get single file and stay calm for a few laps, that gap will open up because it looks like this, and oh no, into the wall for Ryan Persing and Finnegan Bailiff. Bailiff was 2 wide, then 3 wide, and had a driver just cart completely up onto his back. So Finnegan Bailiff and Ryan Persing with heavy contact that takes both of them to the bottom of the pylon. As back to the lead we go. Myers leads the 4-car group. Then Shipman and Eli Warren there on your screen for a moment, but whew, that was sketchy, and credit to Finnegan Bailiff for keeping his foot in it and driving away, because that could have probably taken him straight into the tires.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier on in the weekend that a lot of drivers were looking for deep sends into that corner, and I mean, we saw it there. One of those drivers making it 3 wide and just a little bit overzealous there in turn number 8 for some of these drivers trying to hold on to it, and pretty aggressive so far. And there goes Eisert on the inside of Overbeck. Eisert back up into 3rd.
Let's go side by side here for Heat 1, A and B for KA100 Senior as Myers leads Vasquez Jr., Eisert, and Overbeck. We've got one of our top finishers driving through the pack. Enzo Vidmontien keeping a good eye on these KA100 Seniors. Enzo, their race was crazy. Your race looks like it was pretty wild as well. Can you talk about your opening heat race in Junior?
Yeah, Travis, he was blocking for no reason. The 2 leaders were pulling away, so I knew I had to make a move. When I made the move, they had a big gap. I knew I was fast enough to catch them by myself. I did it, and then there was a fight for the lead, but then I lost it in the last corner, so.
Yeah, tough one there. Obviously still a P2 result from a qualifying effort that has you fighting from P7 in all of your heat races. Has to still feel pretty good if it all holds. What can we expect from your X30 Junior piece coming up later on?
The same thing. I'm starting 9th. I hope to make as much spots as I can, but yeah.
Now, one other thing, you were side by side for a good bit there at the end of that race. Talk about that wet spot in turn number 4. It looks like the rest of the track is dry, but if you go offline a little bit, you hit the water. Can you feel that when you guys are driving through turn 4 in the bowl?
Yeah, of course. But on the inside, it's kind of dried up because everyone goes there. But if you try to go like around the outside, you'll probably just slip off and maybe hit the barrier. But yeah.
All right, thanks, Enzo. Good luck here on the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, that's Enzo Vidmontien as we go back to the leaders here. And, well, A.J. Myers has gotten a bit of a gap here, Caleb. They have continued to throw haymaker after haymaker at each other. 2 laps to go. They're not going to catch him now. He's up in front by 1.5 seconds. And this is going to be wild up the hill to turn 3 with about 7 of them all having a shot at second.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers have lost a lot of spots. Steven Eisert, one of the big losers in the last lap. There goes Vasquez on the inside of Overbeck. Rudolph looking to go through. Not close enough, still in line. But Eisert was one of the drivers who lost almost 3 spots that last time by. So not the best couple of laps for Steven Eisert as Isambard continues to close down the gap. Seamus McKendry in this group still, but have been really patient. There goes Rudolph on the outside. Vasquez going defensive. Can Rudolph hold on to it? They make contact, and there goes Vasquez on the inside of turn number 9. Not close enough as of yet.
Yeah, those two were not happy with each other
Definitely
2 weeks
not.
ago. They are still obviously not friends, as that was not friendly contact or friendly racing between Rudolph and Vasquez. And now Aiden is just trying to hang on for dear life as Alan Isambard is going to take him wide in turn 1 and take the spot away, and that'll allow his teammate Steven Eisert to get up the inside. Vasquez versus Overback up the road. Behind them, still single file. As they go through turn 4, A.J. Myers' leads up to 2.5 seconds. Look at Luke Welcome up and onto the curbing trying to pick up a spot as Aiden was able to hang on over Steven. And this fight that was for second now is back for 4th. Here's the fight up for second. Overback low. Vasquez around the outside. Not going to get anything out of it. Out of turn 8, the same here for this main group. How about Emery? He just picked up a number of spots. Emery Lida's now up to 7th. And Seamus McKendry still in the mix. Welcome there. All the while, A.J. Myers out of turn 11 will win the heat race. Overback versus Vasquez hangs on for Overback. And look at that. Isambard at the line. Just barely. Just barely.
Wow.
200ths over Aiden Rudolph.
Yeah, and I mean, all the younger drivers finishing second on back. And A.J. Myers, a veteran of the sport with a very, very decorated career. Wins that race by a good margin. Overback second. Vasquez, a little contact in between himself and Rudolph, and you know, that story continues here on the national scene. Isambard, a good drive up the field after not the best qualifying, finishing 4th. Rudolph 5th. Eisert 6th, and Emery Lida 10 spots gained. He said last week on last week's episode of Grid Talk that he thought he was washed. He thought it was time to hang up the helmet, but may have one more in him here this weekend. 10 spots gained for Emery.
Luke Welcome, Rivera, Colin Lloyd, 3 Kart Republics round out the top 10 here in this opening KA100 Senior Heat, all the way down to CJ Bowman in the 15th spot. Now, that's for KA Senior. Let's go back a page here to KA Junior as we look through the rest of the results. Christian Miles with a rough go of it there. He ends up all the way down in 18th by the end of the heat race. And on back, but we've got our winner with one of the coolest moves we've seen that we'll probably see all weekend, but he might just have to do us a little better because Carter McMurray, you set the bar pretty high for some fireworks on that last lap. Talk to me about your opening heat race.
Yeah, at the start, obviously starting 8th wasn't very ideal, but at the beginning, just like kind of getting up there, getting settled for what I was going to do the rest of the race. So once it kind of got settled and we started pushing, by the end of it, when we caught that lead group, I just thought, you know what, we're just going to have to get 2 more spots, get a very solid heat finish. And then I got shoved wide in 6th, and I was like, oh no. And then Isaac went off, and I didn't have anywhere to go, so I just had to commit to the outside, and I sailed it around there, and it stuck. And then going into 11, I was like, I know he's going to go to the bottom, so I got to pick the crossover around the outside. So I picked the outside, and it just worked.
Yeah, now talk about your piece here. I mean, did you obviously had a few laps where things did settle down, and you guys got to learn about your go-kart. How do you feel about the balance of that Timmy Tech Comp Kart so far today?
Yeah, honestly, I've been struggling with the balance all weekend on my part, but I feel like that time it had just a lot of grip. I thought it handled like right where I needed to be. I thought like in terms of gearing and the motor-wise, I thought it was very good. So hopefully it will transfer to Heat 2 as well.
I know you were a bit bummed about your X30 Junior qualifying just as much as the KA Junior qualifying. How was warm-up in that, and how do you feel for the next heat race you got coming up?
Honestly, X30, I thought we were a little bit off from how I thought we would be from qualifying yesterday. I thought the balance actually changed quite a bit, so hopefully I can do as well as I did in the KA Heat.
Well, Carter, we'll be rooting for you, and if you give us more stuff to talk about like that, we'll probably have to talk to you later on in this weekend. So congratulations on that spectacular heat win, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, that was Carter McMurray. Now let's go to KA Senior C and D. They're onto the racetrack. You saw them fire up behind. Carter did a great job still talking and having to move out of the way there. But let's go over the lineup really quickly here, Caleb.
Oliver Calvo and Paulie Massimino starting on the front row. Luque Olds, row 2. Harrower, Weinberg, Fieldstein, Drew, Ferris, Altman, all inside the top 10 with 26 drivers total taking the green flag here.
It's an all-veteran front row and a couple of young guns on row 2. Here we go, boys and girls. We're racing for the second half of the KA Senior Field. And into turn 1, looks pretty clean all the way down through the pack. As no, that was not a green. Hands in the air, and Calvo, I don't think, got the memo from the drivers' meeting. You're not supposed to take turn 3 on the aborted starts. So now our pole man's got to hustle to get back into position. But looked like that was decent. Obviously, there was something Porter didn't like, so the birthday boy said, we're going again.
Yeah, so one more go-around, and for Calvo, gonna have to make up some time here, get back up to the front for the pole man. So, but for all these drivers, 26 total. A couple of drivers that do have to make some moves further back in the field. Jake Drew currently 8th, and there's Calvo back to the point.
Well, I shouldn't be laughing at that there, but Paulie Massimino and Oliver Calvo are good buddies off the racetrack, and Paulie was giving him a little hand signal there. Wasn't the middle finger, wasn't anything that we get DQ'd for, and I'm sure he was just laughing at him for making that mistake to go around the outside of the circuit. So Paulie held the field up, let him get back in his spot. And now we'll get set to go again. So Massimino, unfortunately, qualifying 4th. That's one of the harder spots with the way the heats go out, because he'll have to start on the outside for all of his heat races. But Calvo, this is the only one he gets the inside. He tried to make the most of it there on that first start and got away clean. Unfortunately, he has to do it again. So here we go, into the lines, down the front straightaway, Oliver Calvo, Paulie Massimino. Calvo put his hand in the air trying to let the starter know he wasn't jumping it. The field was pushing because they're ready to go green. And we are green this time as we climb the hill. So Calvo, this time Massimino, able to slot into 2nd. Luque 3rd, Austin Olds 4th, and behind 5th is Cameron Weinberg, 6th, Jake Drew with a good jump.
And that's probably the best start we've seen all weekend from the outside line. There's a couple of drivers around the outside. It looked like Kingston Hines there looked to make a move on the outside. We still know it's very damp there on the outside, but he's able to make up some moves here early on. But the best start so far from the outside line, Paulie Massimino didn't lose too much time, up into 2nd, able to hold on to his spot.
Massimino a car length ahead of Fernando Luque. Austin Olds still in line nicely here with fellow Kart Republic member Cameron Weinberg there. Who makes the first move? Weinberg does. Inside, turn 11 for 4th. Cameron Weinberg getting through. Jake Drew had a run on him. We'll see if he ends up getting there down at turn number 1 as there's a change in the lead. Paulie Massimino gets through on Oliver Calvo, and Luque follows. So a new leader, it's the BJR MDR machine, and he's going to take him down to the white line on the backstretch. And look at Cameron Weinberg, muscling his way on the inside of Calvo to take over 3rd.
Yeah, slowed it out of line there at the last second, kind of caught Oliver Calvo off guard, and able to go up into 3rd. For Austin Olds, already P5, one of the best showings he's had in his senior career so far. There goes Jake Drew looking to the bottom, not close enough. Olds around the outside on Weinberg. Can he get clear? Into the dirt for Austin Olds. Unfortunate for him. Commentator's curse strikes.
Yeah, he'll spin it and just barely get back on the racetrack. Coming through turn number 9, and now Austin Olds. The last time we saw him, he was on the outside getting shoveled off in the opening laps on the main event at Houston. And unfortunately, it happens again here in the first heat of the weekend in Mooresville. But it was a heroic try, just didn't pay off that time. Look at this midfield fight. They're going crazy. The leaders have finally calmed down a little, but not fully. Side by side for 1st and 3rd. Drew on Calvo, and Cameron Weinberg leads the way over Paulie Massimino.
Yeah, he's able to get clear, so Weinberg up to the point of the field. Massimino 2nd. Drew, a good drive so far, up in a 3rd, looking to get another spotter cover off from Oliver Calvo, who's pretty quick and lapped pretty well the last time by. So Drew just trying to fend off Oliver Calvo here at the moment. Massimino still in that 2nd spot and pushing forward.
Up the hill to the final turn, Paulie giving Cameron the opportunity to lead. You can see Weinberg a much wider arc and exit through 11, and Paulie will give him a nice little shove down the front straightaway. Behind this group of 5, Chris Harrower is doing a fantastic job this weekend on that Timmy Tech comp kart in 6th. And Jake Drew, Massimino, they were way low. Drew almost touched the grass, and there was probably a lot of dirt, dust, and marbles there. He did a great job hanging on to that thing because he was full on sideways. And look at that, one move, and Cameron Weinberg gets about a 9/10 margin.
Same story as the previous heat there. AJ Myers is able to get away. Luke Hay there on the move on Oliver Calvo. He's able to get clear. Calvo looking to go back. He's able to stay ahead, but similar story to what we saw in the previous heat race, Xander.
Alex Feldstein getting his elbows out there as Chris Harrower goes to the wayside. He'll lose 1, 2, 3, maybe more if he can't get down in line. He's going to find a hole, I think, in front of Terranodum as Massimino now back by on Jake Drew. Jake Drew had been a little bit antsy to climb his way up the grid. Said yesterday night that they were still just missing a little bit, but inching their way towards where they need to be. He has raced his way up to second, now in third. Unfortunately, at a bit of the detriment of the race lead. So here's the further back group with Feldstein on to about maybe 12th or 13th or so. This is all right in the mid-pack. Chris Harrower trying to make some ground back up. That's Max Altman, I think, just in front of him. And he makes the move stick. So Altman into 8th around Kane Martin. Harrower somehow out of that ends up losing another spot. He'll drop behind Kingston Himes to 11th. So second and third on screen. Fernando Luque also kind of by himself in the 4th spot, then Calvo in the 5th spot, and on down. Now, watching along is Jake Drew's teammate, Jesus Vasquez Jr. He finished 3rd in that opening heat race. He's standing by with us down on pit lane as he watches his fellow GFC boy go run inside the top 5. Jesus, you got us down there?
Yeah.
All right, Jesus, now let's catch up with you here as you're keeping an eye. What are you looking for right now, beyond just obviously seeing how Jake's doing? What are you kind of picking up? What's kind of in your head as you're watching this second heat race go?
I'm just watching the racing, to see if I could figure out anything with the blocking, because blocking here, when someone blocks, it's real hard to get around them. There's not too many guys blocking in this one. It's pretty spread out, unlike mine. In mine, with the blocking, it was a bit crazy because, there are a lot of people behind, so you can't really do much. And it's just hard when the guy's light running like a lot. And
Yeah, that said, obviously, when there is white lining, you don't get nearly as much of an accurate read of how your piece is or looks by not running that full run on the line and having dirty tires, right? These guys are getting a better read. So for you, did you feel like you got any laps or at least were able to kind of check gearing for the clean laps you did get in that first heat?
Yeah, I definitely felt like when I was behind AJ for a little bit, I definitely think I was over-driving a little bit, and that didn't help. And then I felt like I started calming down a little bit, and I feel like I just couldn't get off like the corners a little bit, and we're probably going to look into that. But other than that, I felt fast. I was catching AJ a little bit, and then I was over-driving, so it didn't really help. But once I fixed that, I feel like we should be pretty much right there on pace, and yeah.
Talk to us about the track evolution as well. We've asked a few of the guys. We know there's that big wet patch that has been dried out, at least on the inside, in turn 4. But compared to how things were yesterday, how much different does it feel out there?
I feel like it feels the same. Like, it's pretty dry out there now. The warm-up was a bit sketch going into turn 3 on the exit, but that was about it in the warm-up. Everywhere else kind of feels the same, and the track's getting a little better and better through each session, and yeah.
Well, Jesus, still a good run, a respectable top 5, some good points, exactly what you need to kind of set up a good starting spot for the main on Sunday. We'll let you get back to watching here, and we appreciate you chatting with us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was Jesus Vasquez Jr. Now let's go back to the on-track action because it's about to ramp right up. How about Paulie Massimino tracking down Cameron Weinberg from nearly a second away? He has hit good lap after good lap, and he's brought the cavalry with him. Luque, Drew, all arriving here with 4 laps to go. Do we see a change in the lead? We don't now through 4, but it's definitely going to be coming here real soon, Caleb. If not, Paulie's going to lose that second spot. Luque looks just as fast.
Yeah, for Paulie Massimino, it's been 2/10 every single lap. Weinberg just losing time to Paulie Massimino. Luque's been pretty strong as well, running similar lap times to Paulie Massimino. But Weinberg just 2/10 off at the moment, so the lap times of the 2 OTKs right behind him.
Out of turn number 9, up the hill. He's running low on laps now. It'll be 4 laps remaining at the line. This was 5, so we'll put 9 complete now. No, 3 to go. Yes. Lap 10, starting, 3 laps remaining. Massimino, your new leader, and Luque follows. And Jake Drew now gets to join right onto the rear bumper of Cameron Weinberg. About a second and a half back to find Oliver Calvo's group as this lead pack takes the normal line and won't really lose too much time. Calvo's group has Connor Ferris in the mix, who's picked up a handful of spots, and so has Alex Feldstein Then Altman leads the next group. He's in 8th. Alex Feldstein 7th. As now we're going to low line it a bit. Pauly on the inside in turn 8. And that's going to allow the next 3 to start to close. Look at Weinberg, and Jake Drew says, thank you very much, boys. I'll take 2 spots. He moves up to 2nd.
Yeah, heads up move there by Jake Drew to really pick up the leftovers there in between Cameron Weinberg and Fernando Luque. But 2 sticks in the air, and this is going to be crunch time for all these drivers if they want to catch up to Pauly Massimino. Either Weinberg has to push here or going to have to make the move on Jake Drew and not let Pauly Massimino get away.
Yeah, I was going to say Cameron Weinberg was close enough. He could have dive bombed Jake Drew in 11 as Calvo was way sideways into turn 4. But going back to Cameron Weinberg in 3rd, after getting over under like that, we got Noah Jackson into the wall. Bumper broken in turn 4 and probably some more damage. But Weinberg, he could have sent it on Jake. If he did there, the fight for the lead's over. They're going to fight for 2nd. Instead, he waited, and now he still has a chance. Now he's going to the inside on Drew, and he's right on the bumper of Pauly as he comes out of 9. In fact, he's got a run and nearly got to the inside of him. So Massimino's got to keep blocking low. Drew's stuck on the outside lane, trying to hang on, nearly getting put in the wall. Down the front stretch, white flag. Weinberg blocks low from Luque and Calvo, who is going to stay side by side with Drew up the hill. They bang tires, smoke coming out, and Jake Drew's going to lose about 2-3 more spots.
Yeah, already there goes Weinberg trying to fend off Fernando Luque. I think Weinberg knows he doesn't have the pace to keep up with Massimino here at this point, and they're really just running out of time the more that Weinberg defends. Luque still there in 3rd, and they may have enough time, but I think Massimino just too far up the road, not having to defend this time by Luque. Send. Not as of yet. Kingston Himes, though, 2-for-1 move, able to get clear, who's had a good drive up the field, 8 spots gained, and continuing to gain.
Yeah, how about that? Kingston Himes picking up quite a bit of the pieces there on this last lap battle, but Pauly Massimino picking right up. His last race we watched, he won. He wins the next one. Heat 1, C and D for Pauly in KA Senior. Cameron Weinberg 2nd, Fernando Luque 3rd, Calvo, Connor Ferris your top 5. Drew again from 2nd back to 6th on that final lap. Kingston Himes their 7th. The privateer entry with an impressive showing here in this heat and a much better start to the weekend compared to where he ended off at Speed Sports, having to race his way into the main by winning the B main. Chris Harrower still up, down, and back to right around neutral in 8th. Then you go Feldstein, Kane Martin, Alexander Gonzalez, back Gavin Wardle, then to the edge of the top 10, Mason Surgener, Lydia Small, Raheem Alibi. We saw Austin Olds early in that heat race go spinning through the grass, trying to make it work on the outside groove. He ends up in 17th at the drop of the checkers, and a handful of DNFs in this one. Taryn Odom, Noah Jackson, Ryan Crouch, all unable to finish Heat 1 for Group C and D. We'll take a moment to step away. When we return, mini Swift action is rolling from Trackhouse Motorplex. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of Round 2 of the US Pro Kart Series, the Carolina Grand Prix.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, Supernats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Heat 1 getting set to go green here for Mini Swift. Parker Ives with a perfectly timed toe lap in qualifying will lead us to green for the 3 heats today. He's joined on the front row by Bowen Green in that Timmy Tech comp car. Ashton Woon and Royce Vega, row 2. Callan Berghofer, Maxwell Macha, row 3. Here we go for the start, and it's a dead even run to turn number 1, but Ives with the inside groove will get away with the lead. Couple drivers on the escape route up the hill. We're clean down the backstretch towards turn 4. There you can see top of the screen, that's Bowen Green, Cade Wolf actually looking low. He was back in 7th trying to hang on. Bowen up to 2nd and holding 2nd, it looks like. So Bowen Green pushing Parker Ives over Ashton Woon and company. They all pretty much blended nicely there. No real contact or issues that were major through the first half of lap, Caleb.
Yeah, everybody able to cycle their way through. Bowen Green on the rear bumper of Parker Ives, Ashton Woon there. We saw these 3 go at it a couple of weeks ago at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. So up at the front again, just a couple of miles down the road here at Trackhouse Motorplex.
Out of the final turn, we'll put 1 lap down, 11 laps to go in the Soda USA Mini Swift division. And 1 lap in the books. Parker Ives leads us up the hill to turn number 3 with Bowen Green, Ashton Woon, and Vega all chasing here. Looking at Maxwell Macha there in the 5th spot. This is probably his best run so far this year. He's been more of a top 10 kind of car to roll off the truck at the start of these weekends. So running 5th right now is a big leap forward for the last year's Super Nationals winner and multi-time race winner in the Micro Swift category. Joining Parker Ives here at the front of the field as they're side-by-side up the road in front of him. Woon and Vega. Vega had a run out of the hairpin, took it to the outside, ends up going just about nowhere as they get back into line.
Yeah, and we saw very similar situations in the Micro Swift class where it's just kind of hard to pass and make a move stick here because it's so easy to hold on to it around the outside, and we saw that there in between Woon and Royce Vega.
Up the hill for the second group, that one kind of side-by-side move, and Woon getting kind of bogged down out of the hairpins cost them time to the pack, and now Ashton is blocking the inside there into 4. So he's obviously feeling a little bit of pressure, maybe not super confident in his speed to start this heat race, and it's allowing Bowen Green and Parker Ives to really get away. So let's see if Vega tries to send it on him. No, he won't even have the option. Woon goes low again in turn 8 to defend. Side by side behind him, Cade Wolf almost clear on Maxwell Macha, but he has to drop back and ends up giving up a spot in the process to Lorenko Varela in that blue and yellow Sodi. And as we hit round the turn 11 complex, finally there's some separation for Ashton Woon and Royce Vega. Hopefully they can just work together and try to track down your leaders. Otherwise, we're not going to see much action for the lead until the last lap, I think.
Yeah, we saw the same thing in Micro Swift, right? Zane Burgess and Miguel Suarez pushed each other forward, went and got further away from the field and just pushed each other. For Royce Vega, we saw Ashton Woon going defensive the lap prior, but Vega just wasn't too happy with that. He was like, let's push forward, pointing his helmet. He's like, let's move our way up to get closer to Parker Ives and Bowen Green. So very smart move by Vega to tell Woon to just continue to push forward.
Well, while it looks like a much tamer heat race for the Mini Swifts than what we just witnessed in KA Senior, let's hear from one of our KA100 seniors. Jake Drew was up, down, and then ends up kind of right around the middle at the end of it all. Jake, talk us through that opening heat race for you. What was it like from the seat of the pants?
Yeah, it's definitely aggressive out there, pretty close quarters racing. A lot of squeezing and pinching out there for sure, trying to run guys wide and narrow and stuff. But it's all part of senior racing. I think we have a good GFC package from Formula Works and GFC. Everybody's working real hard on it this week. I feel like that was a good step in the right direction, and looking forward to 2 more heats today.
Now, talk to me a little bit about what you can kind of learn from a race like that. There were laps where you guys were single file and kind of, running normal times. I know speaking with you last night and through this weekend, it's been a progression to get that kart where you like it. Was that race another step in the right direction?
For sure. We're going to keep stepping forward throughout this weekend, and I think we're going to be real strong these next 2 heats and the final tomorrow. Just need to be a little bit better on the racecraft for sure. Made some mistakes there at the end that cost quite a bit. Not too happy about it, but we'll learn and be better for the next one.
Either way, you at least were able to keep it clean. Now, you've got plenty of other junior drivers to coach. What are the first things you're telling them about the racetrack right now? It's definitely getting back grippy. It looks like that wet spot's kind of cleared in turn number 4. Are we back to about where we were yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, we're definitely back to about where we were track-wise. Like I said, though, just really sketchy. Some of the runoffs, some of the puddles and mud and stuff, you really got to be aware of what kind of racing situation you're in and being aware of that.
All right, well, thank you very much, Jake Drew here. A solid result in the opening heat. Obviously, we can tell you want more, but we appreciate you taking the time to chat with us.
Yeah, appreciate you guys being here doing all this. Thank you.
All right, again, Jake Drew is going to head back to the pit. He'll line up for heats 2 and 3 with another safe starting spot as the minis have had us looking a little bit further down the grid. Some smart heads-up driving from the pairs of 2 out front in both Parker Ives and Bowen Green working together. Royce Vega and Ashton Woon doing the same has pulled about another second away to the rest of the pack, and, well, it is a frenzy. That is Nico Orbezo, Benja Fernandez. They were making a move on one of the Iron Rock Tony karts of Alex Chandler, who just dropped all the way down to 17th that lap. That pack was up to around 9th or 10th or so. It definitely opened up that lap quite a bit and allowed John McClellan, Maxwell Macha, Cade Wolf to kind of get away. And now it's a second and a half before you find Marco Samet on the racetrack. But with the leaders continuing to work together, Parker Ives and Cade Wolf, it gives us a moment here to chat with a very speedy Cameron Weinberg. Cameron, we were told by many that a lot of guys had you pegged as the one to keep a stopwatch on. It seems like you've just had this track and this kart figured out for the last week. How's it been?
It's been pretty good. We've been up here testing after Texas, because Texas we didn't have a good run. Had to work pretty hard, so we've been going through it, and we found the pace. Made a bad call for qualifying, but we seemed to figure it out for this pre-final. So.
Now, what more can you learn when you have pace like that to start a weekend, and you start so fast on Thursday? Are you just trying to maybe more experiment with setup changes, or are you still, searching? I mean, what's kind of the progression been like when you're dialing yourself in? Because you know the track's going to be different by the time we go green on Sunday.
Yeah, we're trying to predict the track a little bit, since I've driven here quite a bit. So I kind of know what it's going to do, but right now I think we're in a good spot. So small changes throughout the heat race, and we should be good.
Now, a lot of guys have pegged you again as the fast guy. Who are you looking at as people that seem to be really, really speedy that you don't want to let get in front of you because they might walk away?
Paulie's pretty quick. I didn't really pay attention to the other heat race, but I say Paulie's pretty fast. Luke K is pretty quick. I just got to make sure to stay consistent and hit my marks, and we should be pretty good.
All right, Cameron, we appreciate the time to chat with you. Congratulations on the great run in the opening heat race. We'll see you later on today.
Cool, thank you.
All right, again, that's Cameron Weinberg, Heat 1 winner in KA100 Senior. With 4 laps to go here in Mini Swift, it has been all the red and white nitro kart of Parker Ives leading the way, but to Ashton Woon and Royce Vega's credit, they were just a little bit better last time by, Caleb.
Yeah, so I've been taking a look at these lap times here so far. Ashton Woon was leading that group. Vega was able to get ahead, though. At the moment, fastest lap of the race goes to Cade Wolf, a 52.597, and this group was lapping a little bit quicker than Parker Ives and Bowen Green. So they're closing down the gap bit by bit. And for the likes of Ives and Green, they're just not really getting away. For this group, just kind of got stagnant with Woon at the helm. Vega has taken over, so let's see what it looks like with Vega leading this group now.
Yeah, as they come out of the bowl, the gaps last time by were already down 1.5. Looks like it's even coming down some more with this pack staying lined up and using all 5 karts to march their way to the lead. And they're going to get there right at the last second, barring any early passes made by Bowen Green, who I'm sure is seeing either his dad or Tim Schutt or anyone on the fence line saying, hey, keep doing what you're doing because that pack behind's closing. But the moment that you break away and pass, they're going to be right there. 2 laps to go. Parker Ives and Bowen Green trying to hang on to a withering down lead. They were able to stop the bleeding that lap. It stays at 7/10, a couple hundredths better for Vega. And as they head onto the backstretch, still a normal arc for all the drivers in the groups. Taking a lot of trust and faith, and that just went out the window back behind there with McClellan taking the inside lane away from Maxwell Macha.
Yeah, Vega knows exactly what he wants. He wants Bowen Green and Parker Ives to start to fight so he can be there in the end. And I think Ashton Woon realizes that, as well as Cade Wolf and Maxwell Macha, who lost the spot last time by to John McClellan, who's now up to 6th. But already you see the time that Royce Vega, Ashton Woon are gaining. So whatever they did has been working. They're in drafting range to Bowen Green and Parker Ives. Whenever Green decides to go, I think he's going to have to go now. Looked over his shoulder, saw that Vega was right there. So Green knows he has to go this time by.
Yeah, at this point now the pack is too close, but luckily they're also fighting behind as well. Vega, you can see, faded low in 1, fades low in 3. Down the back, Ives going to fade low. Vega has to do the same. That'll kind of stop the march forward for a minute. Bowen can still arc the corners as look at the over-under from Ashton Woon. I think indeed he'll take over 3rd with John McClellan. They both get by Vega. And it still gives enough of a gap for Bowen as he checks back. He can open up, set up for that crossover, but he just didn't quite time it well. So Ives hangs on into turn number 9. Final time, the gaggle for 3rd rages on. The fight for the lead's going to go to the last turn. Here we go, up the hill, turn 11, Ives low, Green high, big over-under, and the same further back as at the line, Parker hangs on by a nose. Woon 3rd, Vega 4th, McClellan 1/1000th of a second. He just loses out to Royce for that P4 spot. Cade Wolf, P6 at the end of it all, ends up with a net gain of 1. Maxwell Macha 7th as he fades back on the last lap. Lorenko Varela, Callan Berghofer, who started inside the top 5, fades down to 9th on that AKT Energy. Troy Ferguson on the Bennick. Rounds off the top 10. He picks up 4 in the process. And a couple big movers. We caught Benja Fernandez earlier on in the heat. He picks up a ton of spots to get to 14th. Marco Samet picks up a handful. He gets up to 11th. And then down onwards. Looks like we had them all cross the line more or less with a handful more movers there. But all 40 able to complete the race here in Heat 1 for Mini Swift, which is a nice sight to see after a lot of kind of carnage headlining those KA races to kick things off, all the way down to Robert Lash there at the tail end of the field. Some of the other movers here to talk about, of course, you look there through the 20s here, Caleb. There were a handful that made up a number of spots and a handful that went backwards. Unfortunately, Nico Kwiatkowski obviously faded back a ton with some of it, but Enzo De Janeiro, Alex Chandler also back a few. I think, the biggest mover might have been Benja, just about 6 or 7 spots there, Caleb.
Yeah, 7 spots and looks to be the biggest mover in that race. And for 2 fellow Texans, I mean, Alex Chandler was up there fighting inside of the top 15. Posh Ali was up there as well, finds himself in 22nd. Chandler finds himself in 17th. For Ali, was quick in happy hour. But just not the best qualifying for him. And then this heat race, just a little bit of the same story for Kwiatkowski. 15 spots lost. He had a great qualifying session, but already for these drivers, just a little bit of an off weekend so far. Liam Nachawati as well, same story. So just kind of surprised to see some of these drivers this far back in the field. But we get set to go with our X30 Junior class here with Ty Fisher, who snuck a pole lap there on the final lap of qualifying, put it on the inside, and able to go to the pole. Chico Brown starting on his outside.
Yeah, he wasn't even pre-entered. They were kind of back and forth about whether or not to keep the focus on KA Junior or if they felt like they would have a piece to fight towards the front of the grid in X30 Junior. And, they obviously were good in the practices, but I don't think they expected themselves to even be that good. So a welcome surprise for Ty Fisher to get to roll off from the inside of the front row. He starts alongside Turner Brown, who we already spoke with earlier today, and 2 RPG Cosmics there inside the top 3. His teammate Victor De Alencar will start on the inside of that second row, the team that has been top of the heap in X30 Junior and, of course, in X30 Pro for quite a bit this year. Carter McMurray taking the Timmy Tech comp cart right there into the top 5. Rolling off from the 4th spot, Alexander Vanchev for Sodi USA with an impressive debut. I mean, he's taken that new go-kart, new team. That's a lot to change up mid-season with probably not a lot of time to test and get acclimated to the go-kart, but he's fast on it. And we're getting used to calling him on that black and orange machine. Used to seeing that bright yellow DHL and Zanella livery. Then back from Vanchev, Diego Ardiles, who we expect to probably get towards the front before too long. Jensen Burnett there in 7th on the Nash Motorsports Kart Republic. Davin Roberts, Enzo Vidmontien, and then Aiden Young, your top 10 while we look further on the grid here, Caleb.
Yeah, further back, Charlie Smith, 11th here. We saw him in that KA Junior final, had a lot of pace. Cole Medeiros, Fionn Shi, Chase Gasly with some work to do after not the best qualifying for him yesterday. Ramirez 15th, Rodriguez 16th, Foster Arnaudo as well with some work. Jackson Warney starting 18th with a lot of work to do. Just spin off in both classes, had a good recovery in the KA100 Junior class and looks to do the same here in X30.
Here we go. They will begin to form up as the outlap comes to a close. Ty Fisher is going to bring that lime green TB kart around turn 11. The pink and purple RPG Cosmic of Turner Brown on his outside. And the X30 Juniors with their biggest turnout of the season. 31 drivers here at Trackhouse Motorplex coming down the tram lines looking for the green flag to get things underway for their first heat race of the weekend. Hands in the air to let the flagman know they're trying not to jump it. Now we're on the gas. And do we get the green? Waiting to see the lights go green. It is. Green flag in the air, up the hill and clear for Victor Day Alencar. He gets through to 2nd, Brown back to 3rd. And they're going to quickly fade all to the inside lane to try and defend spots through turn number 4. You can see a few more drivers going wide, and where before we're seeing the water get kicked up on that wet spot, it seems to have dried out enough to be safe to run there. And no carnage into turn 8 so far. All 31 have survived.
Yeah, everyone has survived here early on. Vanchev already up to 4th. Ardiles side by side. Losing some time here. Lost that spot to McMurray. Was able to get clear. And Vidmontien already making gains here early on in this race. Alencar looking on the inside. Not close enough that time by for Victor.
Down the front stretch. 1 lap in the books. 11 laps to go. Challenge for the lead. Victor Day Alencar and Turner Brown. Freight train Ty Fisher. Here comes Vanchev. McMurray, Vidmontien. Ty's going to drop a tire in turn 3. He gets shuffled all the way back to the 8th spot in 3 corners. Oh, man, that was a bit of a rude welcome there, but either way, through turn 6, Victor Day Alencar is your new leader here in the infield.
Yeah, and it seems like early on this race, Ty Fisher just struggling for grip here. Looks to go defensive there. But is going to get passed here by Jensen Burnett here, if I'm not mistaken, who gets stuck on the outside and loses some time there. But contact in between Roberts and Vanchev there, and it's just very stacked and packed so far in this X30 Junior field, Xander.
Yeah, every lane Ty Fisher keeps picking, he keeps losing more spots. He just nearly lost about 2 more as Chase Gasly Lee tried the inside. Down the front stretch, he's still on the outside, still on the dirty part of the circuit. Weiland is through, and finally, Ty gets down low in front of one of the other RPG Cosmics. It might be Cole Medeiros, and then right behind him looked to be Jackson Wolney. Up the road for the lead, Turner Brown, Victor Day Alencar starting to pull away a little bit. Carter McMurray into 3rd, getting around Diego Ardiles and Roberts there making a move on Vanchev, but the gap is starting to open a little bit as this midfield fight here. That's Michael McGoy on the right side. On the inside, Aiden Young and, no, not Young, sorry. That's the 744 that was fighting there. This is around the mid-teens. Finally, Fisher moving forward. Gets a spot there on Max Weiland in turn 11.
Yeah, so the 744, that was Edgar Rodriguez finding himself in 19th. A little bit of an update on some of the drivers that started further back. Michael McGoy started last. He's gained 14 spots in this race. Nathan Dupuis has gained 7. Sarah Bradley has stayed stagnant, and this is really the first time that we've seen this many drivers in X30. So for some of the drivers who would probably get past prior, there goes Chico Brown on the inside of Ardiles. He gets clear. McMurray not too far back, but for Ty Fisher, he's never had a race this many X30 juniors outside of the Super Nationals. So definitely a wake-up call for some of these drivers.
Yeah, I think a lot of them, right, were you probably a bit spoiled by the smaller grids where you could be so much more conservative, but realistically, the only mistake that Ty made, I think, in all of that was not breathing out of the throttle or keeping it a little bit tighter so they couldn't push him to the edge of the racetrack in turn 3 and giving himself a little room for error, as was even McMurray dropping a tire in the dirt there. So it's It's still maybe close to speed-wise what we were running yesterday, but grip-wise, it doesn't seem easy to go through that section. And for Ty Fisher, that's the only place he really got burned, was up the hill through turn number 3. Dropping those tires in the dirt there, that wet grass is probably taking twice as long to clean off the tires. And from that point, you're a sitting duck. You're trying not to go backwards, so it's either block or get past. You get past, you get dirty stuff on the tires. You block, you get dirty stuff on the tires. So he was in a lose-lose situation once he fell to that 8th position, and he's at least gotten himself to 13th now, but a long ways back from the leaders. And we're already halfway in as we see Ardiles has now gone around McMurray, who drops a tire again in turn 3. And whether he's lacking rear grip and it's stepping away, or if he's lacking front grip and that cart is understeering to the outside, either way, Carter McMurray losing some ground to the 3 Rollison Performance Group Cosmics that have now gone 1, 2, 3, while this group fights for the mid top 10 spots. Roberts on Vanchev, that is P6.
Yeah, so they're all able to get clear there. That's Roberts, who currently sits up there. Vidmontien sits in that 5th spot here at the moment. Vanchev just keeping his nose clean, staying stagnant here. And there you have the halfway mark. So 6 laps to go this time by. Vidmontien's in 5th. Roberts is in 6th. Vanchev fell back to 7th. Fianchy up into 8th. 5 spots gained, so a good drive so far by Fianchy so far in this one. McMurray already in between to Alencar and Diego Ardiles. Chico looks to be pulling away here, though. Already a little bit of a gap. Half a second in between Ardiles and Chico Brown. So for McMurray, he looked really good and really sporty at the start of this race. But as the race continues to progress, he's lost some time. And there's Sarah Bradley in the wall, collected with another driver there.
Yeah, that is the 787 of Levi Sangera on the Nash Motorsports Energy. Heavy contact, and they're letting Peaches know that they need to get out. They are not going to be able to continue, so the USPKS race official clearing the way. Leaders are headed up the hill to turn 3. That group's still in turn 4 on the outside, but I think they're just cleared enough that the yellows may not wave by the time the midfield comes through. Yellow's waving right now for the leaders, so McMurray looked like he had an opportunity to go on Diego. He did not, but that's the smarter move anyway. Even though Carter did just hit his best lap of the race last time by, they also worked together and shaved a 10th off the lead to Turner Brown, and they're picking up some more ground here now, headed over to turn number 9. We're coming to 4 laps to go. It's a tough, balance to weigh the risk versus reward of trying to make that move for second now. But as long as Diego is going to catch Turner by the end of this race, it's okay to wait for a moment. And that's what you're seeing, I think, with that comp card of Carter McMurray.
Yeah, last time by, Ardiles and McMurray took a 10th once again out of the lead of Chico Brown. A 48.9 for Brown and a 48.8 for the likes of Ardiles and McMurray. So, like you said, Xander, biding their time, being patient for McMurray, who's lapping just a tad bit quicker than Ardiles here. But you already see that gap starting to close. A car length separates Ardiles and Chico Brown here at the moment. So, not too far back as well. Davin Roberts currently sits in that 5th spot, was able to get around Enzo Vidmontien last time by. As Vanchev going side by side there, he's able to stay ahead of Fianchy and Aiden Young here at the moment. So, just kind of damage limitation for Alexander Vanchev, who's lost 2 spots so far in this race.
Yeah, he's got to hang on still for 3 more laps as we put lap number 9 in the books. Diego Ardiles might be close enough for a diver at Turner Brown at the end of this backstretch if he wants it. He'll close to within a car length, but not quite close to make that move, just a bit too far back. So lurking on is Victor de Alencar. He doesn't seem as strong as he did at the beginning of the heat race. He's still definitely in the fight whenever it begins. The rest of the group there, Davin Roberts, Enzo Vidmontien, they're preying on some fighting up front, but they've got teammates together, Ardiles and Brown, so they're going to probably play this one a little smarter than non-teammates would, and you're seeing definitely a bit of hesitation from Diego. He's closed up, but he's not throwing the race away. He's not throwing some aggressive sends at his fellow RPG driver. They are working together nicely to make it where maybe the last lap they battle. The spoiler in the whole mix, Carter McMurray. Let's see if he goes. Ardiles will go instead, and McMurray will follow. He'll split them as he goes through 4.
Yeah, heads-up move there by McMurray. Saw Ardiles went, knew he had to go as well. And Ardiles knows that McMurray has been on his rear bumper the entire race here. And now already looking for the move there on Diego Ardiles. Goes to the bottom of the racetrack. And Ardiles shuts the door there. Chico Brown over-under move. Can he get clear on McMurray? Side by side. He's able to get ahead. But Diego Ardiles is going to stack and pack him here as he's already defending in turn number 9.
Now that allows Victor de Alencar to close back up. Ardiles low, Brown to the high side. He watched Carter McMurray go there and make the pass stick in KA, but now Carter back into second, had to get an over-under done and move himself forward, and instead the move loses Turner Brown a spot. On to the back straightaway for the final time. Low for Ardiles and McMurray. Brown able to take a normal arc. And look at the pack closing in. They've picked up a second already. Roberts, Vidmontien, Fianchy, Vanchev, Aiden Young trying to steal some spots on this last lap. Into turn 8. McMurray's going to go wide for the crossover or maybe around the outside. He's almost there. He's not there. Still side by side though for second as Brown pulled alongside. And out of 9, up the hill. Last time Ardiles is clear enough. He should be safe. McMurray's just going to have to settle for second. And Turner Brown will end in third as Heat 1 comes to a close. Diego wins in X30 Junior. Enzo Vidmontien steals that 4th spot away. Davin Roberts, Fianchy, Vanchev, all of them got around de Alencar. He loses 5 spots almost on that last lap.
Yeah, so lost a ton of time for Victor de Alencar that time by. He was up in 4th, but just for Victor, just missing that last little bit of pace in his RPG Cosmic. For Chico Brown and Ardiles, just a little bit quicker than their teammate Victor de Alencar. So gonna have to go back to the drawing board here for Victor. Aiden Young made up a spot up in a 9. Jackson Warney made up 7 spots. He was able to put himself up into the edge of the top 10 here. Finished 11th. Ty Fisher lost 11 spots. And 12th, not the best for Ty Fisher considering where he started, but damage limitation after the abysmal start that he had. Max Weiland, 6 spots gained. Medeiros, 2 spots lost. Ramirez as well. Michael McGoy from last place finished in the 16th spot. So that's your top 15. Here's your the rest of your field. Michael McGoy up 16 spots, putting himself into the 16th spot. Gassiet Lee lost some time as well, but Michael McGoy had a good drive in this one.
Yeah, Michael McGoy picking up positions, doing everything to give himself a fair shake and a good chance at a podium or top 5 on Sunday. You start in those first 10 rows, you definitely have a shot. And 16th place in Heat 1. Maybe some more bad luck for others or another couple good heat races for Michael, maybe even better than this one. And he could very well be starting on the cusp of a 10th or 12th place position. X30 Junior wrapped up here, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. We've got the kart recovery vehicle in motion there at the top of the screen, but they haven't fired engines, so there may be some more to clear before KA100 Master will roll. There's a look at them down on the grid. Max Pappas on the inside, and the Orsolone Racing Tony Kart alongside him will be Laurentiu Mardan. Then row 2 as Martin Stone, Nicky Coelho, Ryan Kastner, Scott Carapalati, Kim Carapalati, and Andre Isaac. Your 8 drivers here for KA Master. So there's Porter down on the grid here. A happy birthday again to Porter Weissensell. He's our head flagman, and he's given the last couple instructions to Max of what he wants for his start. So hopefully Max will give Porter a nice birthday present, give a clean start, get a screen on the first time by here in KA Master, and we'll get set for the second to last group in the rotation and the second to last group before we take a short break in our coverage. It'll be a lunch break of about 40 minutes for the hardworking US Pro Kart Series and Trackhouse Motorplex crews, as well as our hardworking Kart Chaser camera team. Then it'll be back around 1 p.m. Eastern with the second round of heat races, and it'll go straight from round 2 into round number 3 all the way until about 5:30 p.m. local time. But before that break comes up, again, we've got 2 races still coming your way. This KA100 Master Heat race here, and as well, we will be having the X30 Pro opening heat race with Austin Garrison and Dalton Haynes leading the field to green.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex, and a quick outlap for KA Masters as Mooresville Racing's own Max Pappas takes the field down into turn number 8. They'll have 12 laps, just as well as the rest of the divisions on the day for all 3 of their heat races. Now, Max Pappas has been clear of the field by about 0.2 of a second through the 2 sessions we watched, both happy hour, which is the final practice session, and qualifying. The field kind of tightened up around him from second back to 6th, seemed to close up by the end of Friday, but still, all of them lacking a little bit of speed compared to the 419. So the question remains, as these heats go on, will we see that gap of 0.2 per lap close up? Will we see a battle arrive on Pappas's doorstep? And could it be last year's vice champion, Laurentiu Mardan, being the one to bring the fight? He's obviously the next best in qualifying. Is a weird issue. Max is...
He has some sort of issue. So Max Pappas did not go out for the morning warm-up this morning, and I don't know if he has some sort of issue or what Porter told him he wanted from the start, but Max Pappas was super busy on that airbox here and still is. Xander?
Yeah, so looking at his hand, obviously he's holding that thing in place. It almost looked like the tubes were coming out of the airbox, which is even more rare, or more common. What might be happening is that hose clamp might have just spun off and wasn't tightened down, and Max Pappas might try and run this heat race one-handed. So talk about making things a little bit interesting. Is Mad Max going to have to really put on a show? No, he's going to go into the pit lane. So obviously, if not the airbox, something in the carburetor, and our pole man is behind the wall. And now the landscape completely changes. Laurentiu Mardan, Martin Stone, Nicky Coelho, even Ryan Kastner, all 4 of them were super close yesterday. So it might be a good fight here for the lead in the win. KA Masters underway with Martin Stone inheriting the pole. And he moves through to the lead as they're 2 by 2 up the hill. Kastner going to give way to Mardan in 3, and Nicky Coelho tried to get a run on him on the backstretch, but he'll fade back into line. So Coelho 4th, Kastner 3rd, Mardan, and Martin Stone leads us through turn number 5.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of shows you how important the warm-up session could be. Max Pappas obviously missed out on it this morning, and you know, it just kind of shows they weren't able to knock out the whatever gremlin that Horsel and Tony Kart had. So Max Pappas gonna have to make up gonna have to have perfect heat race number 2 and 3 later on today. But for Martin Stone, a lifeline here, and to the point of the field. Laurentiu Mardan still in that 2nd spot. Ryan Kastner there in 3rd. Nicky Coelho currently in the 4th spot. Scott Carapalati and Kim Carapalati both gain spots, and Andre Isaac as well up to 7th.
Down the backstretch with a lap in the books. Are we going to see anyone pull out a line? For now, I think all the leaders know that there's no real urgency with how long this heat race is at 12 laps. They can kind of take their time with each other, and no need to fight because none of the 4 really seemed like they had a leg up on the others based on how yesterday went. You know, they were all pretty evenly matched, and unfortunately, there is Max Pappas looking on, watching this KA Master Heat from the sidelines with the mechanical issue that took him out on the outlap. So he's getting a good look at the competition. He had them covered off pretty well through the rest of this weekend. Now they're going to put on a bit of a show. Laurentiu Mardan taking over the lead as Max looks on. Martin Stone into 2nd. Now back to 3rd. Kastner through. Coelho through. 2 laps in, and Larry gets the lead by about half a second as they head onto the back straightaway. Now, let's go from this race to the one that we just watched. Diego Ardiles wins out in a 4-way fight, an X30 Junior. Diego, we've got you down on pit lane. Talk to us about that one, man. It looked like at first you guys were kind of okay, even Turner had a bit of a lead, and then by the end of it, you end up on top.
Yeah, at the beginning, Turner had the gap, you know. I fell back a little bit, so I just stayed calm and started to move up like 1 position per lap. And I catch up to him at the end, and I overtook him like 2 laps to go. and I just defended the last 2 laps.
Now moving on from that opening X30 Junior Heat race and the KA Junior Heat race as well, how much did the track change for you from those couple classes? It seems like it's fully dry. Are we getting even faster, you think, or maybe more grip coming down than we were yesterday?
Yeah, for sure it's getting more grip. Like it's getting like more sun, so it's easier to drive.
Now, let's take away. What more do you feel like you need? Is there anything more to find for you on that X30 Junior piece? Obviously, you're fast, but it looks like it's a lot more fun from the driver's seat when you can walk away from the field. So are you searching for anything more? Did you feel like you were missing something?
I'm just going to stay calm the next heats and try to finish because of the championship. You know, I just don't want contacts and no crashes for the championship.
All right, well, Diego, congratulations on the heat race win, buddy. Good job, and we'll be watching you here in heats 2 and 3.
Thank you, Sander.
All right, again, that's Diego Ardiles as we watch the rest of the field in KA Masters kind of spread apart a little bit. Mardan with a little gap to Coelho, and the original leader, Martin Stone, is now battling with Ryan Kastner back for the 3rd spot. So not able to get by in turn 4. They have now lost over a second to Mardan. Let's check in with them or keep a tab on this fight for P3 while we go down and talk with the other half, 1/4 of the lead pack from that X30 Junior opening heat, Turner Brown. Chico, you had a lead in that one, and then they kind of tracked you back down, man. What happened?
Yeah, you know, I mean, the setup was still great. I just think we came in a little early, but Diego had just 1 or 2 tenths on us at the end. But you know, we take it what we have, we move on. I think we were promoted to P2 with Diego's penalty, but you know, I could have done better that race, but we move on.
Yeah, now taking away the X30 Junior Heat race and then going back to KA Junior, how big of an advantage is on a day like today where it's wet in the morning and the track is slowly drying, the sun's coming out, to get to drive it more frequently? Because now you, against the kids running KA Junior only, you've got, you know, another session and seeing which way it's going.
Yeah, I mean, it really definitely helps, especially because it gets to see where the Rollison Performance Group team, like where we need to fix stuff. Because, I mean, the classes aren't much different. I think it's only like a 1.5 seconds. And I guess, I mean, so I think it really helps us and it gives us a great advantage against our competitors. But yeah.
Now, one last thing we've talked a lot about this week, and I want to talk about what the experience was like for you getting over for your European debut with the FIA Academy. Obviously, that's such a cool opportunity. What was that like, and how stoked are you to represent the Stars and Bars overseas this year?
I am so honored, and I am so genuinely grateful and lucky for the opportunities that I get to do in the sport. I think that it was such a great experience for me to go over there and travel the seas and see what it's like. I mean, not even the racing, the culture. And I just want to thank everyone so much that helped me get there. My team's back here, my mechanics back here. It really all puts in a great effort to where we get to go represent. It was an amazing experience, and I'm very excited to go back in Slovakia.
Well, we're all rooting for you when you're over there. Everyone that you're racing against, I'm sure, is cheering for the guy with the USA flag on the side. But for now, you got a lot of competitors all eating at you, so we'll let you get back to hard work here. Get some lunch. You got 4 more heat races later today. Good job, Chico.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
All right, so there it is from Turner Brown. Now, we went away there for a moment, and we're now coming back. Nicky Coelho has tracked down and passed Laurentiu Mardan, new leader here in KA100 Master with 5 laps to go. Caleb?
Yeah, Martin Stone as well was able to get ahead of Ryan Kastner. Took him a little while, but he's finally starting to come to life in his Ryan Perry Motorsports OTK. There you see him on your screen now. Last time by for him, a 51.168. Almost a tenth quicker than the likes of Mardan and Nicky Coelho when they cross the stripe. So for Martin Stone, he needs Mardan to really try and go back on Nicky Coelho, so Martin Stone can have a little bit of a lifeline there, so he can close on the gap even more.
Let's go side by side one more time here. The last of our X30 Junior drivers to chat with is Carter McMurray. Carter, we already chatted with you once earlier today, but we're going to make you talk to us again. Seems like after penalties, you're going to get credited with now another heat race win if it all holds together. But back earlier in that race, there were a couple times we saw you just drop a tire in turn number 3. Was that just the kart kind of not handling well? Was that a little aero wash from behind the guys? How sketchy is it up there following traffic?
Yeah, honestly, like all weekend I've kind of struggled with that. Like just
being able to like keep the car on the asphalt. Like I've always had an aero push like this weekend, and it's weird because when I run senior here at the club races, you don't get that often. So it's kind of strange this weekend having that much of an aero push. But yeah, it's just the part not handling very well.
Well, knowing that obviously probably works the front tires a little bit more. It makes leading a little more critical. But that said, I mean, it seemed like all four of you guys at different points in the race were quicker or better than others. Obviously, Turner was better in the middle. You and Diego tracked him down there at the end. What was your big takeaways? Because you were the only non-Rawlson Performance Group driver in the mix. It was you, almost a 3-on-1.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought when it all got separated out, like kind of in the KA race. Like I was the only one that wasn't under RPG. So I was just thinking this could go one of two ways. It could be they all work together or they all fight for themselves. And obviously they didn't work together, which helped me, I'd say, quite a bit. So I just committed to pushing Diego up to them because I could tell Turner was starting to fade. So by the time we got to him, it seemed like everyone had kind of settled out and we just battled there for the end.
Well, it was a smartly played race there for you, Carter. So that's two. You can't start today any better. Does starting your Saturday morning like this put a smile back on your face after the way qualifying went yesterday?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, coming in today, I thought I was going to struggle, maybe top 5 in each. So being able to get those 2 wins really boosts my confidence, I think.
Well, you still got 2 more rounds of heats to get through, so we won't count our chickens yet, but you're looking pretty good here from Saturday morning. We'll let you go ahead and get on to some lunch and get ready to watch, I'm sure, the X30 Pros as well. So congrats, Carter.
Thank you.
All right, now back to the action with a lap and a half to go. Laurentiu Mardan, Nicky Coelho, Martin Stone faded back over a second. He's reeled them back in, and we are 3-way dogfighting it up here for the lead on the last lap, Caleb.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. This is exactly what Martin Stone needed. Coming to the closing stages of this race, he needed Mardan to retake the lead, and this is exactly what happened. Martin Stone now looking for a move here. Coelho looking around the outside on Laurentiu Mardan, who is still your leader. For Ryan Kasner, just lost too much time in the closing stages of this race. What does Martin Stone have as we come to the closing stages of this one? Coelho still looking for a way around Mardan. Not enough as of yet.
Down to the inside for Larry, around the outside for Nicky, a crossover from Martin, and the crossover's almost going to work out for the lead, but now he's hung on the outside in turn 9. He'll go back to 3rd, back to 4th. Coelho up and onto the curb, trying to last second nose onto the inside of Laurentiu Mardan in the middle of turn 9. It will not pay off, and Laurentiu Mardan survives the onslaught. He wins Heat 1 and KA Master. A good fight to the end. Coelho 2nd, Stone 3rd, Kastner 4th, Scott Carapolati, Kim Carapolati, Andre Isaac, the 7 to finish here in KA100 Master. And unfortunately, Max Pappas doesn't get to run Heat 1, but now he does have 1 session fresher tires than everyone, which is the last thing any of those guys would have wanted, to give Max Pappas an advantage because he already had them cleared by a good bit when it came down to speed. Now, we switch over from our KA100 Masters down to the grid for the X30 Pros. Austin Garrison, 2nd provisionally in qualifying, but after Dalton Haynes suffered a penalty for not having the tires scanned in, he lost his fastest lap, and it reversed the front row. So Haynes will start on the outside of row 1, his best starting position yet with Sodi Racing USA, and Austin Garrison's, I believe, first pole of the season with SCR, Red Speed and Speed Lab power. So, I think Speed Lab may be powering both of the drivers on the front row. BN Engines, Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic for Joe Turney, and of course the dominant one, the number 1, Ryan Norberg and the Rawlson Performance Group, AVP powered Cosmic, rolls off on the outside of row number 2. This was the closest and probably biggest mix of different drivers, different manufacturers, from chassis to engine builder to driver and team that we have seen, I think, so far this year in terms of the way it all shook out through free practice and qualifying. You had guys come out of happy hour like Hayden Jones, safely in the top 4, end up 11th on the time charts in qualifying. The same for Christian Miles on the Race Lab Karting TV, 5th in happy hour, 10th in qualifying. Brandon Lemke, safely in the top 5 in both, but he felt like he left a lot on the table in quali, and only a 10.5 difference would have put him on the pole. Paulie Massimino right there, kind of P6, P7 range. He starts on the inside of row 4 for each of these heats, and again, talking about the mixed bag, Brandon Carr well under the radar through all 4 practices on Friday, and he sneaks up into the 3rd row here in qualifying.
Yeah, for Alexander Tulio, currently 13th, looking for grip in his kart here at the moment. And I mean, for Joe Turney, sitting in that 3rd spot, but aside from Joe Turney, all other Kart Republics just kind of struggling here a little bit. It's been a while since anybody other than an OTK has won at this place.
Yeah, you go back, Tony Karts or Kart Republics have won 13 of the last 15 main events here at Trackhouse Motorplex. We'll get into a lot of the stats further back, but the last kart prior to a Kart Republic or a OTK kart, if you count all the US Pro Kart Series, Miami Grand Nationals, even the Stars Series coming here with the OTK winning for Brandon Carr last year in the OKN Stars category. Gonna go all the way back to a Merlin with Alex Bertignoli winning in 2017. Now, across the line we go to start Heat 1. Austin Garrison on that black and white SCR red speed. Dalton Haynes on the black and orange Sodi. Here we go. We're green for Heat number 1 in X30 Pro. And Ryan Norberg was quick to go to the middle, but he could not get through, and big contact for Harley Keeble. He spins in front of the field and got absolutely pile drived by a fellow Sodi further back. And that was scary, very scary. Harley Keeble almost made it through the pack. Christian Miles is out as well here on lap number 1. So is Brooke Nachtman in the 330. She'll continue though, but from way back in the field. So chaos right around that 4th row.
Goodness gracious, what a start. But unfortunately for Harley Keeble, obviously we hope he's all right. Focusing back up to the front, Dalton Haynes able to hold on to his spot here at the moment. Joe Turney in 3rd. Norberg lost the spot to Brandon Lemke a couple of corners ago. Paulie Massimino up the field now in 6th. Brandon Carr 7th. Terlecki up 8 spots at the start, up into the top 10.
Down the back straightaway here, pretty evenly matched for the leading 5. And again, really leading 7 back to Brandon Carr. Terlecki about 7/10 away here at the end of the opening lap, but still early, and we haven't seen any of them really start to break out and pass just yet. Let's see if anyone does in turn 8. Garrison feeling the heat. He's going to take him to the low side, and they're all going to stack up as Lemke gets a little bit of love there from Ryan Norberg, and Norberg takes the 4th spot away into turn number 9.
Yeah, Norberg knew it was time to go, and already up to P4 here. You see Lemke lose a little bit of time, a car length in between himself and Ryan Norberg here at the moment. But 4 different manufacturers and 4 different teams in the top 4. Garrison's still going to try and defend from Dalton Haynes. Joe Turney in that 3rd spot. And Norberg now looking for the move there on Joe Turney into turn number 3. Not close enough this time by.
And I think he was also defending from Lemke as Turney has a nose down low on Haynes. Into 4. Haynes going to stuff it around the outside. Look at Paulie Massimino. He just picked up 2 spots around the outside in turn 4. Massimino into the 4th spot. Norberg 5th. Carr 6th. Lemke goes all the way back to 7th. And it's one big line as everyone follows Austin Garrison, who is continuing to hold that spot up front. Norberg trying the inside on Massimino. Now Brandon Carr to the inside of Norberg. And can he get through? He cannot. Terlecki, on the other hand, gets around, it looks like, or hangs on over Kolar as Haynes finds a hole in 11. Dalton Haynes, the new leader, the new guy down to take us to the inside. Turney nearly sandwiched in the middle. This is chaos at the front of the field here in X30.
Yeah, nobody being able to get away here. Everybody stacked and packed. Fastest lap to Hayden Jones so far. This is almost a 12-car train going all the way back to Holtz. Just on the edge of the top 15 here. Side by side, Massimino and Turney. Massimino able to get ahead, up to P3 for the BJR MDR entry.
For the 2nd lap in a row, Paulie Massimino has sent it around the outside and picked up spots. He's 3rd now. Let's see if he tries it again. Outside at 8. This time it won't go anywhere as Turney and Norberg get alongside, looking at each other. Look at Carr and Terlecki as well. 2 by 2 through turn 9. Carr going to fend off Terlecki. Here comes Jacob Kolar on the Vice Racing Kart Republic. And Garrison retakes the lead in 11 where he lost it 2 laps ago, or 1 lap ago. Massimino into 3rd, following Haynes down low as Ryan Norberg's gotten to 4th ahead of Turney. Here's ADT trying to get through on Nick Terlecki there in the middle of the fray. Brandon Lemke has been shuffled all the way back outside the top 10 now He is down in 14th as of last time across the line.
Yeah, so a lot of spots lost that time by for Brandon Lemke as Haynes in turn number 6. We saw it at the Miami Grand Nationals. He does it again. Caught him by surprise, gets the move done. Garrison now trying to fend off Joe Turney. Car around the outside on his countryman. Able to get clear for now. But the two hometown heroes, Paulie Massimino and Dalton Haynes, lead at Trackhouse Motorplex.
Yeah, Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg continue to get eaten alive. Turney the worst now. He's going to drop back behind or just get ahead of Jacob Kolar, who lets him in. And Kolar now under fire. But Dalton Haynes, Paulie Massimino, then a big gap to Austin Garrison is in front of the field. Goes Aiden Levy. He gets spun halfway through turn 1. And the 310 hand in the air as he's obviously upset about that. Ryan Norberg trying to get by Brandon Carr. He has not been behind Carr, it feels like, almost since that one Homestead main event win for Brandon. So Carr trying to keep Norberg at bay. That has allowed Garrison to get some breathing room and hit some good laps to close back up. And it's also backed up Norberg to the likes of JT. So 6 of them back together. And it is just so close right now. There is no one that really stands out as having a leg up on the rest, Caleb.
Yeah, and coming into the weekend, everybody thought it was going to be all about Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney. All that's been thrown away now because Dalton Haynes and Paulie Massimino, we should have never doubted these two drivers as there goes Garrison on the inside of Paulie Massimino, but they have more laps than anybody else around this place. They're here 5 times a week, driving every single day, and they're showing their pace here. You can be as quick as you want with whatever team, whatever engine package, but experience around this place has really shown for Dalton Haynes and Paulie Massimino.
Well, and it showed obviously there with the move on Garrison, but here comes Austin right back to him. Inside late, catches him by surprise, and Austin Garrison takes the lead, getting his elbows out there in turn 8. Haynes now going to block into 9 to fend off any further charges, although Brandon Carr is right there. Let's see, does he go? He does. Turn 11, Carr as well, relocated to North Carolinian. Not from this area, but he's been living here the last 2 years, so he's got a lot of laps around here. This place, everyone's driven so often that no one really has a leg up as in terms of a home track advantage, but there's definitely a lot that are able to get closer to the best in the world, like Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg, and that's what you're seeing on your screen. 9 cars covered by a second and a half. Garrison, 4 cars up on Brandon Carr's TKG Kart Republic, who has started to come alive here in the middle part of this heat race. Turney trying to do the same thing. He goes by on Massimino there in turn 8.
Yeah, Turney able to get clear. Jacob Kolar, another Kart Republic there. Cicero looking on the inside, and he's going to lose the spot to Hayden Jones, who also gets clear. But Kolar had gained 7 spots, just lost 2 to Cicero and Hayden Jones. So side-by-side action, a little bit of contact between Cicero and Kolar, but both of them able to continue.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of battling, if you can navigate the pack, you can make up a ton of spots, but at some point or another, the field spreads out, and you kind of get picked apart. And Jacob Kolar, he has not had the speed necessarily from what the other sessions have shown to run up front. He had a good top 10 result in the warm-up, but he definitely played his cards right in the opening few laps to climb as high as he did. Now it's just kind of hang on and hope that you can not fight too far back. As the same goes for Massimino. Good hero moves in turn 4, multiple laps in a row, and he looked sporty early, but he has now fallen to the 6th spot as you see Norberg going by. On the flip side, Brandon Carr didn't make a lot of noise in those opening couple laps, just kind of stayed in the mix. He is now the fastest man on the racetrack with a big run towards Garrison, although he dropped a tire, and all that progress and all that praise goes back now to 3rd, Haynes to 2nd.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Xander, these Kart Republics have really come to life here in the closing stages of this heat race. They had a little bit of a slow start, weren't as good at the beginning, but in the later stages of the race, they've been running the quickest lap time so far. Turney went purple last time by a 47.7. Carr had the purple lap the lap prior, but they're running a 10th quicker than Austin Garrison and Haynes here at the moment. As Carr's going to go back on Dalton Haynes, able to get clear. Turney looking to go side by side with Dalton Haynes, has the inside in turn number 9. He's able to stay ahead. Turney going to have to wait in 4th.
And that allows Ryan Norberg to close back up as Joe takes a look back, and he's going to send it inside, deep on the brakes in 11, and they're nearly all together. Norberg up on the rear tire of Dalton Haynes as Haynes tried to get back underneath Joe Turney, and Norberg's going to pay the price. Massimino, Jones, Cicero, all to the inside of the number 1 plate. They'll shuffle the points leader down to the 8th position now, and a really close moment. Hold your breath type moment between Joe Turney, Dalton Haynes and Ryan Norberg. And who ends up benefiting out of all that? Paulie Massimino, although he's still got to hang on because Hayden Jones is right there, and he's got 3 drivers all over him into 9.
Yeah, 3 hungry RPGs. They're looking to get ahead of Paulie Massimino. Jacob Kolar not too far back either. So Massimino looking back. He knows that Hayden Jones is there. Does he decide to go? Not close enough as of yet. Norberg going to look for a move on Cicero this time. Bottom of the racetrack for Paulie. He's still ahead. Hayden Jones over under, has a run. Is it good enough though? And Hayden Jones has to slot back in a line. You see a lot of twitching there. Thought of it, but thought better.
And now Massimino gets a little bit of breathing room as Jones has to worry about defense from Cicero and Norberg and Kolar and DeTulio. And all the while up front, and the rest of the top 4 are pretty stationary. Garrison, Carr, Turney, Haynes. Norberg under pressure from Kolar. Look at DeTulio for maybe an over-under on his fellow Floridians. And out of turn number 9, we'll pick up the leaders. Carr, close, but just not enough time. Austin Garrison defends the pole in a battle for heat number 1, and he wins it over Carr, Joe Turney, Dalton Haynes, Paulie Massimino, Hayden Jones, Gia Cicero, Ryan Norberg. ADT does get the spot from Kolar at the end, so Jacob ends up 10th. Then Nick Terlecki closing up there at the last second as well in the Hotes DD Tony Kart. He ends up 11th. Brandon Lemke, the biggest bummer out of that entire heat race, just got kind of beaten around. It felt like those first few laps. He crosses the line down in 12th, recovered a couple spots, but not all too much. Chris Harrower there, 13th. Josh Oates, 14th. And then Aiden Levy, after spinning in turn 1, he drives back up to 15th. So not a terrible recovery for Aiden Levy as you look down to the rest of the field. Ryan Garcia there on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Kart Republic. He goes out. Brooke Knockman we saw slowing off the start and really just hoping that the 2 Sodis, I believe it was Andres Murcia and Harley Keeble. There is Harley. He is okay. Wow. The go-kart probably worse for wear. Andres Murcia also heavy damage to the 355. That is torn up. And then Christian Miles also, I don't know what broke for him off the start, but 2 major contenders in Harley Keeble and Christian Miles that would have loved to get in the fight end up on the sidelines, but just in the same way as it was for Max Pappas, they'll have fresher rubber for heats 2 and 3 when we come back later in the day. Congratulations to Austin Garrison, though. That was a good opening heat race. As the rest of the field is chatting there in the scale line. Obviously, Ryan Norberg and Dalton Haynes talking about that one. There was a lot to break down. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few drivers unhappy with each other, but, you know, it was hard-nosed, but I think more than anything, Ryan and Dalton were probably just trying to understand what went down because they all nearly crashed. Turney, Norberg, and Haynes were 3 wide up on top of each other with how deep Joe sent it in. It was just really a racing deal, honestly. It was wild, but the whole first half of that race was wild.
Yeah, I mean, it was good racing. It was a lot of racing, but everything was pretty clean the entire way through. I mean, for Dalton Haynes, was able to. He actually went purple on the last lap, so that's kind of scary whenever you think that the driver went purple during the last lap of the heat race. You think about what does the Sodi Racing USA team have in store for us tomorrow whenever we get into the main event. Obviously, 2 more heat races left to go here, but I mean, everybody's pretty much smiles except for Brandon Lemke, who you see him there just kind of thinking about what went wrong in that one for him. So an unfortunate sequence of events for Brandon Lemke. Just puts him further down the order, but as well for the Kart Republics, I mean, just lacking the pace a little bit early on, lacking the grip, it seemed like. In the end, they came to life. You saw Carr get ahead of Turney, decided to make the move and was able to get clear. But, I mean, Austin Garrison, right, one of the drivers who all year long is last year was on a partial schedule. This year he goes to a full schedule, has been doing a good job all year long. And, I mean, just had a little bit, missed a little bit to Ryan Norberg at round number 1, but here in round number 2, it seems like the Speed Lab Racing Engines and the Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz machine is doing a good job so far, and And he's been the class of the field so far, putting it up at the front, taking the win in heat race number 1.
Yeah, he played that one well. Didn't fall too far back even when he lost the lead early. Definitely low air pressure, maybe a little bit too low, or at least dangerously low because of how much it seemed like he was having to defend his spot in those first few laps. A good heads-up move from Dalton to take that lead away when he did, but it put on a show for us. That was entertaining to watch, as good as you can get it without any extra carnage from the X30 Pros outside of that gnarly start. So, again, hopefully Andres Mercier and Harley Keeble are okay. We'll see if anyone would have to go to a backup frame. With an impact like that, you'd think maybe one, if not both, would have to go to backup Sodi chassis. We've got a bit of a gap in the action, folks. We'll come back at 1:09, I believe, or 1:04 p.m. Eastern for heat number 1, or for heat number 2. With the group number 1, the Team Ferris Racing Micro Slips. This was Rawlson Performance Group X30 Pro Senior that just wrapped up. So it's about a 30-minute gap in the on-track action, and we're just now getting a good number of drivers rolling through the scale line. So we'll see if maybe we can hear from the likes of our race winner there, Austin Garrison, about his thoughts on that crazy opener to the weekend. That was really, it's been the most action we've seen in this class here in a couple of races. It's been a lot more spread out. This is as tight as the field gets, and that looked a lot like a KA race.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, on paper, coming into the weekend, you saw the round number 1 that Ryan Norberg had. Really, it was easy for Ryan Norberg because he was able to get away from the field. Garrison gave him a little bit of a battle in the main event, but just not enough. Coming into this weekend, on paper, it looks like Turney and Norberg are going to be quick and have a lot of pace, but it hasn't been that way because the Sodi Racing USA team have found an engine package that works for them. They've been quick so far this weekend. Have Dalton Haynes up there as well. Keeble was up there, obviously, until the incident. But just more and more drivers have, worked their way into the mix, started to take the challenge to Norberg and that RPG team. And for Joe Turney, could have been a fairy tale return to the States, but hasn't been that way. He has challenges from a lot of drivers, and Austin Garrison was one of those.
Yeah, Austin Garrison ends up with max points. Remember as well, we talked about how close qualifying was when it comes to the championship. Granted, Dalton Haynes probably not thinking that because there's no drops and how abysmal his Houston was. But by him losing the pole, Austin getting it, and Norberg not going in the top 3 spots, going down in 4th, that was a 30-point dividend right there. 50 points for Garrison for the pole and quali, and now he gets a bunch of points with a heat race win with Norberg down outside the top 5. So let's hear from him. Austin, I know you just are probably a little wore out from that because that was a lot to take in, and it was crazier even behind you. But first of all, talk to me about that. It looked like you struggled a bit early, and then when the kart came in, she was fast.
Yeah, no, our tire pressure was pretty low, and you got to know that when you go out here for a race, that it's not going to ever be as fast as practice. But it was fine once it came in. The kart felt good. But it's just hard to kind of push your own air out here. You have people going off the racetrack and making it dirty. We're 0.6 off of what we're running in morning warm up, and yesterday, it was good, but. For sure, I had to go and block in the first, half of the race, and I got past going into the last corner. And then once I caught back up, I went and made a move on Dalton, and then he made a really good pass to me going into 6 or 7, which kind of had me fall back a little bit. That corner there, it's just you don't really expect anybody to go on the inside there. It was a pretty good move on his part. Once I got my bearings back rolling and caught back up to Paulie and Dalton, I made a pass in Paulie in turn 3, and I know my car was coming in, and we were running down the leader, and made a move, pretty late dive on him, going down to the hairpin. And after that, it was kind of a little bit of a gap for me, so I could start, not having to be on the bottom of the racetrack the whole time and start putting down some pretty solid laps, and eventually came out with a win.
Yeah, it looked like at the beginning you guys weren't going to get any clean laps with how crazy that was. There's so many guys that are so close in speed when we come here. What do you think is the reason for that? We've obviously been racing this layout for quite a few years, but, I mean, you were making progress at Speed Sports, but you and Ryan were kind of head and shoulders above the rest of the field. We come here to Trackhouse, there were 8, 9, 10 guys all right there that if the cards went one way or another, we'd be talking to them instead of you.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this track, it's a high speed, super flowy track, and only one really hard braking zone that's here that you really got to go and worry about. Besides that, I mean, you just can't go and overdrive this track at all. It's kind of be just chill going in all these corners and focus on a strong exit. And I feel like for a lot of these drivers, it's easy for them to go and adapt to something like that. And it's just so high paced. Like I said, only one braking zone. It kind of makes everybody, fast. It's kind of like at a Ocala Grand Prix, there's only one really, kind of hard braking zone. The track was short, and, everybody was fast there. Being two tenths goes and separates from first to, 15th. But, it makes really good racing here. And it kind of also really depends on who's going to go and win. Is a lot of tire pressure and chassis setup. Not necessarily as so much of the drivers, because like how you said, they're all quick. They're all really close, but it kind of just goes down to chassis and setup is who's really going to go and win this race.
Well, we appreciate the insight here, Austin. We'll let you get some lunch. You definitely earned it there with that opening heat performance. Max points so far. Wish you best of luck later in the day.
All right, thank you.
All right, and now from Austin Garrison, we'll switch gears here, and we'll chat with the next best. Brandon Carr was a rocket ship here in that heat race as well. He was super fast. He was able to carve his way up the grid quite a bit and ends up with a top 2 result. And for kind of not being in the mix, I would say, if that's maybe fair to say, up until qualifying, whatever he's found, we're about to find out. Brandon, let's ask you here as we switch over to you. First and foremost, congratulations on that good run in the heat race. That was a lot to kind of navigate. But what's been the difference? Because in happy hour, you guys were a little bit off. Quali, you obviously found something, and maybe even found a little more, it looks like.
Yeah, so we struggled a little bit during the weekend at the start, so we've worked through it, kept pushing, and it slowly just seemed to get better and better and better. So I'm just going to go back again and just keep going in that direction, and just got to keep calm, really. Things are going to happen. It's one of them tracks where everybody's going to be in the race, so whoever can make the best decisions is going to come out higher up. So.
Now, talking about yourself and the program this weekend, for most of the races this year, you had Thomas Neveau in the Winter Series. That was a good guy to bounce off of as a TKG and KR teammate. Then you kind of been by yourself, you and DeTulio comparing notes, but he's under a completely different tent. And then this weekend you get Joe Turney back. How nice has that been to have a fast teammate again, to bounce ideas off of, try different things, and I'm sure probably learn from?
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely helped us this weekend. Learn a lot from Joe, so that's definitely helped us get to the speed we've got now. Because at the beginning of the year we had Thomas, and I learned as much as I could of Thomas. DeTulio helped me a lot. So now that Joe's back, it's just made it even better for me to learn and compare setups and try different things instead of just being a one-man person.
Well, it was almost exactly a year ago that you did get your first US 125 national win with the OKN Stars Night Fight here at Trackhouse. We were forward the clock another year. This place probably feels a little more homey, staying around the area, right, being at the track quite a bit. Would it mean that much more if you got a first career US PKS victory at this place over any other circuit?
Yeah, definitely, because I put so many laps in here. It's just going to help it just pay off that little bit, but anything can happen. It's one of those races. Everybody's close by, so it's just going to be who can make the best decisions and see what happens, because no one's really going to know who's going to be the one to watch, really.
Well, Brandon, we appreciate the time to chat, and congratulations there on that opening heat race victory. Hopefully we'll be chatting with you a whole lot more later this weekend.
Thank you.
And that's Brandon Carr, folks. They will take our lunch break now. We will return with more heat racing action here later on this week. Later on today, Heat 2, Heat 3 at the top of the hour.
Well, as the engines come to life here, we get set to do it all over again 2 more times. Heat race number 2 getting set to go underway here for our Micro Swift class presented by Team Ferris Racing. Everybody able to cycle their way through. It was Zane Burgess, the big winner at the end of the first heat race, but they stack up the same way they ended. They stack up the same way they qualified at the end of the day yesterday. So Miguel Manzano Suarez, after having a spin there at the end of the first heat race, finds himself back on the pole position, starting alongside Jake Manalio, Johnson, and Stoffel, who's starting 4th this time out. Johnson starting 3rd, Stoffel, it said 4th, but I think it's 5th. Parker Stewart, the driver who's starting in 4th. Sterling Mulata 6th. Jaden Francisco starting 8th here at the moment. Burgess in 7th with some work to do. If he wants to close down the gap once again, has to drive the same way he did that first heat race, but these drivers do it all over again here. 2 more times left on the day. Heat race number 2 with heat race number 3 coming up later on today. Stacked and packed already. A crawling pace for Suarez and Manalio, who has to keep an eye on that right foot of Suarez. But into the tram lines again for the Micro Swifts. Do they get the green flag this time by? And it looks good. Green flag is out. We are racing here in Micro Swift, and we aren't racing, in this Micro Swift class. So green flag did not go out that time by.
Yeah, it looks like we were missing a little bit of controlled formation there at the beginning. They were looking a little too quick than our race director said, not this time around. So we'll send it back around right now, see if we can get another clean start, stack them and pack them again, and get the green flag.
Yeah, so one more go around for these Micro Swifts to get green, to go green this time. So let's see what it looks like for these Micro Swift drivers. It was a good race. The majority of them were able to keep it on the racetrack. The likes of Brody Stoffel and Dutch Westbrook not able to finish. Got collected there and lost a lot of spots at the end of their first go around. So let's see what it looks like this time by for Stoffel and Westbrook. But already Johnson slotted back up into that 4th spot. Parker Stewart starting fourth. Johnson starting 3rd, so he's gonna try and have the same success he had in the first one, but already slowing down and looking to go again this time by for these Micro Swift drivers. Didn't go green the first time, but let's see what it looks like this next time around. Looks a little better, a little bit of a gap so far, but I think we may get the green flags. There's some drivers further back in the field. Is the green flag out? And I think it is. So already Suarez with a good lead so far. All the drivers continuing to cycle through. A good start by Johnson, already up into the 2nd spot. A couple of Sodi Racing USA machines going side by side. That's Burgess on the inside of Brody Stoffel into turn number 4. Burgess able to get clear. Mulata looks to follow. Not close enough for that Bennett machine as the rest of the field cycles through. There goes Jake Manalio in the 2nd spot. Cameron Johnson in 3rd here. Parker Stewart currently sits in 4th. And there you see Manalio already trying to hold off Johnson there in the 3rd spot. Parker Stewart still staying there in 4th. Stoffel, a much better start this time around. Still in the 5th spot, but already a little bit of a gap in between Suarez and Manalio here, Masi.
Yeah, it looks like Manalio and Johnson might be looking back at each other saying, hey, we got to work together, see if we can push up, close the gap early on. That way he doesn't check out and get the win safe and easy. As they look back across the line, seems like 5th place is starting to catch up a little bit, along with the Sodi kart of the 555. As they go up the hill, down in the bowl, closing up now with the draft. One goes to the inside. Looks like Zane Burgess goes to the inside. A little bit of bumping and banging. Is going to execute, move him up to 4th place.
Yeah, so good move there by Zane Burgess, who's able to get clear on Parker Stewart that time by. And again for Burgess, has to make quick work of these drivers if he wants to get up to the rear bumper of Miguel Suarez. Looks again on Johnson on the inside. There's Zane Burgess in turn number 8. He's able to get clear. Johnson looked to hold on to it around the outside. Wasn't close enough. We saw Johnson hold on to it a couple of times there in turn number 8. As Stewart able to get ahead, but not going to work out this time by as Johnson was stuck on the inside. Stewart had a much better run on the exit of turn number 9. So now turns number 10 and 11. So Suarez who leads, but Burgess closing down that gap. Manalio still there in 2nd. Let's see what Burgess does here as he continues to lap around this time by. Burgess now very close to the bumper of Jake Manalio. He knows he's going to have to make the move here if Manalio isn't able to close down the gap. Suarez already a little bit defensive to the middle of the racetrack. Burgess says, all right, I'll just go around the outside, see if I can get the move done on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. Wasn't close enough that time by. Burgess in a turn number 6 and turn 5. Burgess gets clear and already up in a second. So now let's see what the strategy looks like for Zane Burgess. Does he do the same he did in heat race number 1? We saw him push Suarez further up the field and away from the rest of the field. So for Zane Burgess, does he go or does he push?
Yeah, it looks like Zane Burgess has a lot of pace in hand here at this early stage of the race. Last time out looked pretty good as well. Seemed to have the pace over the field. Looks like Jake Manalio is hanging on to the back of him, though. Might be able to pull up to the draft and help get through, not just to P2, but maybe follow through and execute.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like for Zane Burgess and Manalio. Already a car length in between himself and Zane Burgess, who went 3/10 quicker last time by than Jake Manalio. So Burgess on the rear bumper here of Miguel Suarez. Looks calm, looks patient, and I think it's going to be a lot like what we saw in the first heat race already. Burgess on the rear bumper, not looking to make a move. Suarez not defending, so these two drivers definitely going to push away. Further back, Easton Kubinski up in a 6. Cameron Johnson fell back to the 5th spot. There goes Zane Burgess on the inside of Suarez. Burgess gets clear into the point of the field. Jaden Francisco holds the fastest lap of the race at the moment. He finds himself in 8th with Stoffel, Piemonte, and others. So that's the battle further back. But now, does Suarez have the pace to keep up with Zane Burgess? Manalio, this is the closest we've seen him so far to the 2 karts ahead of him. So does Manalio have the pace in hand and the long-run pace across this 12-lap race to hold on to the rear bumper of Miguel Suarez and Zane Burgess?
Yeah, that's something unfortunately we weren't able to really get a clear picture of with Manalio last time out. Had a little bit of a tumble down the order at the beginning of the race. Looking good now. Coming onto the draft of Suarez. Suarez now actually linked up with Burgess going into the bowl.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like. Manalio looked for the move on Suarez. Wasn't close enough in a turn 5, but already a car length in between Suarez and Manalio here. Still pushing their way forward for Parker Stewart, a car length in between himself and Manalio. So it's all going to be about the tenths that that Manalio can keep up with Suarez and Burgess. I mean, we know both these drivers have been super consistent all year round. We saw Suarez take the win in the main event at Speed Sports Racing Park for the first round. So for Burgess, has to be consistent. We know how consistent this driver is. I mean, hits his mark every single time he goes out onto the racetrack, and already you're starting to see a little bit of gains in that gap open up bit by bit for the RPG machine and the Sodi Racing USA machine of Suarez and Burgess respectively. Fastest lap still Francisco. Suarez lapped a little bit quicker, a 10th quicker than Jake Manalio. So that gap opening up bit by bit, but that draft keeping Manalio very much in play. Easton Kubinski was able to get ahead of Cameron Johnson. So Johnson loses another spot from 5th, falls back to 6th this time.
Zane Burgess still leads out of turn 6. Ooh, almost a close call there for Suarez, almost dropping a wheel. Manalio looks to the inside. Is he going to have a look? Yes, he does. Is he going to execute? Oh, a little bit of a half move. Not going to make it happen. Has to hold on, look back, make sure he stays in position. Going to lose out to
Parker Stewart. Parker Stewart was able to get ahead that time by of Jake Manalio. So Manalio looked for the move and just really slowed him way down on the exit of turn number 8. Wasn't able to get ahead, and you see what happened there to Jake Manalio. Looked for the move, wasn't close enough, and it just slowed him down a lot. Like you said, just a little bit of a half move, right? Sent it in, just wasn't close enough to get clear. So it seems like he just didn't fully commit to that move as Suarez still had a good run that time by. Parker Stewart, though, works his way up to 3rd. Kubinski up into the top 5 here once again. He was further back in the field, but already a good couple of gains for Easton Kubinski, who's up into the 4th position now. Johnson, still kind of damage limitation for him in 6th. Piemonte in 8th, a little further back there, looking for a move as well. So Piemonte now right behind Jaden Francisco, and the two of them continue to slug it out and try and fight for this battle. But this is really close for the Microsoft class. I mean, the first heat race, we saw Burgess and Suarez really just run away with this race, but the passing up front, it just hasn't been the same. It seems like the rest of the field has caught up to Zane Burgess and continuing to close down the gap because Burgess isn't really getting away from Suarez at this point in the race.
Ooh, a little bit of a bobble there from Suarez, hopping the curb a little too much. The rest behind smell a little bit of blood, going to go into turn 1. Loses out 1, 2, maybe even 3 spots onto the exit, up to 3. He does. Oh, boy.
Yeah, not the best couple of corners for Suarez. That time by just got slowed way down after going over the curb in turn number 11. But now he's able to get ahead of Jake Manalio, who's going side by side with one of the Orsolin racing machines that time by. I believe that's Francisco who he's there with. Piemonte, also one of the drivers in that group. Stoffel currently 9th and trying to close down. And there's Manalio trying to fend off. Kubinski goes on the inside of Parker Stewart, not able to hold on to it. Stewart has a great run out of the exit turn number 8. Going into 9, he's able to get ahead. Suarez over, under move. What a move,
yes.
Miguel Suarez. He's able to get clear.
Yes, the opportunist Suarez saw the move on the inside, went, okay, I'll go ahead and take both of you at the same time. Looks like, is it Piemonte following him now in the third? Yes, I believe so. Yes, so Piemonte also another huge benefactor there, now going with Suarez. Hopefully they can work together to push and catch the gap to Zane Burgess. Although, as we tick down on the laps, we might run out of laps before we can see them catch him all the way.
Yeah, it's a very, very similar story to what we saw before. There goes Brody Stoffel on the inside of Cameron Johnson, who loses a spot there. So for young Cameron Johnson, hasn't been the best heat race this time out. Loses a spot there and falls all the way back to 9th. For Easton Kubinski, he's gained 3, and for Sebastian Piemonte, the Ursuline Racing machine there, has gained a lot of spots and doing a good job so far. Suarez looks at Piemonte, he's like, hey, let's push forward. Zane Burgess is getting away, but I think this is exactly what the Sodi Racing team really needed for Zane Burgess. They need second on back to continue to fight, and it really opens up the gap to Zane. And once that happens, Zane doesn't look back for 1 second. He just continues to hit his marks, push forward. And for Suarez, unfortunately, this time out, not going to be the same story that we had in heat race number 1 to contend for a heat race win. This pretty much has handed it over to Zane Burgess with just 3 laps to go.
Yeah, it looks like Piemonte and Suarez, even with that little bobble in the hairpin, doing pretty similar lap times to Zane Burgess, not being able to catch up very much. I don't think they're going to catch him by the end of this race, and it might be smarter for Piemonte just to go for the move on Suarez if he can as early as he can.
Yeah, but he's losing time to Suarez this time when they get into the hairpin. Piemonte is currently 2 car lengths in between himself there as that Ryan Perry Motorsports machine of Jaden Francisco goes a bit wide, and Jake Manalio able to get ahead. So Francisco lost a spot after gaining it in a couple of corners prior. So unfortunate there for Jaden Francisco. 2 sticks are in the air, so let's see what it looks like now. Piemonte falling under fire to Easton Kubinski, who's close to that rear bumper of the Ursuline Tony kart here. So what does Kubinski have in store, and what can he do coming into the bull corner? Not close enough that time by, and just biding his time for Easton Kubinski, who's kept his nose clean this entire race, was up into the top 3 at one point, and now looking to get the work done on Sebastian Piemonte. Wasn't close enough in a turn 5, although he did try to set up that over-under move. What does it look like into the hairpin?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go to the outside, making some shapes, trying to see what he can do. He's going to step away from it for a second. Come back, says, hey, no, let's go forward. Let's go forward. We might be able to get Suarez. I think we're running out of laps, pal.
Yeah, they may end up running out of laps, and it looked like Piemonte was pretty strong there. But Suarez and Burgess just in a class of their own here when it comes to lap times and when it comes down to consistency. Burgess, not the fastest driver on the racetrack. That belongs to Suarez, but he's closing down the gap in this final lap. Suarez set an absolute flyer last time by at 53.9 compared to the 54.5 of Zane Burgess, who's all out there on his own. Kubinski there looks for the move. Thinks better of it on Jake Manalio. Parker Stewart on the rear bumper there of Kubinski. This is the final lap in the second heat race. The story here, does Suarez have enough time to close down the gap as one driver goes way off the racetrack there, hits one of the barriers. So let's hope he's all right. But for Zane Burgess here, going to have to hold off Suarez, who's closing here by the second. A car length separates the two of them at the moment. Does Suarez have enough in a turn number 11? That's going to be his best option. For the final time, the last 2 corners, does Miguel Suarez have enough to get the move done on Zane Burgess? Not close enough in a turn number 11. This group goes by. Manalio gets through, as well as Stoffel and others. Checkered flag is out. Zane Burgess wins heat race number 2. Suarez second. Manalio third. Jaden Francisco finishing 4th here. Cameron Johnson 5th. Brody Stoffel, a good recovery drive by him, finishing 6th. Parker Stewart 7th. Santiago Orioli, we talked about him a little bit earlier on today. With engine issues in qualifying, just put him out of contention for top 5 finishes in the heat races. Has to drive up the field and probably won't be a contender until the main event. So he gains 7 spots up in 8th. Marcelo Flores 9th. Hudson Howard 9 spots gained up into 10th. Kimo Ahmad, a much better drive this time out. 11 spots gained. He's able to go up in at 12th. Easton Kubinski just, wow, lost a lot of spots in the last couple of laps, finds himself all the way down in 14. So unfortunate for Easton Kubinski that time out. And here's the rest of your field that cycled through. Piemonte fell all the way back to 16th there in the end. So I think Piemonte and Kubinski got involved in some sort of contact that really put him out of contention here towards the end. Westbrook 24th. And there's the rest in your field for your 30 drivers in this Micro Swift class with one DNF there in the end. So wait for track pickup to go underway, and when we come back, it's going to be straight into KA100 Junior Racing. Don't go anywhere.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, Supernats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, and welcome to GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. We're here to show you the fastest way around this racetrack. The key takeaways from GoPro Motorplex are the speed bowl. Drivers want to use the camber of the turn to slow the kart down, rather than over-braking on entry. As it's a long flowing corner, the constant turning of the steering wheel is bringing their speed down. Drivers with confidence can make up time on entry to this corner and using the embankment to their advantage. Once the kart is stabilised around halfway point, you can apply the throttle with confidence and know that you're going to get a fast exit. The 180-degree hairpin on the infield is one of the best overtaking opportunities at GoPro. The fastest way to drive this corner is to keep the kart straight in the braking zone and turning late to set up your exit speed. So if you're in a battle pack, be mindful that the fastest way to drive this corner could leave yourself vulnerable to be overtaken. Concentrate on the exit to this turn as it tightens on exit and goes slightly uphill. That's why the later apex is the fastest way around this turn.
Coming to green here for KA Junior Heats A and C. And on the first try by, do we get it? We do. We are underway here, and there's two drivers that just went wide down at turn number 1 and have spun around, or at least had to go to the escape route. One of them might have been Luke Tall down the backstretch. For Ardiles, the leader, Charlie Smith into second. Ty Fisher looks like he's 4th, and I think Sebastian Garzone slotted nicely into the 3rd spot. So a decent start this time, a little bit chaotic through the opening couple turns. But we're underway here. We do have an update for those following along as there's a late send from Charlie Smith. He heard Garzone going. He released the brake and unfortunately still ended up losing a spot. But it was a nice try to take the lead there for about 50 feet over Ardiles and Garzone. We'll put one lap in the books. We do want to give an update here for those in the paddock. The driver, we were under a little bit of a delay there for a moment, which was the extended commercial break that we were under on the last lap of the Micro Swift second heat race. Dor Ehrlich was involved in a very scary crash down by turn number 1. He is currently being checked out by the on-site medical team. We will get more updates, but we are obviously good enough to keep racing, so they're just checking him over a little more at the medical tent. But best wishes with Dor Ehrlich, and we will give updates as soon as we get them. Now, while the KA Juniors get underway here, slowly sorting themselves out, let's go to our Micro Swift Heat 2 winner. Zane Burgess is down on pit lane. Zane, talk to me about your race there at the pointy end of the field. You and Miguel had a good battle.
It was good. I mean, I was pulling away from them, and it just felt very good. And then he just catched me at the end because my engine was like okay, but then he just got worse every lap. So yeah.
Well, it looked like you had a good bit of fun battling with him all the way to the end. You two guys have been class of the field so far this weekend. What's been the secret to being so fast around this place? What are the key takeaways you're telling some of your teammates of how to go faster here at Trackhouse?
Just to win and just...
Well, it doesn't come as easy for everybody else as it does for you, Zane. You've won a lot this year, so that comes a little bit easier. Zane, how about this here? Let's give you a chance to give a shout-out to everyone who makes it happen. Who are all your sponsors, everyone that supports you? Because it's a big crew that makes your kart go pretty fast.
So my friends, my family, my coach, my engine builder, and the whole team.
Well, Zane, congratulations on the Heat 2 win and wish you best of luck in Heat number 3, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, that's Zane Burgess. Now, as we return to the on-track action here, it got a little bit hairy further back in the field, and it has changed up a ton here at the front. Ty Fisher, the leader here down through turn number 4. But unlike the opening heat race for Group A, where there was a bit of a breakaway, or for Group C, sorry, with Enzo Vidmontien and only 2 others joining him at the front, we've got about 8 of them in this lead pack. Vidmontien wants to take the point of it. He'll go to the inside and get by on Ty Fisher. Ardiles following through. Charlie Smith tried it, cost him some time. He'll pay for it. Garzone, Malcutt. Here comes the Sodi of Alexander Vanchev and Marco Romero as well. He'll lose about 3 spots as they climb the hill, and he's going to lose. Ended up losing 1 more. Max Christia. We saw the 839 have some tough go of it in heat number 1, involved in a crash. He's trying to make up some desperate points to safely secure a starting spot in that main event tomorrow, doing exactly what was asked of him, and that's make up ground and not get involved in any chaos. He just got around Marco Romero, so Christia is up to 7th, but the leaders have kind of, at least for the last 3/4 of a lap, stayed single file, and that's spread this pack back out again. Vidmontien, Ardiles, Fisher, Garzone, and then Isaac Malcutt there, the lone Bureau Lart representing PSO karting here in North Carolina.
Yeah, just being pretty patient here so far for Diego Ardiles, staying in the 2nd spot. We saw Fisher up there at one point. A much better heat race this time out compared to his X30 Junior Heat race. So good to see Ty up there in the top 5 here, currently in that 3rd spot. And everybody just being a lot more patient than what we saw throughout the first heat race. So everybody just being patient, biding their time, picking their marks, and picking when to make moves, because that's really important here. If you make a move or you make a wrong move here, you're going to lose a lot of time. Ardiles looks to make the right move, goes to the point of the field because he knows Ty Fisher was gaining on him. Vidmontien side by side with Fisher going into turn number 5. Vidmontien able to hold on to it, and in the process, Fisher loses the spot to Garzone.
The sun's shining here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Feels like we haven't seen sunshine in almost 48 hours since Thursday afternoon, as Vidmontien with a big send back on Ardiles to take over the lead. Garzone to follow, and Ardiles back into 3rd. Fisher on the outside, Malcutt on the inside. Is going to muscle his way through to get over 4th. And Fisher back to 5th. Christie is now in 6th as he covers off the low side from Charlie Smith. Now it's Vanchev, Romero getting tagged together. They'll lose some time. End of this lead group is one of the GFCs, and it might be Nico Sarfati on the 830. So he's right there at the end of this pack, along with Travis Pettit, the newest joinee to the TB Kart Race Lab Karting Brigade. Is That got a little bit close. Isaac Malkut tried to go to the inside of Diego Ardiles. Ardiles slamming that door shut, said, no, sir, I'm not going back any further. And that has given Garzone and Enzo a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, for Malkut now going to get passed by Ty Fisher, who goes on the inside there. Malkut looked to get the move done there on Ardiles, but just backed out of it mid-corner. And when he was alongside Ardiles, so lost a little bit of time. Fisher saw that, knew it was time to go through, and he's already up into the 4th spot. And in the process, Malkut loses another spot there to Charlie Smith, who's able to get clear.
Yeah, and this is really a track position game when the fight kind of looks like this. No one's really split the pack up, and you're either going forward or you're going backwards. You're not really going to be able to sit still and just push someone. The only one that even has a close chance to that is when the pack is just a little separated, and that's Sebastian Garzone right now. But that group there from 5th on back, you're either passing the guy in front of you or the guy behind you is setting you up for one. And we just saw Malkut, unfortunately, lose another spot as Christia and Romero went by. Here comes Alexander Vanchev. He won't go, and they'll, for once, stay in line. And they need to, because now they're on the brink of losing touch with the leaders. Although the good news coming for them is Diego Ardiles is on the way. Up to the inside for Malkut on Romero. He'll get momentum back, and Romero pounds the wall. Marco Romero, hard impact into the outside. Tech Pros, and hopefully he is okay. His hands were on the wheel, and that's a scary impact because when your front tire touches the barrier like that at speed, it's going to rip the steering wheel out of your hand. So hopefully Marco is all right. That was a hefty impact in that last turn. There's carnage all around. Jackson Deal there on the inside, along with Naomi Garcia. They are also out in turn number 8. So, and we've got red flags. Red flags in the air, and I'd imagine that might be for the incident with Marco in the last turn.
Wow.
So Marco Romero, contact might have just brought an early end to heat number 2 for groups A and C. And Enzo Vidmontien could potentially get credited with the win as the red flag waves for the first time here this weekend. And when it packs at that size and they're trading spots back and forth, we've seen it time and time again, Caleb. It's almost a ticking time bomb. You're just waiting for something to happen because that many drivers all wanting to win, all trying to make up spots. They know how valuable the championship points are in the heat races, how crucial it is to have a shot at the win. You've got to be up and up and up in the pack because it could split anywhere. Unfortunately, Marco Romero ends up as the one off on the side. So there is Porter Weissensell telling all the drivers to move away from the go-karts here because, again, there's no repairs allowed during red flag conditions, so they can't adjust the bumpers and push them back out. They can't fix anything. There wasn't a lot of damage to the rest of the field. It was just close corners racing, and really, I don't think Romero was, doing anything wrong, just a miscue on the way the pass ended up going, as he tried to tuck in line behind Malkut, and the front bumper of Marco's Alonso kart kind of hooked on the left rear part of the bumper on Isaac Malkut's Bureau Arts. So that has brought us under red flag conditions, and it's treated typically like how NASCAR will treat rain, where if it happens past the halfway point, the race is official, and I believe that's what we're seeing now. The drivers being ordered to go to pit lane, so that will be an early end to this KA Junior Heat. Yep, so they're all going to go into the scale line, get their helmets back on before they continue, and that will do it. So we'll wait to see how the official results go. They will go back one previous lap and then put Romero to the rear for being involved in the incident. I believe with Enzo Vidmontien and Garzone pushing away, they didn't change positions in the last few laps, so Enzo Vidmontien and Sebastian Garzone should end as the top 2 finishers in the way this race concludes. The rest of the group will be a little bit up for debate. Ty Fisher, Diego Ardiles, they'll probably be 3rd and 4th, locked in there. But Charlie Smith, Max Christie, Isaac Malkut, how that'll get shuffled around. It might be the way that it looks on your screen. It might be a couple spots kind of up or down for everyone there in the top 15 and onwards. Here's to the rest of the pack. You see Romero, they're getting dropped all the way down to 30th, so it'll either go back one more lap than what we're showing or count. I think they might have just put it back one lap now, but still put Romero to the rear. So some damage for the DPK America's Team Bennett driver. First and foremost, so hopefully Marco Romero is okay as the on-site medical team is checking him out over in the last turn. And it looks like he's gotten out under his own power, and the track repair process now begins to replace the broken barriers from that impact. So Marco Romero, a bummer end to what was a good race in the works for him, running safely inside the top 10 in that lead group. There you can see the hardworking Trackhouse Motorplex and USPKS officials resetting the barrier line. And then they will set those to the original marks of where they should be. Again, you can see that there's plenty of safety implications here in this last turn. That's just because, as you can see, our camera's right up at the edge of the fence where the viewing area is. That is a concrete ledge. That's basically a concrete wall. So first they have 2 lines of the plastic barriers and then a stack of saran-wrap tire wall. So the tires obviously have cushion in themselves. But the barriers did exactly what they were meant to do in an incident like that. They absorb the impact. They wrap around the driver and kind of enclose them from any other oncoming traffic that might end up piling in. I think that, again, that's the safety innovations that we've seen in our sport over the last 2 decades proving themselves well in an unfortunate circumstance. So Heat 1, or clean. Heat for both groups. Heat 2, a little bit rocky to end for Groups A and C. Groups B and D, as you can see, are down on the grid. That's Chico Brown on the inside. We've talked to him already twice today. He's had a great start to his Trackhouse Motorplex US Pro Kart Series weekend, and now he'll get the first chance so far to start from the pole, as he'll line up alongside that red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart of junior rookie Michael McGoy, who has just been so impressive over these last few race weekends, and we've given him quite a bit of love, well-deserved for Michael, and hopefully he can get a good start here this time. His first heat race start was a little bit left to be desired, as he kind of got jumped away and lost about 2-3 spots by the time they got down to turn number 1. So hopefully this time, a little more coaching and a little more experience, get the nerves out of the way of starting up front once again here in a junior field. And this is as stacked as it comes. I mean, 60-plus KA juniors, all the best superstars from the North American circuit are here this weekend here in North Carolina. So to be right at the front of them all, it's a typically safe place to be. But as we saw there, the racing gets wild all throughout. Now, back from our front row of Turner Brown and Michael McGoy for this next heat, you'll have Mateo Pappas on the inside of row 2 in that Ursuline Racing green and black Tony Kart. He's had a good weekend. He's had some good starts. He's been right in the thick of things here, and this is just another leap forward in his career trajectory, trying to get a little bit closer towards that maiden national win. And Carson Weinberg, now as he's back into a lot more consistent running, has been pretty solid. The last few times we've seen Carson, we've been talking about his comeback drives or drives through from the back of the grid. Well, he's got a much better starting spot for the races here today, getting to roll off from the second row in all of his heats. And the same can be said as well for Forrest Adams on the BJR MDR entry, rolling from the 5th spot. Home track for Forrest. He moved here with his family a few years ago, get closer to the racing, the hub that has formed here in North Carolina all around the growth of this track. I mean, they had over 270 entries at their last club race last weekend. Granted, that's a little inflated from the influx of national contenders getting some extra laps for this event, but still a massive turnout for the club series, and that is definitely sharp, metal sharpening metal here for Forrest Adams, going against some of the best and learning this racetrack. He's been a rocket ship since Thursday, so he rolls off alongside David Ybarra, who had such an impressive performance 2 weeks ago in Texas at his regional in just outside of Fort Worth, getting a major win there, a perfectly done final few laps to pull away and keep the pack at bay on a very draft-dependent racetrack, much like this one. Then back row 4, Davin Roberts, Carter McMurray, who won his opening heat. He has to do it again from that 4th row on the outside lane. Max Weiland, Peyton Westcott round off your top 10. Here we go. And it's another good start for the inside. A little bit of a rougher one for McGoy. And David Ybarra up and on top of, I think that might have been Carson Weinberg. And one other driver had to take evasive action. It was one of the Nash Motorsports machines. Might have been Lillian Scarborough having to go wide, as Carter McMurray and Davin Roberts jockey for 4th. And the top 3 get a bit of a gap here to start. It's Brown, to Pappas to Adams. First, third, and fifth. Now first, second, third to turn 8.
There's Chico Brown already trying to defend here from Pappas. Trying to keep him at bay. Pappas looks for the over-under move on the outside at turn number 9. Not close enough as of yet for Pappas, and you see Chico slowing way down, trying to keep Pappas at bay here. And we talked to him earlier about tire pressures. Could be a bit low at the start of this race as he struggles for grip.
Yeah, he was definitely a bit low in that first couple heats we saw. Now, unfortunately, he's going to lose the lead because of it. Pappas with a great over-under, that time out of 11 down to 1. He gets the lead away. And Forrest Adams into second, Brown third, and that little bit of defending's allowed Carter McMurray to charge his way up to fourth. Great start from P8 for Carter as they're side-by-side for second. Forrest Adams hanging strong on the outside of Turner Brown. And Carter McMurray had a thought about going to the inside in turn 5. He thought better of it and backed out. And it's Roberts in 5th, Max Weiland in 6th. Here's some more moves. Turn 8, How about a double pass? Turner Brown to the lead. Adams with the over-under. He's almost clear in turn 9. He'll get shoved a little wide, and McMurray gets through the chaos. Carter McMurray has gone from 8th to 1st on that Timmy Tech comp kart in just 2 laps. What a start here for Carter.
Yeah, further back, Davin Roberts as well, looking to make moves. Was up in a 4th there for a second, but got passed by Forrest Adams, who Roberts goes on the inside. Weiland looks to follow. Weinberg goes through as well, and there it goes around for Forrest Adams on the exit at turn number 2.
Oh, and you can see how frustrated he is there. Turned in front of the field, has to let the entire pack go by before he can get back going. There's Ethan Sky Manutic trying to move on Michael McGoy. That's our off-pole man. McGoy all the way down to the edge of the top 10 with Jackson Wolney, David Jabbar around him. As up front, it's a 3-car break, and Weiland's going to make that break a little bigger as he goes by Davin Roberts in turn 8. Carson Weinberg looked to follow, couldn't do it, tucks back in, and we've got our first kind of pack separation here. Will it stay separate? Can Carter McMurray and Turner Brown push away, maybe with Garzone latching on from the rest of the pack? Their gap to start, just under a second back to Max Weiland.
Yeah, not too bad for Max Weiland, and Jackson Wolney up 8 spots after a pretty bad qualifying session from what he's used to. He's up 8 spots, up into the 7th spot now. So a good drive up the field so far. Has Carson Weinberg right ahead of him here at the moment. So going to have to make quick work if he wants to contend for a top 5 finish here. Chico still looking to go on McMurray here. Does he decide to? Not as of yet. Still happy to push McMurray at the moment. Pappas still in that 3rd spot. But they have to be careful because Max Weiland, quickest last time by, a 10th quicker than your 3 leaders here at the moment. So the Magic Kart USA machine will definitely be there in the end. You see these drivers start to look back and start to see that gap close down bit by bit.
Yeah, down the front straightaway here, Max Weiland, Davin Roberts also with a gap on their own, 4th and 5th. They've got some separation back to Jackson Wolney, who's now up to 6th. Mark that at 9 spots gain for Jackson Wolney, Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. And it's still yet to get to halfway, so he's got time to crack that top 5. He's only about a 1.5 seconds away from the lead. The moment that they begin to fight up front here, he'll have a really good chance at it, as you can see how close they are on the limit. Carter McMurray, with all the laps that he's got here at Trackhouse Motorplex, he is very comfortable going to the ragged edge of the circuit and keeping it on. Obviously, we heard from him there after that X30 Junior Heat where he dropped a couple tires going a bit over the limit in turn number 3. But here in KA Junior, hitting his marks, picture perfect, even with a little love tap there from Brown going into 11. Still good and holding the lead, although it is coming down. Was 9/10 to Weiland, down to 0.5 seconds. 4th and 5th have almost arrived. 6th and 7th are not far behind. So we're going to see some passing up here sooner rather than later. We're not going to see it quite just yet, though. Through turn 4, still single file. Look at how close Weiland's gotten. He's right there.
Yeah, he's been taking a 10th off every single lap. Chico looked back when they got to the main straightaway, but he wasn't looking back at Pappas. He was looking back at Weiland to see how much he was closing in at turn number 8. He's able to get clear that time by at Pappas. Roberts looks to go through. He's clear as well, so Pappas loses 2 spots that time by.
Yeah, Mateo Pappas down to 5th. Now Jackson Wolney rolls up to him for that spot, so he's got to kind of reset and hit his marks again to pull back up to the leaders. It's given a little bit of a gap for 1st and 2nd here as we hit the halfway mark. 6 down, 6 to go. Change in the lead. Turner Brown to the inside in turn 1, and the RPG Cosmic goes back to the front. McMurray behind, and here comes Weiland. Big head of steam for the Magic Kart driver. Does he use it? He does not. No changes through turn 4.
Yeah, and even with the pass last time by, Weiland was a 10th quicker than Chico Brown and Carter McMurray. So Weiland absolutely flying here in this race. And there's Jackson Woney as well. Now on the rear bumper of Mattel Pappas. Woney up 9 spots so far in this race. Make that 10 because he's up in a 5th.
Great drive forward once again for Jackson Wolney. This is shaping up, if he can put another good heat together and finish this one inside the top 5, to have a top 10 starting spot. And to do that from a roughly 30th place qualifying effort is more than impressive. Down the front straightaway we go again. Brown, McMurray, Weiland, Roberts with 5 laps to go, and a pass further back. Carson Weinberg gets through on Mateo Pappas. So he takes over 6th, Pappas back to 7th. There's a bit of a cushion back to Amador Martinez and David Ybarra for the 8th and 9th spots there. About a second and a half from this main pack that has stabilized since trading hands for the lead. Weiland's arrived, hasn't gone. Now he goes inside and through, and Roberts this time not close enough to follow him. So he stays back in that 4th spot. McMurray 3rd. Max Weiland is charging up the pack on that magic cart. He watched his coach and teammate AJ Myers do the same in KA Senior's opening heat to get a win. Weiland trying to do just that. Through turn 1, 4 to go now, and Jackson Wolney takes the spot away from Carter McMurray, move him now into the 4th position. 11 spots gained for Jackson.
Yeah, the last time by as well, Davin Roberts was able to get the move done in a turn number 11. So Roberts up into the 3rd spot. Woney currently 4th, and McMurray falls back to 5th here. Really is going to need Weiland and Chico Brown to start to fight here. Last time by, Chico went purple, but Max Weiland was on the same 10th of a second, only hundredths of a second slower than Chico Brown. But now with the draft, Weiland's going to be on the rear bumper of the RPG Cosmic in no time.
Yeah, he's definitely closing in. And we heard from Austin Garrison an interesting point here about this. With the barrier removed from turn 6 and with how close everyone's running to the limit in turn 3 and some of the other corners on this racetrack, contrary to years past that the concrete runoff gets guarded off so you don't see a lot of guys go off into the grass and bring dirt onto the circuit. We've seen more and more of that this weekend by having more of the track surface allowed to be used. And that has made it worse to lead, because you're the one basically being a snowplow to clear a path for everybody else, and they're getting a clean racetrack to run up behind you. Not to mention, of course, that this racetrack is such a high-speed, flowy circuit that the draft already alone will bring guys within from 9/10 to 2/10 and onto your bumper. So Weiland down to half a car length away, although he lost a little time coming out of the hairpin. That's allowed Davin Roberts to close up, but one big shove from Roberts is going to bring them right to the doorstep of Turner Brown as we head for 2 laps to go. Porter Weisensell giving us the double sticks. 2 laps remaining.
2 laps to go left in this race. Roberts goes purple in the process, a 50.138, a 10th quicker than Weiland and Chico Brown. There you see Weiland. This is the closest he's been all race long. Chico knows it, goes to the bottom of the racetrack and defends from Weiland, who now has help from Davin Roberts and Jackson Woney up 11 spots there in 4th. So this is exactly what he needed. Close down the gap, and he may be there in the end. We saw McMurray do it from inside of the top 5. Can Jackson Woney do the same? He goes around the outside on Davin Roberts. Can he make it stick? Has the outside, looks to muscle his way through, drops the tire into the dirt. Chico Brown goes defensive at turn 9.
Now Roberts with an over-under. He'll get through on Weiland out of the double right. Up the hill, headed for the white flag this time. Weiland knows there's pressure coming. Jackson Woney going to fill the hole on the inside as Max left the door open. McMurray trying for a move to the inside. Wolney's going to get pushed through by Weiland, and Brown still in the lead. Roberts to 2nd as they go low to 3. Jackson Wolney with a normal arc. He'll have a big head of steam down the backstretch as they fan out to the bottom side. Carter McMurray going to send it on the high side. Side by side for 2nd. He'll at least get Wolney. He picks up 1 there through the bowl.
Yeah, we saw that move at the end of the first heat race around the outside. Knows he has the grip to get it done, and he was able to get clear that time by. Is he close enough into turn number 8? Chico to the bottom of the racetrack. Around the outside goes Davin Roberts. Can he make it stick? Carter McMurray gets a nose ahead of Chico Brown and goes to the point for a 2nd. Chico gets it back.
Chico's got them all stacked up. Look at Carter around the outside again. Turn 9. He's clear. Up the hill. Final time. Brown gives him a little shot. McMurray keeps the momentum up, and Carter McMurray wins again. 2 heats in a row for the Timmy Tech Comp Cart with 2 back-to-back around the outside. Last lap, last-ditch effort passes, this time in turn number 9.
Wow.
Incredible stuff from Carter McMurray. Brown ends up P2, Roberts third, Weinberg sneaks his way up into fourth, gets by Jackson Wolney at the end, who still has a net gain of 10 and did exactly what I'm sure that Alex Speed asked of him, and that is pick up spots, don't crash. We're going to start fine for the feature, and Jackson Wolney gets his second consecutive top 10 to put him in that top 15 hunt for starting positions for Sunday. Max Weiland ends up 6th after charging as high as 2nd. Mateo Pappas 7th. He ends up winning out on that midfield group with Amador Martinez. Michael McGoy, our off-pole kid, fell back as low as about 14th. He claws his way back up to the 9th spot. How about David Ybarra hanging in tough for 10th? That kid was up 2 wheels in the air off the start, and I'm sure that probably wounded a little bit that CRG entry, but ends up still P10. Javier Herrera, Eric Doan, Chase Gassey at Lee, Peyton Westcott, and Nathan Dupuis, your top 15. And we go further down the order to find the rest of the major contenders there. We saw Lillian Scarborough. She went wide off the opening lap as well behind the carnage of Ybarra. She lost a number of spots, hangs on to a top 20. But then you look back past 23rd, and now we're getting into the danger zone where Salvador de la Vecchia, Mateo Calderon on. We know there's going to be DNFs in each heat race. We've seen that already, so that's going to factor in. But you need to be at least, by the math of what it, you can estimate a 23rd average or better to not have to go to tomorrow morning's B main. For Forrest Adams, sadly, he needs a rebound in Heat 3 to still salvage a decent starting spot for the final and not have to burn up a new set of MG tires in the morning just to make it through. So a little more chaos in KA Junior's second half of their second round of heats, but thankfully able to go green to checker that time. So Carter McMurray giving some fireworks there, and the KA seniors were on grid watching, so let's see if any of these kids and adults have learned anything from that. It'll be Steven Eisert getting to lead us to green here once again for all 3 heat races. He gets to roll from the prettiest starting spot on the grid, the first starting spot on the grid on that black and orange Sodi kart. Then it's going to be Oliver Calvo on the Speed Sense Motorsports X-Prix on the outside of row number 1. And back to row 2, James Overbeck and Fernando Luque. Heat 1 winner AJ Myers rolls off on the inside of row 3 alongside Chris Harrower, who is having a pretty stout double duty run so far this weekend on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. And they are just waiting for the last bit of carnage to get cleared off from KA Juniors. Second group heat race, and then we will roll these ones out for another good batch of racing action. The KA class is obviously so entertaining to watch, and they have been really good pretty much everywhere we've gone this year. Any town, any track, they have put on quite the show, and we're about to get treated to 2 more KA senior heats here coming right up at you. Then, of course, we go from the KA seniors over to our mini Swifts, then our X30 Juniors, our KA Masters, X30 Pros, and then top of the order again for another round of heat races. So it's nonstop racing action for those watching along online or those here in the paddock. All weekend we've had just close times, close battles here in these heats so far. It's boding very well for tomorrow. And thankfully, again, what was a very gloomy outlook at the beginning of the week has cleared out for even some sunshine here today. We didn't have any sunshine in the forecast this morning. It's starting to heat up, and that's going to be a talking point for sure of the track evolution because that surface temperature is going to skyrocket.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about rain, I guess, all morning long, right? We talked about it with you. I talked about it with Mossy, talking about the rain, how it was going to change things up for these drivers, for the teams, and it seems like the forecast is cleared up here for the weekend. I don't want to speak too soon. I don't want to curse the weather. But, yeah, I mean, no rain scheduled, until 7 p.m., and that's whenever we go cold. So it may be a similar start tomorrow to what we had today with just a damp racetrack. But that just makes it a little bit more interesting for us.
Yeah, well, it makes the warm-ups a little more interesting, just like what we saw this morning. That's for sure, and definitely makes the drivers kind of fly a bit blind into their race tomorrow because that's when they'll get a sticker set of tires. And so a lot of them will typically like to go new for a warm-up session when you're following that up with a new tire run in an official session like a race session or qualifying. But you're not going to learn all too much with brand new MGs if we're going on a damp racetrack like we did today where we're half a second to a second off of the times that we'll be running later on when they go out for their races. Might be valuable, though, for those that have to go to the B main, which we still don't know for sure if we'll have for the KA seniors. There are 53 of them on the entry list. A good chunk here, especially considering that the month of May has quite a few graduations. Speaking with Mark Coates, I believe there were almost 20 drivers that at the last second couldn't make it out here to the track this weekend for racing action due to school graduations and all kinds of other family events going on. So we hate that we missed a few of them. We hope you guys in your spare time that did not make it out are able to watch some of this action here. And sad to say it, but you definitely are missing out on some good fun here at Trackhouse Motorplex. We've enjoyed it, and we're ready to enjoy some more. Here we go for KA Senior, Groups A and C. Isert on the inside, Oliver Calvo on the outside. Green flag down at turn number 1. James Overbeck with a good start. AJ Myers climbed in the curb. Will slot his way to 3rd, and Calvo drops in line just ahead of Jesus Vasquez Jr. in 4th. So here we go down the backstretch. Single file and low for 4th on back. A few drivers ripping the high side. And, we got contact in the back. 3 together. One of them is Lydia Small. 2 more collected. One is the 984 Quentin Angeli. The other one, the 908. Potentially one of the Speed Sense Motorsports X-Pre entries.
Jack Doyle.
Jack Doyle right there going out in the bowl. So into turn number 9. You saw A.J. Myers try the outside on James Overbeck. He could not complete the move. He drops back into 3rd. It gives Isert some breathing room up the hill to 11. And here we go. 1 lap in the books, 11 to go. And down the front stretch, just about 3 car lengths. That's enough for AJ to keep the momentum up and get to the inside of James Overbeck. The Magic Man up to P2 already.
Yeah, side by side, further back in the field. It's just on the edge of the top 10 with Shipman and others. They're still battling it out as one driver went up and over. Seems to be all right in getting up out of the go-kart. There's Adrian Cruz there getting ahead of one of the Hotes DDR drivers and able to work his way up the field. Cruz currently cracking into the top 10 right behind Connor Ferris. Behind him, that's Anthony Rivera and Seamus McKendry.
Check out all this chaos here. Rivera had to go way wide through turn 6 to salvage anything, and he got shuffled all the way back well outside the top 12, probably the top 15. And that's a bummer there for the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. All those positions lost as we're about to fight for the lead. A.J. Myers has caught Steven Isert. Does he want to go in turn number 1? He does. To the lead for the Magic Man in turn 1 as we've got problems in turn number 11. Contact further back has taken out another one. And through turn 3, James Overbeck gets through. Isert is stuck on the outside lane, and he'll lose 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, but he's going to fend off Fernando Luque. And, Cooper Shipman just hit the water coming out of turn number 4. Shipman on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart drops back behind Chris Harrower.
Yeah, so a couple spots lost there by Cooper Shipman, who did have the fastest lap of the race last time by, and now trying to slot himself back into line. Isert lost a couple spots. There's Vasquez on the inside of Fernando Luque. He's able to get clear. Harrower looked to go through as well, and he does that time by. So already a couple spots lost there for Fernando Luque.
Harrower hanging on tough. That was close up against the barriers there. And luckily he just finds a hole down behind Adrian Cruz and ahead of Seamus McKendry. So Harrower into 10th, McKendry 11th. Down the back straightaway, look at the gap for A.J. Myers back to Oliver Calvo. Now, through turn 4, you can see that they've separated and have really started to fight it out and defend for spots inside the top 10. That has kind of spread apart our packs a little bit, and that's definitely made things a little easier for the guys up front. Oliver Calvo in that first race after starting on the front row kind of got beat up a little bit and still ended up in the top 10, but he seems like he's got a pretty good race car. Let's see if he can drive back up to A.J. Myers as they fight beyond. So Calvo, Overbeck working together, Vasquez Jr. and Isert as well. And Luque might be better than the rest of them as he's closed up to Isert quite a bit here this lap. Let's see what the times look like. Purple times for Calvo and James Overbeck. And Luque better than Isert. He goes by on the pole man. Fernando Luque into the top 5.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Xander, Oliver Calvo went purple last time by, took a 10th out of the gap in between himself and A.J. Myers. He has help from James Overbeck, so they continue to work together. They'll definitely be there in the end to catch up to A.J. Myers. Maybe not even in the end because we're only 5 laps in out of the 12, so 8 laps to go here, and Calvo has a lot of time to catch up to A.J. Myers. And with the help of Overbeck, they'll definitely get there and continue to get away from the likes of Vasquez and others who continue to fight.
A little bobble there for Calvo and Overbeck. They kind of got tripped up going into turn number 9. They lost some time to AJ, but they were gaining quite a bit. Now this group here, Vasquez, Luque, Isert, yellow flag still waving for one cart off the side there in 11, so they could not pass in the last turn that time by. But up the hill to turn 3, they're back in a green zone. Does anyone pop out of line down the backstretch? Cooper Shipman has reeled in this group. He's been working hard to get back to them. Here's Luque, move him to 4th. He gets by on Vasquez there in the bowl.
Yeah, good move that time by Fernando Luque. Last time Cooper Shipman actually went purple, took out 0.5 of a second from the gap to Isert and Luque. So he's already closing down his gap. There goes Vasquez on the inside of Fernando Luque. He's able to get clear. Isert goes through as well. Shipman looks to go. He's clear, so Luque loses a couple spots. Adrian Cruz just on the edge there with Connor Ferris.
Yeah, all that hard work just completely undone in one corner for Fernando Luque. Now Isert's going to throw Vasquez to the wayside here for 4th. They're going to lose a lot of time. Here comes Shipman looking on Vasquez. Luque going to go on Shipman. He'll pick up one spot back in turn number 1. Ferris and Cruz still lurking on as they're now 2 seconds back from the top 3. Down the back, Isert feeling the heat from Vasquez. He'll cover the low side off. And Fernando Luque is trapped. It looked like he might have had the speed to go and run with these quicker drivers up the road from him in the top 3, but getting trapped in a battle for 4th now with Vasquez sending it back in on him. Isert as well following. Now Vasquez inside on Isert in 8. Luque, oh, he's going to get trapped on the outside now. If he can't get clear, he'll force his way clear over Isert, slamming the door shut. And now Cooper Shipman is going to get shuffled to the outside. He'll lose 5 spots now, getting behind Chris Harrower.
Yeah, and this is turning into a really big group here. Almost 8 carts in the battle just at the tail end. Chris Harrower, Cooper Shipman, Emery Lida joining that group as well. A change for the second position. James Overbeck knew they were losing a bit of time to A.J. Myers. Could have been another mistake by Calvo. So Overbeck knew it was time to go and already closing down his gap to A.J. Myers. It's at 3 car lengths at the moment.
Yeah, it's close. They're definitely making some ground up even with that change in position. So the BJR MDR camp has 2 bullets in the gun with Paulie Massimino and James Overbeck fighting at the front here. Overbeck with a good shot at the win as Vasquez really low there in turn number 8 on Luque. Now Isert's going to send it on Luque, and they'll get stuck together, and they both go to the wayside, and that buys Jesus some time. So some smart tactics by Jesus Vasquez Jr. He might not have the pace to go and run up to the top 3, but he's fighting every charge that has come his way for 4th. And now they're 3 wide behind. Check that out. Shipman, Emery Lida in the mix. Chris Harrower side by side, and there goes Harrower into the dirt. Lida survives, Harrower survives. They both lose time. Anthony Rivera went back to no man's land, nearly 20th on the opening lap. He's back up into the mix now here, fighting to try and get his way forward.
Yeah, elbows out racing all throughout the field. James Overbeck, though, arriving on the scene here with A.J. Myers. So in the closing stage of this race, 3.5 laps to go. James Overbeck very much there with A.J. Myers. Went quickest last time by, 50.066, 0.3 quicker than A.J. Myers. So just needs to be consistent here for James Overbeck if he wants to beat A.J. Myers for a heat race win.
Yeah, here we go, down to turn number 1. James Overbeck hitting his marks. He knows A.J. Myers knows his way around this place. He's been living up here in North Carolina for the last few years. Lots of driver training and driver coaching he's done at this track. He's run club races in KA. He's obviously done a lot of his training in the Magic Shifter package here. And he knows how to get around here without making any mistakes, but going right to the limit, just like what we talked about with Carter McMurray. So you can't bank on a mistake. You got to make something happen yourself. And this is exactly that. Overbeck and Calvo get through in turn 8. Myers look to cross over Calvo. He tucks back in, and it's James Overbeck who will lead the way to the double sticks. 2 laps to go at the line. Calvo follow it right through. Does Overbeck instantly go to the low side? He's got a little gap, but it's going to get eaten up by the draft. And for now, Oliver Calvo going to stay right behind him.
Yeah, so Calvo's still in that second spot. 2.6 were in the air last time by. The group of Vasquez and company still a little bit 2 ways back compared to these top 3, and I don't know if they're going to have enough time towards the end of this race. Overbeck already going defensive. Calvo is going to probably want to go to the lead here and have control going to the final stage of this race, but we know how easy it is to pass around this place with the draft and all other aspects. There goes A.J. Myers looking for a move. Calvo around the outside, looking to make it stick. They make a little bit of contact. Myers looks to go for the lead, and James Overbeck lost a lot of time there, getting tangled up with Calvo. Over under move. A.J. Myers clear in turn 9.
And Oliver Calvo, that was an awesome move, but he only got the lead for all of 2 corners. Now he has to follow AJ in the last turn. Got tripped up a little bit coming out, and Myers to the low side. Now to the middle. He's got to be careful of the moves he makes there defending, but he wanted to open back up because he saw that all of a sudden he got a big gap. Now that gap is going to get evaporated. Big push from Overbeck for Calvo. He'll go to the rear bumper, slide it into turn number 4, trying to close back up to AJ to see if he can't do that move. Now, AJ watched him send it around the outside. He knows that's what Calvo might be trying, so if Oliver goes for that move again, I don't know if it'll work. Let's see if he does it. Into 8. He's going to stay low this time. Gives AJ a little shove. Overbeck. Over under on them both. Side by side at turn 9. Myers hanging tough on the inside, but James rips the outside. They're 3 wide. James Overbeck to the lead. Up the hill, final time. Myers goes high. Calvo low. Overbeck runs him wide, and James Overbeck wins the heat race.
Wow, more like James over under there, because what a move did he just make. Calvo lifts the hand up in the air. Was good racing all around, all able to keep it clean there all the way through. And wow, James Overbeck, what a move. We've seen a lot of moves around the outside here, Zane. I think more than we've ever seen around any weekend, but what a move there by Overbeck. Myers finishing second, Calvo third, Vasquez able to stay ahead at the point of his group, finishing fourth. Connor Ferris fifth, Shipman sixth, Isert fell back 6 spots from the pole position to 7th. Adrian Cruz inside the top 10. Finnegan Bailiff gained 12 spots, so a good drive, good recovery drive for him. McKendry running up your top 10 here.
And check out 13th, Fernando Luque. The difference of him versus Vasquez Jr. Vasquez Jr. winning the battle, and Luque kind of getting into it with Isert as they got tagged together. He ends up as the big loser out of it, but check over into the scale line here. It's a very happy BJR MDR camp there. James Overbeck's dad, Matt, was just giving a little fist pump there for that awesome move. Here's the rest of the field as they finish. The only DNF, unfortunately, being Alex Feldstein's Hopes DD Tony Kart down to 25th. Chris Harrower also as well, all the way down to 21st at the drop of the checkers. But that sets a pretty high bar for the KA senior teammate to James Overbeck, Paulie Massimino, who won his opening heat race. And so James Overbeck, Paulie Massimino, the 2 BJR MDR entries trying to roll, and Paulie's he's chilled out, man. He's ready to go. Christian Miles and Paulie Massimino spent a lot of years as teammates this weekend and this year. Different sides of the coin. Miles with the Race Lab Karting TV kart group, and he gets to start on the inside for a change here. He'll lead us to green with Aiden Rudolph and Austin Olds on row number 2, and Austin Olds trying to rebound from the rough tumble opening heat race he had to kick off his Saturday here in North Carolina. There was looking off on some of the other side cameras, a little more chatter in the scale line. That's to be expected. That was some close quarters action, about 4th to maybe 15th for almost every lap of that heat, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, they were stacked and packed all the way through. There was a lot of action from the lead group of Overbeck, Myers, and Calvo, and then all the way back to Vasquez in that 4th spot, and all the way down inside of the top 15. A lot of racing action, a lot of contact at the start of the race. Everybody able to keep it clean except for Ben Gaunt, unfortunately, and Alex Fieldstein not able to finish. But everybody else, was kind of clean for the most part, and some contact, but everybody able to work their way through as we get set to go green for the second group. And it's kind of crazy, seeing such an action-packed first KA race, and then you have to do it all over again and be ready to be just as excited for the second group.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep raising the bar session after session. That was intense, and we expect this one to be nothing less. So a little more track clearing here. They have yet to fire engines. It gives us a moment to step away. We will return with BBS KA100 Senior after this.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, Supernats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Karts back onto the racetrack now here for KA100 Senior Groups B and D. We talked about the first 2 rows. Let's go further back. How about the Rocket Racing Company Kart Republic of Luke Welcome rolling on the inside of row 3 and 5th. Cameron Weinberg on the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic in 6th. Then it's Alan Isambard and the pole sitter from Houston alongside the winner from Houston. Isambard, the main event winner, Jake Drew, the pole winner. They both go from 7th and 8th. Colin Lloyd and Max Altman on row 5. Lucas Zabo, Taryn Odom, Eli Warren, Mason Surgeon, Ryan Persing. Kingston Himes made up a ton of spots in the opening heat. He rolls from 16th again here in heat 2. Let's go. Early on the power for Christian Miles, and it will not get the green. That was too early of a jump for Porter's liking. So we're going to send him to the cut through, and it gives us some time to talk about the rest of the lineup here. Beyond Kingston Himes, you got CJ Bowman on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. It's an all Kart Republic row number 9. Alongside Bowman is Noah Jackson. Then Autumn Fisher and Gavin Wardle there round off the top 20. Got Willem Tompkins, Lydia Small, Chase Suplee, Charles Ropke, Alex Murray, and Valen Venkatesh. The 26 drivers set to contest this second heat race for KA100 Senior with the B and D groups. As they round turn number 9, and we'll speed back up to begin to form out of 11. Let's see if Christian Miles can keep the field a little bit more at bay before they punch off, because that was, again, I think just too early of a fire-off point for Miles. And he was testing him, seeing what he could get away with. Now he knows, all right, that's too early. Got to try a different way to stack the deck and get the jump he wants. This one looks pretty good. Pretty even up front. Miles takes the lead through 1. Can Rudolph get it to second? He cannot. Paulie Massimino to second. And they're going to fan out 2 wide, nearly 3 wide, back down to 2 on the back straightaway. Jake Drews hung out on the outside all by himself on that black and white GFC.
Luke Welcome able to hold on to on the bottom of the racetrack. Austin Olds looked for the move as well. Not close enough, but Cameron Weinberg lost a lot of spots at the start of that one and already finds himself just outside of the top 5 behind Jake Drew. So not the best for Weinberg, and Christian Miles already going defensive. Massimino around the outside on Christian Miles. He looks to get the move further up the field, but here, Olds able to get ahead of Jake Drew.
Yeah, that move there in the middle, and up front, Miles hanging on, and now Massimino is going to be hung out to dry. Rudolph, Welcome, Isambard all get through as he finds a hole in front of Austin Olds with the rest of the pack coming through. Jake Drew going to lose his spot. That's Colin Lloyd. He'll get through into turn number 1 for the 8th position. Behind him there, Taryn Odom making a move on Max Altman. He'll take over 10th, sorry. So 10th for Taryn Odom is down the backstretch. Rudolph, Welcome, Isambard. You saw Massimino go low to kind of fend off Austin Olds. He felt the pressure coming, and there is a healthy gap up to Christian Miles after that opening lap. So they've got to track that TV cart back down. Let's see, what does turn 8 look like? Welcome, going to stay patient. He'll give Aiden Rudolph the opportunity to try and chase down the leader.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd really be surprised if Luke Welcome wanted to pass Rudolph here and open up that gap even more to Christian Miles here. So let's see what it looks like. Let's see what the gap looks like as there goes Alan Isambard on the inside of Luke Welcome. Wants to go up to 3rd, able to get clear. And that gap closing down bit by bit. 2/10 quicker for Aiden Rudolph, and you see that gap starting to close down.
Yeah, through turns 1 and 2, up the hill to turn number 3. Look at Rudolph. He's going to get a monster run down the back straightaway. He points forward. Hey, there's no one close enough behind him. He was unaware that Luke Welcome faded back to 4th and Isambard wasn't there, but Aiden's ready to go. Watch this here in the infield. He's going to set him up, stay nice and close through turn number 6, try to catch Christian off guard into turn 8. And no, actually not yet. He's going to wait. I thought that was him pointing that he was setting up the move there. Obviously not. Rudolph will wait through 9, and that is going to give the option for Alan Isambard to send it on him if he wants to. They're all single file up front. Into 11, Isambard on Rudolph's going to send it. Aiden waited too long, and Alan Isambard takes over P2.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the exact same thing. It seems like Rudolph should have gone there at that point in the race because Isambard absolutely flying here. Welcome now wants to get ahead of Rudolph here as well. Wasn't close enough in a turn number 2. Weinberg back inside of the top 5 there. Goes on the inside of Luke Welcome. Isambard looked for the move. Wasn't close enough. Hopped the curb. And Christian Miles shut the door there on Alan Isambard, who loses a spot to Rudolph.
Yeah, Christian Miles has been elbows out, it feels like, in these couple of heat races. It unfortunately didn't go his way in the morning. Here in heat number 2, though, he continues to lead. Rudolph now back to square one, right back where he was 2 laps prior. Isambard in third. Cameron Weinberg taking advantage of Luke Welcome at the end of the backstretch, taking over 4th. Let's see what happens as we cross the line for the end of lap number 4. Aiden Rudolph looking back, sees Isambard there, was looking to go, he tucked back in turn number 1. He's going to wait a little longer, so 6 drivers in the pack up front. Not a massive gap back to Jake Drew, but it's decent, and they can fight here without worrying about more getting in, as Rudolph this time gets his way through in turn 4 for the lead, and Weinberg doing the same for 3rd. And once again, Paulie Massimino, just wrong lane choice there, and he falls back to the 6th spot, trying to follow Weinberg through, and ends up losing out. As now Weinberg is up to 2nd. Cameron Weinberg had a great opening heat, and he looks fast again here in heat 2.
Yeah, had not the best of starts, but already working his way through the field, and up in a 2nd already for Cameron Weinberg. So a good showing so far in this 2nd heat race. Already looking to take the lead here on the inside of Aiden Rudolph. Miles going to go through as well. Rudolph slots back into that 3rd spot, and Alan Isambard is back in 4th for Paulie Massimino. A couple of car lengths in between himself and the Sodi Racing USA machine, but they're closing down this gap bit by bit.
4-car pack up front. Let's go side by side. How about Oliver Calvo with that great run there in heat number 2? Oliver, we haven't gotten to chat here yet this weekend, so first of all, catch me up a little bit. How have things been from your side with the Speed Sense Motorsports Group?
Things have been pretty good. I mean, I've been having a great time. Love the guys under there, working hard. Every single session, coming off the track, doing data, coaching. We're just working hard. Still need a little bit more, but we're close, and we're pretty happy so far.
You say you need a little bit more. What can you feel like is the direction to go? Is it a little more on the chassis, the engine, any more on yourself here? You're obviously not getting to race as much as some of the guys you're around, but you're doing a heck of a job.
Yeah, it definitely hinders me when I'm not in the kart as much. I still got to shake a little bit of the rust off. I think we got the chassis rolling, the engine's rolling good. Just got to make some better decisions out there and capitalize off of others' mistakes.
Yeah, that's definitely what it looked like there in that 2nd heat race. The first one, it looked like everybody was trying to take your lunch money, but you did a good job in heat number 2 to hang in tough there. Who all makes it happen for you, and who do you got to thank for putting together this ride this weekend?
I got to thank Austin Elliott and his girlfriend, Callie, for giving me the chance to come and race for them, and Jesus from P1 Engines. Obviously, my dad and my family. I mean, none of this would be possible without all of them, and I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm having a blast.
Well, Oliver, you're a familiar face here. It's good to see more veterans continuing to be able to race in the sport, and we are happy to have you. So congrats on the good run in Heat 2. We'll see you later down the road.
Thank you, Xander.
And again, Oliver Calvo here watching on as the battling continues in this KA Senior B and D Heat. Here's Paulie Massimino with a move to the inside of Aiden Rudolph for 4th. This 6-car group, they have all been at one point or another, it feels like, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, with the exception of maybe Christian Miles. He hasn't faded worse than maybe 3rd. So the TB kart determined to try and stay at the front of this pack, and all of this fighting has given the chance for Jake Drew to try and march that GFC back forward and into the mix. How about Eli Warren's run in this race as well? Up to 8th for the War Power Racing privateer effort. He leads Colin Lloyd as they try to charge towards the leaders here with 4 laps to go. And the leaders are going to make it a little easier on him. A late dive from Christian Miles takes over the lead.
A good move that time by Christian Miles as some drivers get tangled up there towards the end of the field. Cameron Weinberg now looking for a move on the inside of Christian Miles. He's able to get clear after just taking the lead. Massimino looks for the move as well. Side by side in between himself and Isambard. And once again, wrong lane choice for Paulie Massimino, who loses 4 spots that time by. Powers gets through. Miles gets through. Rudolph gets through.
Yeah, a good bit of changing happening there here. So now Cameron Weinberg leads us out at turn number 9, coming to 3 laps to go as they climb the hill, and we finally got a little bit of a gap here. We'll be chatting with AJ Myers once this race concludes. I know he's standing by here, and the Magic Man will be lucky to hear from him on how his day has been going so far. 3 laps remaining. Here's a look. Eli Warren has caught Jake Drew. He's through for 7th. So move Eli Warren up a spot. Colin Lloyd looking for the move as well. Down the back straightaway. Aiden Rudolph to P2. He gets by on Isert, and it allows Cameron Weinberg to get some breathing room. He also was able to bring Christian Miles with him. So Miles back to third, and the gap 3.5 car lengths for Cameron Weinberg back to Aiden Rudolph. Let's see if Miles throws it in. He does. Inside, turn 8, P2 for Christian Miles, coming to 2 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, a good move there by Christian Miles to get clear. Isambard still in the 4th spot and just still, has worked his way up into the top 2, but gets past, just doesn't seem to have the pace to really lead here. Nobody else really wanting to push at this point in the race, but going to have to push or they're going to let Cameron Weinberg run away with their second heat race win. There goes Isambard on the inside of Aiden Rudolph. Isambard gets clear. Luke Powers not too far back, and Paulie Massimino again gets moved further back the order. Has to do all the work once again to get further back, and Isambard there goes to the bottom of the racetrack to try to cover off the CRG of Aiden Rudolph.
The youthful aggression here that we have seen there, that's Isert defending for that 3rd spot from Rudolph. It's given Christian Miles some room, but nobody able to track down Cameron Weinberg. If anything, he's pulled further away. Rudolph looked back as Isert looked to him to say, hey, let's go forward together. And, Isambard said, look, let's go further together. And Aiden Rudolph went through. The moment that he got his trust, he broke it in turn 8. Check out Eli Warren into the mix. He's pressuring Luke Welcome. The rest of the top 10 are there now. Noah Jackson's in the mix. Colin Lloyd even further back. Kingston Himes and Taron Odom have latched onto the end of this main pack here. Fighting at the end, that's Warren around Lloyd, back and forth for the 7th spot through turn 1 and down the back straightaway. Alan Isambard going to block for the 4th spot from Paulie Massimino. That'll give Rudolph clear track to fight forward in 3rd, but I don't know if we'll see any other changes up front because on this last lap, they're all about a half second apart. So it'll be this group here, 4th on back. Let's see. What do we do in turn number 8, boys? Everyone's low. Warren trying around the outside, but he's not going to go anywhere. He's got nowhere to go. And Colin Lloyd now to the inside of Jake Drew is going to hurt Drew. He'll be stuck on the outside through 9. Noah Jackson can't get through. And up the hill for the final time. Single file back there. Cameron Weinberg will win heat number 2 B&D over Miles, Rudolph, Isambard, and Massimino, your top 5. Back to Welcome, Warren, Lloyd, Drew, and Noah Jackson. Now let's go down to pit lane. The Magic Man was able to watch with a pretty decent view on those last couple laps, AJ. First of all, from a driver's point of view, what can you take away from seeing that? Because it seemed like there was a lot more fighting beyond the lead in those last few laps.
Yeah, I've been pretty fortunate today for some mild racing. They gave me kind of a gap the first one. The second one, I was lucky enough to hold the gap for 8 laps or so. Anytime you can hold the gap here, you're doing something right. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to getting into those battles that I'm seeing out there.
Yeah, is there any strategy to it at all? I mean, from the looks of it, it's kind of go or don't go, and sometimes you pick a lane and it just ends up getting bottled up, right?
Yeah, it's really a lose-lose situation a lot of these times when you're getting into these 7-car packs, inside, outside. Any of them can turn out bad if another driver does something you don't necessarily anticipate. So there's tough to get the right move down, and it's just knowing who you're racing and hope for some respect.
Now let's focus on you a little bit here and the Magic Card contingent this weekend. You guys are tiny but mighty in the outfit here at USPKS. Max Weiland's doing a great job in junior. Obviously, you've been coaching him for years and years to get him closer and closer to consistently at the front. And then yourself, I mean, you've looked fast in both of your heat races. Like you said, you got a little gap, but, from our point of view, you look pretty strong. How do you feel?
I mean, the car feels great. I feel really good shape right now leading this last heat race. Texas, we kind of sit in there last second. Weren't really planning on the KA race. A lot more prepared here. I got a lot of laps around here in the KA, and everything's great. Max is fast, like you said. He's a little bit more inconsistent. Purple one session, qualified 19th, but he's fast as always. The car's been great, and yeah, just 2 of us, and we're making the most of it.
Well, moving into heat number 3, like you said, that's hopefully a battle that you have to get to avoid when that pack gets that big. But from your point of view, any other changes or anything you're going to use in that heat? I mean, for a lot of guys, sometimes heats like this, you want to experiment a little, but you can't do that because if you're maybe a half-tenth off in this class, it seems like you're going to go back a lot of spots.
No, to be honest, I haven't changed much all weekend. I don't think I've changed since yesterday in qualifying. We came into today not knowing what to expect, and the cart's it was better that last session with no changes made to it. So we'll probably go forward with the same. It feels really good. K is always close, so we'll see what we got.
All right, AJ, thanks for the time to talk with us, buddy. Good luck here the rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you, Xander.
All right, again, that is A.J. Myers here, folks. The Magic Man has 2 good heats in the pocket, so he can try and hopefully close out with a good third one later today. But before he goes back on out, we've got a lot more classes still to run for their second heat race, including this one. The Young Guns in Mini Swift, ages 8 to 12 years old. Parker Ives, Bowen Green, the front row. It's a fast start. Will it get the green? Yes, it does. We are racing down to turns 1 and 2. And oh no, contact down in the first corner. Benja Fernandez, one of the other U-Race Paralins is around. One of the Sodis goes around. So 3 or 4 cars taken out there in the first corner. And we've got a change in the lead. Ashton Woon with a big send on the end of the back straightaway. He'll take that super tuned Paralin to the front. Ives second, third for Vega, and a good start for Callan Berghofer there. He's 4th.
Yeah, so good move so far for Callan, who's up into that 4th spot. Vega in 3rd. Berghofer looks for the move on the inside of Vega. Not close enough that time by. Bowen Green around the outside. Gets bobbled there. Going to get stuck on the grass. And I think himself and Vega are actually just made contact there. Seemed like the front bumper and the rear bumper just got hooked up, and neither of them could go anywhere.
Yeah, that's going to spread the packs out quite a bit here. They have spread out a good bit from maybe 5th or so. Problems further back. That is the 132. Another one of the Kart Republics having some bad luck there. That is Simon Klein, we believe, that has gone around in the hairpin. Now up the hill, Parker Ives kind of got jumped out by the curb jump coming out of turn 2, where it looked like from our view he might have been poking to the inside, but he stayed in line. We got more contact. 2, 3, 4 drivers around up the hill in turns 1 and 2. A lot of carnage here in this second heat for the Minis, and they were side by side as well, back for 3rd and 4th. Macha, Berghofer, and Green. And that has allowed a bit more of a break up front. Berghofer did get the spot away. And look at this, Lourenco Varela way low to the inside of Enzo De Janeiro. He wanted that spot away. He took it, and at the cost of a spot of his own. And De Janeiro ends up losing 2, maybe 3, depending how turn 9 shakes out. Meanwhile, Parker Ives pushing away here with Ashton Woon to try and break away from all the madness behind.
Yeah, so Woon and Parker Ives working together here at the moment. Further back, Royce Vegas side by side. Berghofer able to stay ahead here at the moment. Vega able to get ahead of Lourenco Varela that time by. Maxwell Macha having a pretty good heat race as well. Cade Wolf got tripped up early on in this race, and now he's side by side with teammate Bowen Green as well, who started further up the field and now finds himself just on the edge of the top 10. Valentino Santillan, Alex Chandler, and more all in this battle on the edge of the top 10.
So now as the field heads through the infield, let's see if Lourenco Varela is close enough. I don't think he is, but Royce Vega is. And the Texan goes through on the Georgia native Callan Berghofer. Lourenco Varela there in that bright purple and yellow suit there, rolling through turn number 9, trailing. And then this big pack, look how far back. Maxwell Macha's faded. He's still stuck on the outside, and they are lined up on the inside of him. He's just got to try and find a gap, and I think he just barely did in front of Alex Chandler. And one more, the 192 of Nico Katowski. All of this right around maybe 9th, back to probably around 15th or 16th here. Just a big swarm of carts headed up the hill.
Yeah, a lot of carts in this battle. You see Josh Bergman and his Kart Republic there as well. Berghofer now on the inside of Lourenco Varela. Just wasn't close enough that time by. Bowen Green side by side with teammate Cade Wolf, who's going to lose a spot there. That's Nico Orbezo and Alex Chandler, 2 local Texans. For the 2 of them, very good friends and working together here at the moment, but they find themselves just outside of the top 10, currently 14th, 13th, and 14th respectively. Parker Ives and Woon still working together, pushing each other forward, opening up their gap, and Parker Ives retook that lead of the race, a car length gap in between himself and Woon. For Vega and company, just have to work together to close down the gap to these 2 who have been in a class of their own almost all year long.
Yeah, Ashton Woon, Parker Ives. We might be seeing those 2 names all the way to the end of the season. The question will be, can anyone else join them here this weekend? And in this heat race, that's going to be a tough call to answer. Royce Vega's trying, though, as they fight behind him. Berghofer, Varela side by side in turn 4, nearly colliding. But they keep it clean, at least clean enough that neither one's off the circuit. Although a little tire drop by Berghofer. Let's see if Bowen Green wants that 5th spot. And he does. Inside, turn 8, and through for Bowen. So he gets back into the top 5 from that off-pole starting position on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. Back from them then, Enzo De Janeiro. We saw him go way backwards earlier. He's fighting in this group here. Was 7th last time by, back to 9th. Now back up to 8th as they go by Valentino Santillan. And just in front of him, Cade Wolf. who is another one of the local superstars here that is trying to make a big impression, a big splash on the rest of the national scene with his limited schedule that we've seen him so far at least. Nico Orbezo leading the next pack that goes back probably about another 12 or so into turn 4. That's Santi into the inside of De Janeiro, right back in on him. He'll bring John McClellan through.
Yeah, good heads-up move there by John McClellan to get through as well. For Santillon, the first time he finds himself in the top 10, 9 spots gained so far for Valentino Santillon here. A good drive so far by the Sodi Racing USA machine. John McClellan as well has been in the top 10 consistently. Just trying to hold on to it as Cade Wolf looks for a move around the outside of McClellan. Not close enough as of yet. And already they're losing time to the RPG machine of Nico Orbezo. There goes McClellan on the inside of Santillon. He's able to get clear. But further up the field, Lorenco Varela, fastest lap of the race, 52.923 as Santillon goes back there on McClellan and already looking to make moves further back for Enzo De Janeiro.
Yeah, now Cade Wolf going to get to the inside of him as De Janeiro falls all the way to the back of that group of 4. This fighting has cost them dearly. They're now more than 4 seconds back from the leaders. Look at the gap there. That's the group up back there. The leaders already 2 corners ahead in turn 8 while these guys are just coming out of turn number 6. Still with 6 laps to go, coming to 5 to go this time by, but a long way to get to anyone else from P8 and P7 for Santi and John McClellan and that entire group. Here's a look at Green and Berghofer. They're kind of by their lonesome here in 5th and 6th. They're not in the tow of the leaders. They are not fast enough, it looks like, to run them down, but they are fast enough and staying smart enough to stay well away from the chaos that has ensued behind them here. As there's another move. McClellan this time through on Santi, and Wolf right there 3rd in line, and looking on there is Maxwell Macha. Now, check this out, though. I wasn't sure if Vega was going to be able to hunt down the leaders. He's found some help. Lorenco Varela is pushing that Bennett forward, and the 2 of them linking up are quicker than 1st and 2nd. Parker Ives, Ashton Woon, you've got company on the way. Maybe about another lap or maybe 2, and we're going to have a 4-car party here for the lead.
Yeah, Lorenco Varela, the fastest man on the racetrack here at the moment, and you know, he's happy to push Royce Vega further ahead. So the 2 of them working together is really closing down the gap to Woon and Parker Ives, and you see them have a great run on that main straightaway as Woon got tripped up there, and seems like Parker Ives made a little bit of a mistake there as well. So Royce Vega goes purple that time by, and already on the rear bumper of Ashton Woon. So a 4-horse race here for the race win.
Down the back straightaway, Woon feeling the heat here. He's going to go to the lead, and he'll bring the cavalry with him. Vega, Varela also get through on Parker Ives. He drops to 4th. That's the lowest we've seen, the 148 so far this weekend, and what feels like so far in a long time. Down through the infield, Ashton Woon, does he leave the door open? He does, and Vega says, thank you very much, I'll walk right through it. Royce Vega, the pride of Dallas Karting Complex. I know track owner Mike Jones is watching along, rooting on his Texan boy, and Royce Vega leads up the hill to turn number 11, while Lorenco Varela is the lone international man we have in our leading group as you go back with 2 North Carolina-based drivers in Parker Ives and Ashton Woon. Down to turn number 1, 3 laps to go. Vega takes us up the hill.
Vega up the hill here as one driver further goes around.
Jacob Majeski, the Franklin Motorsports Merlin, into the wall in turn 11.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Majeski. But already Varela not deciding to make the move there on Royce Vega. So still biding his time for Lorenco Varela here. It seems like Parker Ives got ahead of Ashton Woon as well. So for the 2 North Carolina-based drivers, and a little bit of work to do for the 2 of them to close down their gap, a car length in between themselves, and Lorenco Varela and Royce Vega, who were lapping quicker together than they were than Parker Ives and Ashton Woon. So let's see what Varela and Vega can do here in the closing stages of this race. 2-6 will be in the air this time when they cross the stripe. So a lot to play for here for heat race number 2 win.
And again, not only are Ashton Woon and Parker Ives both based out of the same state, they're both our 2 most recent national scene winners. Woon winning at the US Pro Kart Series in Houston, and Ives winning here at Charlotte for the Stars Championship Series. Now into turn number 4, Woon looked to go for 3rd. Ives said, no thanks, I'm going to keep this spot. He hangs on through the bowl. Lap and a half to go. Lorenco Varela has been very loyal to Royce Vega, hasn't stuck a nose even to think about going to the inside. Let's watch them into turn 8 this time. nothing there either. And Vega is trusting him quite a bit by running the normal line here. But for both of them, this is a big leap forward in the championship points and the heat points to line up for a good spot tomorrow. I'm sure that Varella's going to have a shot at him, but he's saving it up for potentially this last lap. Across the line, white flag, 1 to go. We've got Royce Vega going to the center. Varela says, don't worry about it, man. We're good. And Royce cautiously still keeping 1 car length lower than the line.
Yeah, and I don't know how much I would have trusted that hand signal by Lourenco Varela, who's absolutely flying here. Looks for the move this time by Vega, middle of the racetrack, half defensive there, and still keeping these 3 drivers at bay. What does Varela have in store going into turn number 8? That's going to be his best option for a pass here, and it's probably going to have to go, or Parker Ives is going to look to make the move. Vega to the bottom of the racetrack there. Ives following through. Ashton Woon looks for an over-under move. Gets Ives. Can he get Vega in the process? Not as of yet. Looks to get back in line. Varela on the inside of 9.
And Varela hangs on to second. Vega's going to get a little bit of a gap. Is that enough? Varela's got a big run towards him. Last turn. Varela down the inside and runs it wide and into the wall. Vega hangs on. Woon will win the heat race. Ives second. Varela third. Vega falls to fourth. And Bowen Green nearly got him at the line as well. A late charge for Bowen and Callan Berghofer there to 5th and 6th. Valentino Santian, Cade Wolf, Enzo De Janeiro, Marco Samet, your top 10 here in the Mini Swift division for heat number 2. Just ahead of Josh Bergman there with Samet, Orbezo, Rivera, Macha, and Nico Kutowski, the top 15. Here's the rest of them as they finished, and quite a few of them did. John McClellan was up in the middle of that group. We see him now, unfortunately, down to 28th. So a bummer ending to Heat 2 for John McClellan. And then the few DNFs we had, Rodolfo Lavin Jr., Isaac Payne, Grayson Walcott, and Jacob Majeski, the most recent one that we saw tag the wall in turn number 11. Now, one guy that has been in the thick of things, had some good heats, had some rougher, maybe not so good heats here, is Christian Miles. Christian, our first time talking to you this weekend here. First of all, can you walk the viewers through this roller coaster of a Saturday it seems like you're riding?
Yeah, the first heat in KA, I mean, we had pace the first couple laps, and we got a right rear flat tire, which kind of ruined the whole race for us, so I had to make sure that I got a good second heat, which I think we did pretty good on that one.
Now let's talk on your X30 car here. You didn't really get to show any bit of it getting collected in that opening lap carnage, but you do have fresher tires. From what you learned in the handful of practice sessions through Thursday and Friday, do you think you'll be able to use that? Because everyone else was on a darn even playing field, it felt like.
Yeah, we did a couple of adjustments at the end of the day yesterday, and we figured out a lot of speed. So I think having these better tires is going to help us work through the field even better.
Now, I asked AJ the question earlier. I'm going to pose the same one to you. We've seen a lot of multi-car battles. Is there any secret to kind of avoiding the madness and staying at the front of the field?
I think a lot of it is just luck. Around this track, anybody could win it because there's top 10, top 15 are all in for the lead. So it's just being in the right spot at the right time.
Well, Christian, we appreciate you being here this weekend. We know you've got a busy schedule. Sadly, not as much at the kart track as I'm sure you would like and we would like, but you're doing a good job here this weekend at Trackhouse.
Thank you.
All right, again, that's Christian Miles here, folks, with the Race Lab Karting TB group, and he's got to get ready for his X30 Pro car that's coming up here very, very soon. But there's still some time before that and some time before this next heat with X30 Junior. So let's go chat with CRG Nordam's own Aiden Rudolph, who, of course, has had a couple of consistent runs when you look at the provisional crossing the line. But in the mixed bag of heat points, there could be almost anyone in the mix tomorrow. Aiden, I see you messing with the mic down there. Can you hear us at least? You're good. You're good. Yeah, so talk to me about this. Obviously, that first heat race, not the way you wanted, but that second heat one seemed to at least make up for it, trying to learn of how to play the game with all these guys, right?
Yeah, for sure. The second heat went a lot more in our favor. I think, we haven't touched the go-kart all weekend, really. It's been a piece of magic, honestly. And, we found some luck that last second heat, and, people started playing a little nicer, and I think it went in our favor a lot more.
Well, you said you haven't touched the go-kart all weekend. Obviously, the track has changed quite a bit. What is it like out there now? We started off damp in that morning warm-up session. A lot of guys went off. That first heat race still had the wet spot in turn number 4. Are we even more grip than what we saw so far this week?
It's definitely getting there for sure. It's more grip than we had this morning. I think it's actually probably at the same level it was yesterday, honestly. So, just nitpicking here and there, setup-wise, tuning the motor as well as possible, and we'll be up there.
Well, we know it's going to be a big fight tomorrow for the main event. We wish you best of luck here in your final heat race today to hopefully secure a good starting spot.
Thank you, Xander.
All right, again, Aiden Rudolph, a mixed bag, but still 2 completed finishes across the line. He'll start pretty good as things stand now. A good heat race in heat number 3 could really put him in contention to fight from the drop of the green in the main tomorrow. Here's a look at the starting lineup for your X30 Juniors. Ty Fisher once again gets to roll from the inside lane on that Race Lab Karting TB kart. The lime green machine led some laps in the opening heat race. But he was attacked from all fronts and ultimately faded a bit, where it was Turner Brown, Victor De Alencar, and Diego Ardiles challenging the likes of Carter McMurray in a 4-car pack at the end. And, of course, Chico gets to roll from the outside of the front row, De Alencar on the inside of row 2 alongside McMurray. And one driver we didn't see as much in that front pack in heat number 1 was Alexander Vanchev. His debut with Sodi Racing USA on the national scene is this weekend here with the US Pro Kart Series. We've talked about him a lot in the adjustment to looking for him, and hopefully we'll get to put some of that to good use as he rolls off the grid here from P5 for maybe a little bit of a better result in heat number 2. Then back from row 3, Jensen Burnett on the National Motorsports Kart Republic, and Davin Roberts on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. Caleb?
And you go back to Enzo Vidmontien, starting 9th alongside Aiden Young, Charlie Smith, and Cole Medeiros on that 6th row, starting 11th and 12th respectively. And you have Fionn Shi and Chase Gasset-Lee on the 7th row, with David Ramirez and Edgar Rodriguez on row 8.
Fausto Arnaudo is a driver that we have seen poke his nose at the pointy end of the grid more times than not this year, but he's got a fight from 17th on the grid alongside Jackson Wolney, who, mirroring the rougher go he had in qualifying for KA Junior, also has to fight from way back from where we're used to seeing him, P18 for the 703.
You go back, Max Weiland and Naomi Garcia on row 10. You go back to Sarah Bradley and Michael McGoy, who had a good drive up the field in the first heat race. And we're expecting to see the same thing from McGoy, but for Bradley, DNF at the end of the first heat race. Finding yourself with a lot of work to do here this weekend, starting on row 11. Archer Eversman and Levi Sangera, row 12. Felipe Jesus Benito and William Kim, row number 13. Then you go back to Bronson Custas, Nathan Dupuy, Remy Andrados, Alex Sharma, Matias Gonzalez, and Fernando Zapata, running up your 32 drivers in this X30 Junior class presented by Speed Concepts Racing.
Yeah, and they've just completed their outlap here. So we talked about it a little bit. This is the biggest turnout they've had so far this year in the regular season competition between the likes of the US Pro Kart Series, the SCUSA Pro Tour, and the SCUSA Winter Series, I believe, outside of maybe that opener for the SCUSA Winter Series in January. So where you can get away with being a little more conservative in a light 20 kart grid, when it goes up to 30, there's a lot more guys that and girls that can challenge for the race win. And you got to be careful about when you make your moves and not be caught out by not being aggressive enough. Ty Fisher on the inside, Turner Brown on the outside. Here we go. Fisher with a good jump off the line, and he'll get easily clear, and so will Victor De Alencar into second as the field files up the hill to turn number 3. Big move from Davin Roberts there. He was way on the low side to take away a spot from what looked to be Diego Ardiles, and now Diego is shuffled to the outside in turn 4, trying to hang on just to the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, losing a lot of spots at that start for Diego Ardiles, and Ty Fisher, a much better start for him this time out. We saw him have the same issues that Ardiles is having so far early on in this one. And Victor De Alencar, much better start for him. Already up in a second. Chico Brown third. Alexander Vanchev as well. Well inside the top 5. And Enzo Vidmontien looking to mix it up further back in the field. Already closing down the gap and just on the edge of the top 5 as Fisher going defensive from De Alencar here.
Yeah, Ty Fisher there still hanging on to the lead as the pack rockets out of turn number 11 and down the front stretch for the first time. And Fisher feeling the heat, defending low. Remember, in heat number 1, he got shuffled back to 8th in about 3 corners. This time he survives lap number 2 through turn number 3. But the battle is far from done. Brown to second, De Alencar third. Check out Enzo Vidmontien, high, wide, and handsome, trying to hang on the outside. He'll nose it to the inside of Vanchev, but he was not far enough alongside to get that pass done. Let's see if he tries him again in turn 8. They're going to battle for the lead. Vanchev covering off back for 4th. So it's Chico to the point, De Alencar to second, and Vanchev still 4th, trying to fend off the hard-charging Enzo Vidmontien, who has been so good on the opening couple laps of these heat races.
Yeah, and Carter McMurray making moves just outside of the top 5. Went side by side there for a second with Davin Roberts. So that entire group further back still fighting here. McMurray was able to get clear. There's Enzo Vidmontien on the inside of Vanchev. Vidmontien gets through and already into the top 5. So a good drive up the field so far for Enzo Vidmontien. Davin Roberts, not the best start for him with some work to do. Vanchev looking to go back on Vidmontien, not close enough that time by.
No, he wasn't, and at the same time, that was at least still a good move to kind of fade from Jensen Burnett, lurking on there in the 6th position. Davin Roberts having that superhero move to get up into 7th, but he's not made any noise since getting there. He's kind of trapped between these two groups. Luckily, that group behind is falling further away as Ardiles and McMurray are going at it. Two drivers that were in the lead pack in heat number 1 are fighting for 8th right now, mixed in with Charlie Smith's Nash Motorsports machine. So 8th, 9th, and 10th for 2 of the front 4 drivers from heat 1. As up front, Turner Brown and Victor De Alencar, the other half of that quartet from the first heat, are 1st and 2nd and doing a great job at keeping those spots in the family right now. De Alencar, a big shove down the backstretch, kept that gap to a car length back to Ty Fisher, while Vanchev is still under fire. Burnett and Roberts now trying to get by.
Yeah, Burnett pretty quick, but nobody on the racetrack quicker than Enzo Vidmontien, who went purple last time by, a 49.330, and you see already looking to make the move on Ty Fisher. He got clear, so Vidmontien gets the move done, and already further back for Jensen Burnett, still looking to get around of Alexander Vanchev, not close enough. Roberts looks for the move. Vanchev around the outside, holds on to the position, but those drivers still continuing to fight here. Roberts on the inside there of Vanchev. He's able to stay ahead of Alexander Vanchev. A lot of shuffling inside of the top 10 here, Xander.
And through turns 1 and 2, up the hill to turn number 3, there is a good over-under move by Jensen Burnett on that grouping, and they're still going at it. Charlie Smith, Ardiles, look at McMurray. He was trying the outside lane, couldn't quite get anything out of it. And now through turn number 6, Chico Brown, Victor De Alencar, they've got the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Enzo Vidmontien wanting to split them up. He takes over 2nd in turn 8.
Yeah, good showing for Vidmontien, who was struggling for pace in this X30 class. Struggled a little bit in qualifying in KA Junior. We're so used to seeing this driver further up the field, fighting for race wins, and kind of weird to see him have to work his way through the field. Already has made up 7 spots in this race, so a good showing. But Chico Brown lapping a little bit quicker than Enzo Vidmontien at the moment, who went purple last time by, 48.914, 48.966, so a couple hundredths of a second, half a tenth separates Vidmontien and Chico Brown when it comes down to lap times. But we know both these drivers are going to be consistent all the way through, especially for Chico Brown, who just came back from Europe, brought a lot of experience back with him. The racing style was different. It was very competitive as well. So Chico bringing that experience back, and as well for Enzo Vidmontien, who did a race in the senior ranks, learned a little bit there running the Ryan Norberg Invitational and bringing that back to the junior class.
Yeah, and now as they head up the hill to 11, 2 of the most experienced drivers in the field are getting ready to dance, although Vidmontien pops the curb in the last turn, lost a little time. Halfway in, halfway home, though. Still lots of laps to try and track down Chico, who's only a couple car lengths up the road. Let's see if he can do it. Even with hitting the curb in turn number 11, that was still the fastest lap of the session for Enzo and the entire field. So Vidmontien's charge is now just 2 car lengths away from making up quite a few spots and getting the lead. Let's see when he will be close enough to make that move. It won't be in turn 8. It probably won't be in turn 11, but it might be next time at the end of the back straightaway, as there is a decent exit for him. He'll eat up a car length there. Can he roll turn number 9 a little better? You can see the difference in lines too. Vidmontien a lot narrower through the center of that double right-handed section. Brown a little bit wider on the center of the arc, and they both kind of net out the same. So this track does have a lot of flow. It does have a lot of draft to it, but if you look closely, there are slight differences in lines that you'll see different drivers take, but you have to get really close because it looks very similar to the naked eye. As there's Vidmontien dropping a tire in turn number 3 right into the dirt, and that tracks along with what Carter McMurray was telling us after that first heat for him in X30 Junior, that the aero wash those kids are experiencing, it's only really in that corner that it's really tricky, and if you don't get it right, you end up just over the limit there, and then your tires are dirty for the next half a lap. So that's why we're seeing Vidmontien go wide in the runoff in turn 8 and lose all that ground he had just made back up to Turner.
Yeah, lost a little bit of time to Turner, and already lost a whole lot of time. Victor De Alencar is on the rear bumper of Enzo Vidmontien. Ty Fisher as well, not too far back, just doesn't have the same pace that the two drivers ahead of him have here at the moment. Just a car length at bay for Ty Fisher so far. You go back to Davin Roberts as well, a couple of tenths off the top 4 here at the moment, but a very widespread X30 Junior field. That's further back. Vanchev was able to get back ahead of Davin Roberts, so some fighting just outside of the top 5 in between Vanchev and others. Ardiles still in that group further back, and you really see what happens, right? Ardiles was able to get to the front for a bit, lost a lot of spots at the start of the race, and really, has just kind of been paying for it here. The damage limitation has been the name of his race as he goes side by side with Alexander Vanchev. Looks on the inside of Ardiles. McMurray gets the 2 of them into turn number 9. What a move by McMurray there. He's able to get clear, but a very, very dirty left-hand side for McMurray as Ardiles is able to get clear.
That was a major send by Diego. My goodness, he was at least a full car length back from Carter when he sent it on him in the last turn, but a good time move to buy him some real estate and start tracking back down Davin Roberts. But just as, it is typical of the KA Junior class, we're seeing now with the number of drivers that are fast here in X30 Junior, that track position is so key. Like you said, the start really important of getting through that and not losing too much time, as Victor De Alencar now gets by on Enzo Vidmontien, but the leaders are lapping really no better than the 5th through 8th contingent, really 5th through 9th now, back to Jensen Burnett from Roberts on back, because the only reason they are that far back is all the different passing they've had to make and the starts. Really beyond that, it looks like a big gap. It isn't. They aren't pulling half a second a lap to get away to a 3-second margin. The leaders are just not having the fighting and going offline and dirtying the tires that the guys further back are. So, yeah, hero in one session, back to probably what feels like a 0, even though 6th place is well and more than respectable here in this strong X30 Junior field for Diego Ardiles.
Yeah, I mean, he has done a good job, but obviously seeing him up at the front of the field, not what he would have wanted coming into the second heat race after seeing him up there in the top 5 at the end of the first one. So already for these drivers, just falling off a little bit. And in this stage of the race, you really have to start thinking about tire wear, because you have one more heat race left today and then a main event tomorrow where they get a new set of tires. But for this one, you still have one more race to go, and you really have to start thinking about your equipment and saving up a little bit.
Well, and thinking about big picture here for Enzo Vidmontien, you didn't have the best opening heat race. How aggressive are you going to be on this final lap for second? De Alencar signaling to go forward, and Enzo is working with him for now. That's also buying Enzo some space away from Ty Fisher. You saw him check over his right shoulder there going into turn number 5. He's monitoring the gap to see if and when De Alencar covers low, can Enzo get around him. He's going to leave the door open, and Enzo's going to take advantage. So Enzo Vidmontien up to second here on this final lap. He'll cover the low side in 9 and has to do it in the last turn to hold that spot as well. But if he does it nicely, it'll be a P2 result for him. And Turner Brown, a rocket ship in the final few laps. He pulls away from the X30 Junior lead group to 8/10 by the drop of the checkers. Vidmontien, De Alencar, Fisher. Check out that group there coming across the line with some major changes. Ardiles shuffled all the way down to 10th at the checkers. Carter McMurray, on the other hand, gets all the way up to P5. Davin Roberts, P4. Alexander Vanchev started 5th, finishes 7th. Still decent, all things considered, but you look at how big that pack got. Max Weiland almost got there at the end, and he was 12th. And we're talking about the group fighting for position number 5 on the racetrack. Fianchy right there in 11th. Diego Ardiles, 10th. Charlie Smith, 9th. Jensen Burnett in the 8th spot. And then back from Weiland, Fausto Arnado, Jackson Wolney picks up a handful, but not as much as we saw him in that second KA Junior Heat. He ends up just inside the top 15. Chase Gassiet Lee coming from the tail end of the field, picks up a number of spots. He ends up 16th. Michael McGoy, 17th. Garcia, Rodriguez, Aiden Young, and then Archer Eversman here in X30 Junior. So KA100 Master on deck now, getting set to go green. We will keep our eyes on this group here, and here we go. A clean racetrack is all finished from X30 Junior, so we'll begin the outlap for KA100 Master. And we talked about a tire advantage for Christian Miles. Max Pappas is about to have that here in KA Master, as the Orsolin Racing Tony Kart only made it out for about a formation lap and a half. An aborted start as he was trying to work on whatever was amiss. He could tell right off the bat as he started reaching down in front of the engine, and it looked like, again, he might have been holding that carburetor, or not carburetor, sorry, the airbox on the carburetor. Obviously, if that comes off, that's a technical DQ that would have mattered, would have taken him out of the race no matter what. So a wise decision for Max to say, you know what, I'm not going to risk losing the part on the racetrack. I'm not going to risk wearing the tires any more than I have to. I'll just bail out, pull in, and save those 12 laps on my MGs. So Max Pappas, all he has is the 5 laps from quali and a couple of formation laps. He was already a good bit faster than the rest of the field in the practice sessions and in qualifying. So that extra advantage, is it going to be a runaway? We are about to find out if he can start to make back up the heat points that he gave up in heat number 1. On the flip side, Laurentiu Mardan, Martin Stone, Nicky Coelho, Ryan Kastner, they had a great fight all the way to the end. All 4 of them crossed the line side by side. It was entertaining to watch the opening heat of KA Master. Have they found anything more to close that gap to Pappas here through this Saturday? They obviously got a lot of laps around each other in that opening heat race. Let's find out. Down the front stretch here as we hit the start box, Pappas is on the power early, and yeah, that is not going to draw the green flag for Border Weissensel, so we will send them back around again to try for attempt number 2. The start box here all the way down by turn number 1. Again, many of you watching here, you can see that finish line is in the center of the straightaway. That's where the timing loop is, but to try and keep these starts as clean as we can, we've been making all the drivers wait until the very end, almost when they enter the braking zone at turn 1, to start to accelerate. And the lower speeds have provided, for the most part, clean starts here today. We have seen a few drivers kind of here and there go off, but no major 10, 20 car pileups that, you never want to see at the beginning of a race, but, can happen when the field is bunched up and carrying a lot of speed into a heavy braking zone.
Yeah, definitely, some of the things that we saw earlier on in the year, and I think looking back and going back to the drawing board for a lot of the series, just looking back and really trying to clean up the racing on the opening laps, right? Because for all these drivers, it's just important for them to learn you can't win the race in the opening lap, but you can definitely lose it early on. But Max Pappas and Laurentiu Mardan starting on the front row into the tram lines and getting set to go green for the second of their heat races. Looks much better this time by. Green flag is out, and they are racing a good start so far by Pappas. Goes to the lead here early. Mardan already staying in that second spot. Martin Stone third. But let's see what it looks like for Max Pappas. We haven't seen him race so far this weekend, and we haven't really seen him on the track more than 2 laps today after not going out for morning warm-up. So only 2 laps so far for Max Pappas, and those 2 put him within a DNF.
Let's see if they're going to pass it all for second. Martin Stone obviously feels racy early. He goes through on the inside of Laurentiu Mardan down in turn number 8. Mardan back to 3rd, Kastner 4th, Coelho 5th, and Max Pappas already starting to walk the dog out of turn number 9 and try to pull that gap out of the draft window before the tires really get up to good temperatures. Down the front stretch, 1 lap complete, 11 to go. Max already tuning on the needles, reaching in front of that motor, trying to adjust the carburation a little bit. He's got a pass back for 4th. That was Coelho getting around Ryan Kastner in turn 1.
Yeah, good move by Coelho to gain another spot and into the top 4 for him that time by Martin Stone. In the second spot here, looking to close down the gap to Max Pappas. 3 car lengths separates the 2 of them, and there you see Martin Stone take a little bit of a chunk out of that going into turn number 5. So Stone is pretty close to Max Pappas this time by. Seems like Stone has pretty good race pace early on in this race. Obviously, we're only 2 laps in, and Pappas still keeping busy on the needles here. And it seems like, the more that he messes with the carburetor, he loses a little bit of more time to Martin Stone.
Yeah, definitely not as sporty as he looked like early on. I'm going to be curious if he doesn't reach down and try to adjust it this time on the front stretch. He does not. And Martin Stone with a good lap there to close up towards Max Pappas. So through turn number 3, look at the run he's got. A big run here. Pappas is in trouble. Martin Stone to the lead in turn number 4.
Yeah, and Xander, I mean, could you explain to the viewers at home what Max Pappas is doing here at the moment to try and find pace in that engine? Because he's losing a lot of time here. And Martin Stone, you saw how easy that looked into turn number 4.
So you have 2 needles on the front of the engine connected to the carburetor that mess with fuel, set your fuel intake. If you want more fuel load or less fuel load, you have a top end for more top end of the RPM spectrum, the higher speed needle to twist, and either let more or less fuel in to richen it up as it's known, or lean it back out, and then you have a lower bottom end needle. And so Max is obviously tuning on one or the other because he feels like he's lacking some power, and sometimes that little bit of a different fuel mixture in the jetting can make all of the difference in power. You might have a motor that looks like a slug. You tune it just, a couple of not a full twist, not even a quarter twist, but, they describe it in minutes of tuning the needles, just a little bit of a twist, and it can make all the difference and make the engine come to life. That's what he was searching for in that first lap, and he didn't go back to it, but you could definitely see that Martin Stone seemed to have a bit of a power advantage down the back straightaway. Max is trying to still fight in turn 8, but he could not get enough out of the braking zone to get alongside, so he has to tuck back in. He still looks really good in terms of the chassis handling, and maybe that, everything subsided. Martin Stone also, I'm sure, went back to the Ryan Perry Motorsport camp, him and team owner Ryan Perry trying to tune on that thing. I've seen Ryan on the fence almost every KA Master session trying to help work with Martin and get him fast enough to win. That's a driver definitely talented enough to win in this field. And as they head on the backstretch here, it looks like Max does have some horsepower. He'll take that big run to the inside and take over the lead.
Yeah, it seems like whatever Pappas had amiss has definitely been figured out at this stage of the race. So already a good move in at turn number 4 and back up to the point of the field here. What does Stone have going into turn number 8? Not close enough this time by, staying in line. Laurencio Mardan still in the 3rd spot. Nicky Coelho was quickest on the racetrack. 51.476 for Nicky Coelho. And still there with Laurencio Mardan. Long run pace, let's see if he has it this time out. We saw him struggle a little bit in heat race number 1, so let's see if Nick Coelho has long run pace this time.
Now let's keep an eye on the battling here if it opens back up here in KA Master. Pappas, there you see, reaching, make a little more adjustment there up the hill to turn number 3 and down the back straightaway. Stone gonna push him. Let's go side by side. We've got Victor Day Alencar standing by with us down on pit lane here as we approach the halfway mark in this KA Master field. Victor, 2 consistent X30 Junior Heat races. Are you pretty happy with those results so far?
I mean, yeah, like the first one, it was like we were fast, but like we just got like involved with an incident and then we fell back to 8th. But this one was really good. I mean, I'm satisfied. I think one more lap too, I think we could have maybe caught up. But I'm satisfied and I'm looking for a good Heat 3.
And what was the difference there at the end of that heat race? We saw obviously you and Turner were pushing away in the first 6 or 8 laps, and you guys seemed stride for stride equal. If anything, you might have had a little edge up on him. But then in the last few laps, up until maybe a lap or 2 to go, he kind of built that gap up to you and Enzo. Was that a difference in pressure, or do you think maybe you guys were a little bit different on chassis setup? What was the difference between you two?
I think I fell off a little in the start, and then I think I was a little like asleep at the start. So I think after I woke up, Enzo had passed me, and then he dropped the tire. I was like behind him, but he had a little gap, so I couldn't pass. And then I went past him, and then with 2 to like go, I was pushing, and then I thought we're gonna go into turn 8, and it was gonna be like we're gonna push, and then he passed. But I'm satisfied. I wish we had one more lap, but that's about it.
Well, luckily you've got more laps left in the weekend. Another heat race to perform, and then, of course, the main event tomorrow. Your teammates Turner Brown and Diego Ardiles already have wins on the season. Do you feel confident enough? Is this weekend good enough to be your weekend to break through and get that big X30 Junior win?
I mean, Orlando was one, Texas was one, this one too. So I think we're definitely going to win a couple races this year. I'm not worried about it. So, yeah, I believe I'm going to win this week.
All right, Victor. Well, we wish you best of luck on trying to make that happen. We'll see you in heat number 3 here later on today, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, that's Victor Day Alencar here with Rollison Performance Group. As you can see in the background, the X30 Pros are lining up and getting set to go green. 4 laps to go here in KA100 Master. Laurencio Mardan and Nicky Coelho are nose to tail trying to track down the race leaders. Last time by, Martin Stone was a little bit quicker than Max Pappas, only by about 1/10 of a second. After Max went around him, he lost some time. He's now trying to close that gap back up. But with 3.5 laps remaining, we'll go side by side once again. This time, let's talk to the kid in lime green colors, Ty Fisher, stunned to the field, and I think it might have been even fair to say it was a little bit of a surprise for you to not necessarily be at the front. We've seen you there before, but to pull off the pole the way that you did in qualifying yesterday, Ty.
Yeah, I set up a good lap in qualifying, able to get pole, but kind of screwed it up in the first heat race, and then able to make it back in the second one.
Yeah, it's looking a lot more like a KA race here in the higher-powered X30 Junior class at this racetrack with the higher speeds, the bigger field. I mean, track position seems super critical. Like you said, you lost some spots in Heat 1. You stayed up front in Heat number 2. So what more can you do to kind of continue that in Heat 3? Is it really just track position, or do you think you can get some more speed out of your thing?
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of speed in the setup, but track position is crucial here, especially with 30 X30s. So you have to be driving good and have the car to be good and not position yourself in any bad spots.
Now let's switch gears. KA Junior's the next one that you've got coming up here shortly for that third heat race. How has your weekend gone in the 100cc camp, and how are you feeling for that package for tomorrow?
I'm feeling pretty confident. We didn't have the best qualifying, 9th, but we had a decent second heat race. The first heat race we made a few mistakes, but we're fast for the second one, going to be fast for the third one, and hopefully for tomorrow we'll be fast as well.
Well, you've been knocking on the door, of course, of getting the door to open, the floodgates to open of a bunch of wins. So maybe this is the weekend for it. Wish you best of luck here, Ty.
Thank you.
All right, again, Ty Fisher in the Race Lab TV karting group here. A good result in heat number 2, like he said, for both of his junior categories, trying to make it happen again. Here's Ryan Kastner. He's faded behind Scott Carapalati. He's going to try and maybe get back around him on that Prodigy Motorsports best cart. Or is that a best cart or Maryland? Marinello, I should say. Not Maryland. That's not a go-kart brand, Caleb. I'm mixed up.
Yeah, but I think something's pretty wrong for Ryan Kastner. He had a lot of pace in that first heat race, and I've been keeping an eye on these times while we were doing those side-by-side interviews, but has missed a lot of time in this race, just almost half a second off. So I don't know what the issue is on Ryan Kastner's machine. We'll find out that manufacturer here shortly. But yeah, issues for Ryan Kastner so far. And for Max Pappas, I mean, the big question coming into this heat race, we knew he had 1 lap pace after he put on a clinic in qualifying, and we know he has race pace because he's opened up that gap to Martin Stone, who's going to have to go back to the drawing board and find whatever bit of pace they can to challenge Max Pappas.
Yeah, they've got to definitely find a little more. He showed maybe some, chinks in the armor, but ultimately Max Pappas driving away and making it look easy. He'll win heat number 2 in KA Master. But I think for Martin Stone and Nicky Coelho, this is probably as close as they can get to a win because, with Max having the tire advantage, to stay within 2 seconds of him, even for Mardan to stay within 3 seconds of him at the end, and for Martin Stone to lead some laps, that's got to be something to take away with here, that you were still really, really strong. And we know that tire advantage is going to slowly fade away here, probably by a good bit for the third heat race as the cycles go on. And then, of course, they're all back on an even playing field for the main event with brand new MG rubber for tomorrow's finals. So KA Master all wrapped up now. They'll quickly clear the racetrack and we'll get set to go green with X30 Pro. We mentioned it after their first heat race, Caleb. It's been looking like a big super speedway pack race because there are so many contenders that have the speed to run up front and challenge for the race win. Austin Garrison qualified on pole. He won that first heat, but he went back more than once from the top spot, and he was having to fight hard, especially in the opening few laps from Dalton Haynes and others. Let's see, can we expect the same here for heat number 2?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't expect them to be, I guess, as antsy as the first one was. Obviously, being the first race of the weekend, everybody getting back in the seats. But I'm always proven wrong in these races, so I'm coming into this, I expect a little bit of a more tame race than what we saw in the first one. Everybody, I expected to see patient as we're getting to the last couple of heat races on the day, but anything can happen in this X30 race. We saw Keeble with issues at the start of the first one. So everybody's been pretty clean, and Garrison definitely has been the class of the field so far today.
Yeah, that's the big question. We'll see if maybe Massimo Sanchez-Lara can let us know of the intel on Harley Keeble, but I would have to imagine with the heavy damage that he suffered along with Andres Murcia, if he did go to a backup frame for the Sodi USA driver. He's obviously lining up in his normal spot, and usually if you can prove damage, you are able to go back with what you have, but he's still got some tire marks on the side pod, the left side pod at least, so they might have been able to straighten that thing back out and send him out with it as is, because if you do change chassis, you're typically going to the rear at least for the following session. So we'll hear more about that and learn more of what is the situation with Harley Keeble. Obviously, he's out on the racetrack, and I believe Andres Murcia, there he goes, so he's out as well. So as scary as that crash was in turn one for the start of their first heat race, all drivers okay and all back on the racetrack. Austin Garrison and Dalton Haynes will lead us to green. Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg on row number 2. Brandon Lemke also looking for a bit of a rebound like Keeble, but a much different story for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. He kind of just got shuffled back outside the top 10 and couldn't really recover in the opening heat race, but he's been fast. Top 5 in happy hour, top 5 in qualifying. Can he take that number 301 machine up to the front like Brandon Carr did with his 326 TKG Kart Republic? So as they come onto the front straightaway and form into 2 lines, we'll get a great look at them all. It's the black and white red speed for Speed Concepts Racing of Austin Garrison on the pole, the black and orange Sodi of Dalton Haynes on the off pole. Here we go for Heat 2. X30 Pro is green down to turn number 1. This time Joe Turney with a great jump. He'll slot up the hill to second.
Yeah, good start for Joe Turney. Haynes losing the spot there. Side by side in between Carr and Massimino further back. Massimino, bottom of the racetrack. Carr looking to go through, not close enough. And Ryan Norberg falling way outside of the top 5, almost getting swallowed up by Josh Holtz and company.
Yeah, as Carr and Massimino kind of got bottled up, Norberg had to hit the brakes, and he was the big loser. Lost at least 5 spots. Christian Miles going backwards with him. As Garrison blocks low, Turney tried to over-under, quickly said, no, that's not a good move, and he got right in the line in front of Dalton Haynes and jammed on the brakes. So no movement in the top 4, but a much better start for Brandon Lemke there to 4th here at the end of this opening lap, with Massimino 5th and Carr in 6th, as Garrison goes center track down to turn number 1 to try and keep the pack at bay. But Joe Turney is ready to surprise him. Turn 3 inside, and Dalton Haynes will over-under them both down the back straightaway. Haynes to the lead, Lemke to second. Turney is going to be lucky to hang on to 3rd just ahead of Garrison.
Yeah, very, very lucky that time by. Now he's going to fall under fire to Paulie Massimino, who currently sits in that 5th spot. Wasn't able to get clear. Turney's still in the 3rd spot there. Lemke, highest he's been all weekend long. Let's see what Brandon Lemke, an ex-champion in this class, what can he do? And there you see already Brandon Carr losing a spot there to Paulie Massimino, who's able to stay in that 5th spot.
Dalton Haynes gets about a car length there as Lemke kind of faded just a little bit low into turn 9 from Turney, and Turney kind of touched him in the center of the corner. So that knocked him loose, and now Turney's got to run. He'll go to 2nd. Lemke slots into 3rd. They're just ahead of Austin Garrison, Massimino, and Carr all lined up. If they wait another lap before they start fighting, they might get away from the next group, but no, we're going to fight here. 4th for Massimino, 5th back for Garrison, just ahead of Brandon Carr, and Gia Cicero was under heavy pressure from Harley Keeble. Those two have been glued to each other when they've been on the racetrack. They're battling back for 7th, while Keeble's teammate Dalton Haynes is under fire. Joe Turney to the lead, passing further back, and Lemke tried to go as well. He stays 3rd. JT, in his return to the States, is about to lead his first lap here in North America, back stateside as he climbs the hill to 11 here in heat number 2. 3 laps complete. Joe Turney leads down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and a track where Joe Turney won a lot of money at the Miami Grand Nationals, and he's back here this weekend, leading for the first time this weekend. One of the drivers we thought was going to challenge him, Ryan Norberg, all the way back in 16th. 12 spots lost for Ryan Norberg. Outside of the top 10 and outside of the top 15. And at the moment, the lead RPG, currently Hayden Jones in 8th place here. Tulio gained 4 spots in this one so far. But for Joe Turney and Dalton Haynes, I mean, deja vu in different colors for Dalton Haynes to what we saw just a couple of months ago, a summer ago, I should say, Xander, in between these 2 drivers on our screen.
Yeah, to go from Bootstrap in his own program with a no micron-free all-white body kit Kart Republic to now being one of Sodi Racing USA's leading 2 drivers here alongside Harley Keeble. It's a little bit of a different look, but a similar story here. Dalton Haynes and Joe Turney up ahead of the field, and Paulie Massimino back in third, leading the next pack as he's gone around Brandon Lemke, and the BJR MDR driver trying to get his second hometown, home state win here in about a month's time after winning at Charlotte. So 7/10 back to Massimino, just enough where Haynes can focus on trying to hang on to Turney right now. But Joe Turney looking a lot stronger here in heat number 2 than even he did in heat number 1.
Yeah, so already a lot of pace in between Joe Turney here at the moment. Norberg, it says he lost another spot, back down to 17th, so falling like a rock here for Ryan Norberg, who looks to be further up the field, but wow, issues for the leading RPG Cosmic here at the moment.
Yeah, this place was really good to him last year. He came in trailing Diego Ramos in the championship and had such a stellar performance. He leapfrogged him to take another consecutive title and make it 8 national championships to his name. But right now, there's probably something amiss that we aren't seeing here with the number 1 plate of Ryan Norberg, and we're not sure quite what it is. But here as we hit the halfway mark, you would think the field's kind of spread out. You can start picking drivers off one by one. Like you said, he just hasn't really been able to make any headway. Christian Miles was behind him as they both faded back a number of spots. Miles has clawed his way back up to 10th. In fact, he was on the bumper of Brandon Lemke across the line last time by. Now, while we kept the camera on the top 2, look at one more car coming into frame. Paulie Massimino, I think, might have just hit the fast lap of the race that time by, and he's only beaten by Austin Garrison behind him in 4th. So 3rd and 4th, tracking down the leading duo, and Brandon Carr is also moving forward. How about the man in 6th as well while we're at it here? Check out Hayden Jones back on the 316 RPG Cosmic. He's just ahead of Harley Keeble right now, and an 11th place qualifying effort was well below the expectations for the Charlotte, North Carolina native. He spent more time away from the track here, going to college these last year and a half to coming up on 2 years now here as he completes, I believe, his sophomore year in university here this May. But still, when he's even been cold, he's been fast. Came back in Orlando and podiumed as Keeble sends it on the inside there of him right as we talked. He goes back to 7th, but he's still been fast, and as fast as he was in happy hour was more of a surprise. He wasn't there in qualifying, but he's the best of the Rollison-led camp as Norberg is still outside the top 10, and Gia Cicero has been shuffled backwards, unfortunately. So she's behind just in the early teens. And again, this is a salvage heat race here, but this is big championship implications and a big points haul potentially for Austin Garrison and Paulie Massimino. For Dalton Haynes and Joe Turney, this is about either one getting the one up back on the other, trying to keep the egos in check, I'm sure, as it's still just a heat race. But we're looking to probably watch another great head-to-head battle with maybe some more players.
Yeah, and, for sure. Paulie Massimino went even quicker last time by. What does it look like? Austin Garrison, fastest lap of the race, lapping about 3/10 quicker than your 2 leaders here at the moment. So pretty good lap times in between Austin Garrison here. And for Dalton Haynes, I think this is a great strategy by him so far. Is happy to stay behind Joe Turney here at the moment. Is going to be on that rear bumper as long as he can. And by the time Paulie Massimino gets there, knows that it's going to be time to go. Going to go ahead of Turney and try and stack and pack Joe Turney, Massimino and company. But Garrison goes up to P3. Knew he had to go. Went purple last time by. A really good lap by him. Was 2/10 quicker than Massimino. And Garrison, the Davie, Florida native, up in a P3 here, getting ahead of Paulie.
Yeah, up the hill to 11. We'll see 3 laps to go this time by. Dalton Haynes seems like he could go at almost any given moment, but he's trying to avoid that multi-car pack battling that we have seen all too frequently here today. Austin Garrison is just praying for a move for the lead, but he's not getting it yet. Now he's going to get it. Dalton back to the inside on Joe. He takes over the point through turn 4, and that is going to bring Garrison about 2 car lengths closer now through turn number 6. Look how close the Davie, Florida native is. That black and white red speed getting bigger and bigger in our shots as they head through turn 8. 2.5 laps to go. 5 cars together here in the lead pack. Back to Brandon Carr. Arguably 6 back to Harley Keeble, who is having a great recovery drive after that gnarly crash in Heat 1.
Yeah, almost 7th here at the moment. 7 carts in frame. Hayden Jones a little bit too far back. Keeble's the closest one to Brandon Carr here at the moment. So anybody's game. 2.6 in the air. 2 laps to go, and officially crunch time for these X30 Pros. Turney still on the rear bumper there of Dalton Haynes.
who starts to go defensive, went to the bottom of turn number 3. How much did it cost him, though? Turney looks for the move in turn 4, not close enough. Paulie and Austin Garrison make a little bit of contact.
Yeah, everybody's stacking up now here. This is when you just get on the white line and pray. Look at Brandon Carr trying to stuff it on Massimino. Not going to happen, but he'll still get into him a little bit, and that's going to allow his fellow countryman Harley Keeble to get through. Haynes, Turney, Garrison on the low side. Check out Paulie, a big over-under. No, he'll just get right back up to Garrison's rear bumper, though, to turn number 9. And we're back deep to 5-7 cars again. Brandon Lemke, ADT, praying for more, trying to pick up a few more spots on this final lap as the leaders go at it. Across the line, 1 to go. Haynes to the low side with Turney following him. Here comes Joe to the outside, setting up that crossover up the hill to 3. He's not going to be able to do it, and now he's got to worry about Garrison again. Down the back straightaway. Haynes to the low side. Turney following. Garrison following. Look at Keeble trying to send it on Massimino. He can't quite get that job done, so he stays 5th. And Joe Turney takes the move in turn 5. Haynes back in 6th, and they're off the racetrack. Turney into the dirt. Austin Garrison takes the lead. 2 by 2 down to turn number 8. Massimino into 2nd. Keeble 3rd. And Joe Turney, taking a page out of Dalton's book, said, "You want to surprise me, I'll surprise you." And the two of them, somehow Joe Turney, I thought he was wrecked. He's back into the mix here. Up the hill, final time. Garrison's going to win both heat races, but that won't tell the story. Massimino, Keeble, Haynes, Turney, 4th and 5th, and they should have been in the wall.
Wow. What a race there for Joe Turney. Himself and Dalton Haynes definitely going to have a chat after Turney surprised Haynes a corner prior in turn number 5, and then Haynes gave it right back the very next corner. Try to do the exact same move that he did. That Dalton Haynes turn 6 move counter is already at 2. He did it the first heat race. He tried it this time on Joe Turney. He was probably a little overzealous as they made a little bit of contact. Turney found himself in the dirt, but they were able to keep going, and Turney finishing 5th. But wow, elbows out from start to finish in between these X30 Pros. But Austin Garrison, no denying him, takes the win again. And Paulie Massimino, not too bad of a finish. 2nd place, a good point haul for him. And Harley Keeble from wrecking and from probably a new chassis finds himself in 3rd.
Yeah, this championship fight is about to become really, really interesting here overnight with 3 heat races here. And again, a bummer for Ryan Norberg outside the top 15. He crosses the line down in 16th and just never seemed to really get momentum going. So a bummer for the number 1 plate. Lots of work to be done, I'm sure, on that piece as we look into the scale line with the X30 Pro drivers all on through. Joe Turney and Dalton Haynes, I mean, even as frustrated as they may be with the way that transpired for the both of them, 2 top 5 finishes is still nothing to frown at for the pair. And with the way that, of course, Keeble, has that DNF in heat number 1, the only other guys that are looking a lot better in the points are really Massimino and Austin Garrison. But that concludes the 2nd rotation of heat races. And just like that, folks, we're getting ready to go into round number 3. With the Micro Swifts leading us back off again for 9 more sessions on the day, 2 apiece in the KA categories. Here's a look at those results one more time, so if you guys want to find out where your favorite driver ended up, this is your top 15. And then you go back from there to find the rest of the field. Norberg, 16th, Brian Garcia, Santi Fernandez, Chris Harrower, Andres Ardiles, Christian Blevins, Austin Perrin, Brooke Nachtman, Mingnan Zhu, and Andres Murcia, the 25 in X30 Pro, presented by Rollison Performance Group. So heat number 2 complete. We move on to heat number 3, and everyone is going to be looking to at least either continue momentum or start to break the bad luck streak and work their way into a better starting spot for tomorrow. Miguel Manzano Suarez and Zane Burgess have been the class of the field in Micro Swift, but that isn't to say that we couldn't see some more surprises when these young guns get rolling. Again, 7 to 10 years old, the youngest drivers here in the US Pro Kart Series structure, presented by Team Ferris Racing. Rolling your way here next.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels. directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back here for the Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift Division. Miguel Manzano Suarez will lead us to green for the final time today for these young guns. They'll park those karts and get ready for what hopefully will be at least something of a learning session in warm-up tomorrow, but it'll be hard to say how much they can gain knowing that we are expecting some more overnight showers. Cameron Johnson will start on the inside of row 2, right behind Jake Benaglio in the Team Ferris Racing machine. Then it'll be Parker Stewart on the BJR MDR entry in row 2. Row 3 has Brody Stoffel and Sterling Mulata. Row 4, Heat 2 winner Zane Burgess and Jaden Francisco. Easton Kubinski, Win Gottschalk on row 5. Then Sebastian Piemonte, Dutch Westbrook, David Ramirez, Hudson Howard, Lawrence Perriman, Luca Becquerel, Marcelo Flores, Thomas Montalvo, Jake Katowski, and then Byron Bourneman, and Jack Katowski, and then Byron Bourneman, Mateo Gomez, Zev Gottschalk, Kimo Ahmad, Camila Canache, Ruben Greer, Anthony Mazzaculo, George Zeminski, Nolan Carney, the 29 that make up the Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift field. And as they round the final turn, let's get set to let them loose here. The youngest superstars of the US Pro Kart Series are green now here as they get under power. And an even start for both lanes is going to cycle the field out nicely. If they can all survive the chicane, they do, and we'll crest the hill with Suarez leading over Benaglio, who's got a big run towards him, and he's going to fend him off with Cameron Johnson there in third. Stewart hanging tough on the outside of Burgess, who got a great jump from 7th. He moves up to 5th, and they've got a little gap further back to the rest of the group.
Yeah, already a good start by Zane Burgess. Has gone 2 for 2 in heat race wins so far. This is the last one of the day, the last time they'll be on track today. So for Zane Burgess, looking for another move on the inside of Parker Stewart, looking to get clear side by side. Stewart able to get ahead, and Jake Benaglio already losing a little bit of time. Cameron Johnson, he's able to go up to 2nd. And for Miguel Suarez, a good lead, and definitely going to want to stay away from the Sodi Racing USA machine of Zane Burgess, who's been absolutely quick, flying this weekend and the class of the field so far. A couple of movers for the back. Orioli, we've been keeping an eye on him as well. He's had to work his way from the back of the pack all the way up after an engine change overnight. After an abysmal qualifying session for Santi, looking to work his way up the field in this one here once again. But already stacked and packed, Burgess, everybody in a single foul line here from Suarez to Johnson, who's side by side with Suarez here at the moment. Not going to be close enough to get the move done as of yet, but Zane Burgess, a good start like we said before, and probably one of the best starts he had so far.
Yeah, Zane Burgess now with an opportunity. If he wants it, he's going to take it. 4th, 3rd on the inside of Parker Stewart. Mark it done. He gets through. Stewart 4th, side by side behind. That is Mulata getting through on Jake Benaglio for 5th. So through turn 9, couple changes in your top 10 in your main pack. And it's allowed Manzano Suarez and Cameron Johnson with a little bit of breathing room, although Zane closed right up to them in the final turn. Down the front stretch, we got problems for the back. That's the 33 of Dutch Westbrook. That's gone around. He's gotten back going, as Burgess is already up to 2nd with a big move there to the inside of Cameron Johnson.
Yeah, and you saw the difference in line there in between those drivers. As one driver hits the barriers there on the exit of turn number 11. Let's hope he's all right, and looks to be getting up out of that go-kart now, but seems to be all right. And already Zane Burgess on the rear bumper here of Miguel Suarez. How long is Zane Burgess going to wait? Does he push or does he pass here?
Well, let's see. He's pushed him quite a bit so far today. for now, he's going to stay in line. His teammate Harley Keeble just had a great comeback drive in that second heat race here. Let's hear from him. First and foremost, Harley, glad to see that you're okay after that gnarly hit. Can you describe to the viewers what that was like, and was that one of the harder impacts you've taken?
Yeah, I mean, it was just a racing incident, and I was parked in the middle of the track, and the guy who hit me had nowhere to go, so I mean, yeah, it's a high-speed corner, so for sure the impact was okay, but luckily I got away with it without being hurt. Yeah, and the drive in the second heat was good. I mean, I had a bit fresher tyre than everybody else, but the speed still was good. And I knew it was going to get quite messy on the last few laps, so I was just being patient and just picked them off one at a time. And luckily, I got a P3, and it should be good enough for the. Let's go one more, and it should be good enough for the final.
Now talk to me, Harley, again. What was all that was broken that had to be replaced? We saw the radiator got squished. Obviously, the side pod and the Nerf bar looked messed up. Were you able to still salvage that frame, or did you have to go to a backup frame for that most recent heat race?
No, we had to go a backup frame for the new heat race. I mean, there was something a little bit off with the brakes with that chassis, but we'll fix it for this one, and we should be better for the next one.
Now, you've obviously seen Dalton lead some laps now, and it looked like in that heat, like you said, a bit of a tire advantage, but the pace was still really, really good. The last time it feels like we were at a racetrack that raced like this, where you could pack the field up easy, you won in Cincinnati. So can you take that and roll that momentum into knowing tomorrow's probably going to look like a big pack once again that you got to fight your way to the front of?
Well, yeah, I mean, first, obviously, I've got to get the third heat out the way, start towards the front for the final, and then got to get there in the final. And then, I mean, if I've got the speed, I'm going to try and go, but if I haven't, then it's probably going to be a remake of Cincinnati. I mean, for sure, people are going to go back in on me, so, I mean, it'll probably be like Cincinnati, but, you know, it is what it is. It's a fun, like that, it's a fun race, so, yeah.
So with that said, like you said, a backup frame, I imagine the brakes you'll take a look at. Do you guys feel like there's any bit more left in the Sodi chassis or the overall package to try and find some speed? Is there anything that's kind of on your mind of like, man, we might be able to get a little bit better and get away from the guys from that last heat race?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, we was going to try something in Heat 1, but obviously I had the crash, so we had to try it in Heat 2. And now I know where we could go a little bit better for Heat 3. So I think if we make these changes and it does go better, I think we'll be really fast.
All right, Harley. Well, we appreciate the time. Congrats on the good run in Heat number 2. We hope you the best here in Heat number 3, and we look forward to seeing you back out there later today.
Thank you very much.
All right, again, that's Harley Keeble here from Sodi Racing USA. His teammate Zane Burgess has been very patient here in Heat number 3 for Micro Swift, pushing away with Miguel Manzano Suarez as we've just crossed the halfway bridge, and they have now pulled over a 1.5 second gap back to Cameron Johnson. Cameron's pack is around 7 or 8 drivers deep, with Sebastian Piemonte back in that 9th position, Cameron all the way up into 3rd, so 7 drivers in total, and it's about a second and a half back to Marcelo Flores as we got one in the wall. One driver into the outside wall. One of the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republics, it looks like, is the one. Oh, is that Manolio? I mean, that would have been right out of that lead group. We'll have to wait and see here if he comes through in this. Yeah, I think that might have been Jake Manolio. This pack has definitely been split up. He was right in the mix of it a lap ago. And, yeah, our off-pole kid, Jake Manolio, nosed into the wall. And not sure how he got there, but a real bummer for Jake in the 91 as he drops off the board now and down the heap. So not the way this heat race should have gone to give him a good starting spot for tomorrow. Instead, he'll be around mid-grid. Cameron Johnson and Parker Stewart. Consistency, the name of the game today. They have been right there in the mix here in the top 5. 3rd and 4th, both of them about 2 seconds back from Burgess and Suarez, who seem to have the field mostly covered. Jaden Francisco on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart. He's running in 5th there. He's having a pretty solid performance so far. And then the same for Easton Kubinski on that AEM Karting Tony kart. And it's Piemonte. Marcelo Flores has picked up a number of spots. Marcelo had a bad opening heat race. He's driven into the top 10 at a Sterling Mulata. And we've talked about Santiago Orioli. Had a great charge in Heat 1. He's doing another great charge here in Heat 3.
Yeah, 7 spots gained so far for Santiago Orioli so far in this race. And, just kind of damage limitation from the qualifying that he had. 8 spots gained. He was able to get ahead of Win Gottschalk last time by. So Orioli already up into the top 10. Cameron Johnson, Parker Stewart looked for the move there on the inside of Cameron Johnson. Wasn't close enough that time by, but for Zane Burgess and Miguel Suarez have been the class of the field.
There was a look at it. Our turn 4 camera just got it. That was it. Yeah, you lose a right rear tire, and you can see the hub is completely slid off of that rear axle. So a right rear hot tire and hub coming off for Jake Manolio. That was the issue that took him out of contention here, Caleb. Sorry for interrupting.
No, all good. And there you saw, unfortunate for Jake Manolio, so a lot of work to do. And that's going to be it for him today. But for Zane Burgess and Miguel Suarez, I mean, these two drivers have really, played it out perfectly. Zane Burgess all year long has been super consistent. He's a driver that's known for hitting his marks, right? Moved up early last year into this Microsoft class, was one of the youngest drivers all year round. And, he's kind of had to work with Maxwell Macha and all the other drivers that Saudi Racing USA had last year. This year has really come into his own, become that lead Saudi Racing Micro Swift driver this year, and it has done a really good job all weekend long and all year long at that. And interesting strategy by Burgess. He waits, he pushes his opponents further up the field and makes the moves when he needs to. And there you saw he looked for it in turn number 8, just wasn't close enough that time by. But we see it time and time again with Zane Burgess. He pushes whatever opponent it may be into deep waters, pushes them further up the field. In this case, it's Miguel Suarez who was the winner from round 1, and this time Zane Burgess biding his time, being patient, not rushing anything, and just waiting for his time to make the move.
Well, the one downside of Burgess there trying that move in turn 8 and it not going is now Miguel knows that Zane is on pass mode, on race mode again. And so he started defending, but Zane's got a nose down low out of the into turn 4, and he'll complete the job there. So it looked like for a moment Miguel was going to be able to defend that spot. He went low in 11, low in 1, low in 3, but an over-under in turn 3 allowed Zane to get by. So Burgess, now does he go low? He does. Miguel follows, opens up late, and looks to cross him over out of the hairpin. He'll pull alongside, but he won't get clear into the double right. So what do? Well, you hang it on the high side. Oh no, they're stuck together. They're stuck together and stopped. Suarez gets spun. Burgess is slow to return. And now, new leader is Cameron Johnson, Parker Stewart, and Jaden Francisco. Francisco on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart has inherited the lead. He just went from 5th to the point here with the white flag waving.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Francisco's heart rate is all the way through the roof here at the moment as he inherits the lead. Stewart in that 2nd spot, so already shuffled and blown out of proportion here so far in this heat race number 3. Outrageous scenes here at Trackhouse Motorplex, and already Parker Stewart on the rear bumper of Jaden Francisco. This is the battle for the heat race number 3 victory. Already Francisco lost a little bit of time on the exit of turn number 7, and now Parker Stewart blows right by him into turn number 8. He's able to get clear. Johnson still in 3rd, and Kubinski closing down the gap. These two drivers in the lead.
Yeah, Jaden was in full-on defense mode, and he defended coming out of 6 quickly to 7, and that's allowed Parker to get by. He's got a big gap to the last turn. Francisco fending off for 2nd. Parker Stewart is going to win heat number 3, and an emphatic Parker Stewart with a fist bump across the line for the BJR MDR crew. Cameron Johnson by 1/1000th beats Jaden Francisco to the line. My goodness, is that close. Easton Kubinski 4th, Sebastian Piemonte 5th, Marcelo Flores 6th, Sterling Mulata 7th, Santi Orioli 8th, Win Gottschalk 9th, Burgess ends up in 10th, and Miguel Suarez down in 15th unofficially. Again, all results provisional. In between the pair, Hudson Howard, Luca Becquerel, Daniel Ramirez, Brody Stoffel. And, well, you can't script that one any crazier, Caleb, can you?
Yeah, no, something out of a movie there for Parker Stewart, able to take the win here in this one. Santi Orioli, 9 spots gained in the end. And, just damage limitation like we said all weekend long for him. Hudson Howard as well, one of the big movers. 9 spots gained in that one. Obviously, in the end, we saw Suarez lose a lot of spots, 14 spots lost. So, just hasn't been the Saturday that Miguel Suarez would have wanted. A DNF in the first heat race and a 15th place finish at the end of this one. So, Going to be interested to see where Miguel Suarez is set to start the main event tomorrow, and is going to have a lot of work ahead of him to work his way through this field. We've seen Santi Orioli struggle, so we'll see what it looks like for Miguel Suarez tomorrow in the main event. But that was it for your Micro Swift class presented by Team Ferris Racing. Now we get set to go green, back with our full-size karts. The KA100 Juniors on the grid and getting set to go green. Last little bits of handshakes in between Chico Brown and teammate Diego Ardiles as Ardiles gets set to lead us to green here shortly alongside Michael McGoy.
Yeah, Michael McGoy trying to pick back up the pieces from heat number 2. A rough opening couple laps sent him down the leaderboards, but we know the speed is there in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart as he put it up in the top couple spots. So he'll roll off from the outside of row number 1. Sebastian Garzone and Carson Weinberg on row number 2 with Ty Fisher and David Ybarra on row number 3. Ybarra had that wild ride in the second heat race and still managed to keep it inside the top 10. The CRG driver, again, rolling from position number 6.
Yeah, Marco Romero, the driver who brought out the red flag at the end of his group's heat, heat number 2. Looks to get set to go green this time out and out there on the racetrack. You see team coach ZCD. They're alongside Marco Romero. He's starting alongside Carter McMurray on that 4th row. And then you go back to Max Christie and his turning karting group Kart Republic, starting in 9th, alongside Peyton Westcott, the driver who was quickest at the end of Happy Hour. Finds yourself starting 10th. Naomi Garcia 11th, alongside Eric Doan on the 6th row.
Yeah, and back from Eric Doan, you'll find Cole Medeiros' RPG Cosmic with Nathan Dupuis on the outside. Luke Tall and Amador Martinez on row number 8. Luca Brancati and Jensen Michelke, row number 9. Dean Peterson, Chase Gassiet-Lee for a Nash Motorsports lockout of row number 10.
And you go back to Tristan Murphy and Braden Zerves on that 11th row. Martin Jaramillo and Juan Jose Paramo on row 12. Then you have Cash Felber, the first of the Felber twins, starting on row number 13 alongside Mateo Calderon.
Then you go behind Mateo, you'll find Ben Abernathy's Hotes DD Tony kart. He had a rough go of it in his second heat race, unable to finish. Then you go back to Salvador de la Vecchia on the outside, and rounding off the top 30, Brandon Saraki and Hector Iturriaga in the 890 High 5 Performance Red Speed.
Yeah, and then you go all the way back to Bristol Bornman, starting 31st, Benjamin Beckley 32nd, Ricky Moran 33rd.
So the formation lap underway here from Trackhouse Motorplex for the first of the 2 groups, and heats groups A and B. So 1st and 4th in qualifying for Diego Ardiles and Michael McGoy as they get set to lead us out of the final turn and down the front straightaway to go green for heat number 3. Groups B and C on grid now. 4 back-to-back 100cc races to close out the afternoon. The sun shining here from Mooresville, North Carolina. Here we go, 33 drivers deep, and this time a really good start. It looked like even enough for Michael McGoy, and of course the bummer for him is that's the one that gets waved off. So no green, an aborted start attempt here to get this KA Junior class underway. And again, for Michael McGoy, he's been jumped a bit on the other 2 starts he's had so far today that have gone green, heat 1 and heat number 2. That one, he finally looked even enough. And unfortunately, he ends up not getting to take advantage of it and has to try and play the game again and stay even with Diego Ardiles. If he can keep that RPM Tony kart up there, we know that he's got the pace to be battling for the win, but there are plenty of other kids as well. As you see, Ardiles and McGoy, hands in the air, saying, everyone, all right, we got to go a little slower next time, fellas. We got to keep the speeds down and be a little more patient before we get on the power. So whatever the issue was there through the field, they're going to get another chance here this time as they quickly round turn number 11 and head down the front straightaway, getting set to go green for the first of the 2 groups in KA Junior. This is groups A and D. Heat 3, Ardiles on the inside, McGoy on the outside. We're racing down to turn number 1. and a good start for McGoy. Not as good as the first time, but this time he'll at least get into third, just ahead of that lime green TB car to Ty Fisher as they go side by side behind him.
And a much better start this time out for David Ibarra, keeping all four wheels on the ground this time out, and already into the top 5 for Ibarra here so far. But Ardila has a good start. Garzone as well. McGoy lost a spot there to Garzone. We've seen the inside line always be the beneficiary at the race start. So McGoy again already going defensive here from Ty Fisher. He's just looking for that little bit of pace left that he needs to work his way up into the top 2. But Ty Fisher, a good start so far in 4th here at the moment, biding his time behind Michael McGoy, who's defending here early on. So Fisher either going to have to make the move or push Michael McGoy along.
Yeah, as they head down the front stretch now here, look at the top 2 pushing away, and Fisher already ready to go on McGoy for third. He'll get through. Ibarra will follow almost too good as he nearly got to the inside of him in 3. Look at Carson Weinberg quickly trying to go to the inside of McGoy, had to hit the brakes, and down the backstretch now, the leaders with a big gap. Side by side further back, Marco Romero. Looks like Eric Doan and Nathan Dupuis and Max Christia all going at it there for the 8th spot. As there goes Garzone and Ardiles. Let's see, does David Ibarra want to work with Ty Fisher? For the moment, he will through turn 8, and they're going to fight behind. That'll give him a little bit of a gap. Weinberg through for 5th on McGoy.
Yeah, everybody fighting here. McMurray looks to get another heat race win to his name here, and maybe become one of the contenders for the pole position in tomorrow's main event. And already looking to make quick work of Michael McGoy. He goes a bit wide there on the exit of turn number 11, side by side in between the 2 of them. Did McMurray get through? He didn't. So Michael McGoy holds on to that spot, and behind them is Eric Doan, who's doing a pretty good job so far in this heat race in that Speed Sense Motorsports machine.
Down the backstretch, you can see McMurray's got a run, though. He'll take over the spot finally in turn 4. Doan will follow, and McGoy drops down to the 8th spot. Finally with the chance to reset. If Michael can hit his marks here, he can pull back up to the rear bumper of Eric Doan and Carter McMurray and start to march back up the grid as Doan's going to go to the inside of the Heat 1 winner. He'll take the 6th spot right back from McMurray. So McMurray had it for about 4 corners. And this is allowing the next group to catch, or would if the next group wasn't battling as well. Nathan Dupuis just got around Max Christia. They've traded that in 8th or the 9th spot multiple times already. Up the road, you'll find David Ibarra and Ty Fisher with Carson Weinberg in tow. The 3 of them are hunting down the race leaders, Diego Ardiles and Sebastian Garzone. And big contact, top of the hill. Eric Doan all the way out to the barriers there at the crest of turn 3. It looked like he and Carter McMurray at least were the 2 of them tangled, and I don't know if as well maybe Michael McGoy was in the thick of it. McGoy obviously has lost some time. He's just ahead of Dupuis. McMurray's lost ground. He's now under fire from Naomi Garcia. So that group there for 7th, 6th, 7th, and 8th has just exploded. And through turn 9, now Michael McGoy has a completely different group of challengers trying to get around the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine. And here they go. Dupuis, Peyton Westcott trying to go as well. She can't find a way by. And she's got to worry about Max Christia down the front stretch also.
Yeah, a much better outing this time by Max Christia. There goes Marco Romero. He's able to get through on Peyton Westcott, and he's able to get clear. So 2 kart republics here on your screen working together, trying to work their way through this field. Westcott looking to defend from Naomi Garcia this time by. And Westcott able to keep Naomi Garcia at bay here.
Through the infield, David Ibarra, Ty Fisher, Carson Weinberg. How much did they gain last time? It was just a little more than a tenth, might have been 2, and looks like it's going to be even more this time by. Even with Ibarra leading Fisher around, going by him a lap prior, they are still making up a lot of time. That CRG of David Ibarra is moving. Let's see what lap they put together this time by. The leaders, seeing that they're not pulling away, are going to trade spots now. Garzone to the lead on the Orsolone Tony kart.
Good move there by Garzone, and he knew it was about time to go. 3 laps prior, Ibarra set the fastest lap of the race. Then it was Ty Fisher, and then it was Carson Weinberg. So these 3 drivers on your screen here are lapping quicker and quicker every time they go around the racetrack. They're lapping quicker than Garzone and Ardiles. So these 3 drivers, every single lap, it's been a 10th, another 10th, and then another 10th. The times that they go by. So already closing down the gap. Fisher thinks it's time to go on Ibarra. He's able to get clear. Ibarra on the outside, side by side between himself and Weinberg. Weinberg going to let him get back into line. So they're going to have to work together and set their differences aside and try and close down the gap to the top 2.
And I don't think Ty Fisher was in a rush to go by Ybarra until David Ybarra dropped a tire out of turn 6. But then Ty Fisher just popped the inside curb in 11. So all that ground made up to the top 2 just evaporated, and they're back to square one, maybe 8 or 9 tenths back from the race leaders. Garzone and Ardiles with the order reversed, still just as quick and consistent. Weinberg a look low, couldn't get anything out of it. He stays back in line. So this is first and second. We were following third, fourth, and fifth. They were almost there, but we'll keep a track on their progress as let's go fade further back. Max Christia has picked up a number of positions here in this heat race. He's up to 6th on that 839 Kart Republic for Trinity Karting Group. He's gotten around Nathan Dupuis, Marco Romero, rebounding from that crash in Heat 2. He's running nicely in the top 10. Michael McGoy right there, and Carter McMurray has clawed his way back up to 10th, McGoy 9th. Let's see if McMurray can track this group down. He won't be able to get any higher than 6th, but he might be able to get back to where he was before the incident with himself and Eric Doan. As we see a change there for 4th. That was Weinberg getting around Ybarra in turn 1.
Yeah, this group here, Nathan Dupuis has gained 7 spots so far in this final heat race for this group of KA juniors, and for some of these drivers trying to race their way out of the LCQ tomorrow morning. So important for all these drivers, Alexa Romero, who DNF'd in his heat race, to have a good finishing position in this race. Goes on the inside of Nathan Dupuis. That time by, he's able to get clear because there is 2 groups. So if you finish 7th, that's really 14th on paper. So really having to work their way around this racetrack and keep it clean, especially for the likes of Romero. Ty Fisher already on the rear bumper of Sebastian Garzone as you saw Ardiles go through that time by into turn number 11. So Ty Fisher and his Race Lab TV kart closing down the gap here to your 2 leaders. And for Weinberg and Ibarra, they're not too far back, as already going defensive to the bottom of the racetrack goes Garzone. He's able to get clear on Diego Ardiles. Ty Fisher goes through as well. Up in a second. Fisher bided his time. He was patient, and now within a shot of a heat race victory here in the 3rd one.
Yeah, through the infield we go. Garzone to the low side. Fisher, a big over-under, a sweeping move, but not going to get fully to the spot by 9. He's stuck on the outside. He's hanging tough in the runoff, but now they're lined up to the inside of him, and he's going to lose 1, 2, 3 spots as Ybarra able to slam his way up to the end of that line as well. And so now, with 3 laps to go, the 5-car group goes in the order of Garzone, Ardiles, and Carson Weinberg on that Chad Docken Racing Kart Republic. Watched his brother Cameron have a couple of good runs and win some heats today. He wants to do just that as he shoves Ardiles to the lead. Can't get it to 2nd, though. He's so close. Yes, he can by the grit of his teeth. He is able to get Garzone to back out. Carson Weinberg is determined right now. And here, a quick fade and almost synchronized moves to the inside for him and Ardiles.
Yeah, and you saw Garzone kick up either some dirt or some water there after dropping a tire in turn number 5. So that really promoted Carson Weinberg to get ahead, and Garzone lost a little bit of time, but still in that 3rd spot and lapping relatively quickly. These drivers, these top 5 still a little bit ways back to anybody else. It's Carson Weinberg, bottom of the racetrack. He looks to get clear in turn number 1. He does. Garzone looks to go on Ardiles 2. Not close enough. Ibarra on the outside. Garzone on the inside. Ibarra having to take the runoff. And there goes Ty Fisher. Looks to get the move done on Ibarra. Not close enough as of yet for the TV kart.
Yeah, through the bowl here this time. Carson Weinberg leads his first laps of the weekend, and it's coming at a very critical point. The last few championship points and heat points for tomorrow's grid spots up for grabs here in Heat 3. They're 3 wide. Look at Sebastian Garzone around the outside, but Weinberg let off the brake and drove him a little wide, and it's Ardiles back to the lead. Ty Fisher to the high side. Ybarra will get through on him. That was almost an awesome move by Sebastian Garzone. Unfortunately there, he couldn't quite stick it. White flag in the air. Ardiles has a lead of about 2 car lengths, so he's got a little bit of room while Garzone is trying to hang on over Ybarra.
Yeah, Ardila's already with a good gap, and there goes Ibarra on the inside of turn number 3. He looks to get clear. He does. Garzon falls back, and Ibarra knows he has to defend. Doesn't defend enough because Garzon had the nose on the inside. Was not able to get clear, and this has promoted Ardiles and Carson Weinberg to have a 1v1 match, and into turn number 6, Garzon looks to get through. Ibarra drops a tire.
He dirt tracked that thing coming out of turn 6. That was awesome, but now he's got dirt on the tires. He's got to really park it in turn 8. He's going to do just that. They're 3 wide. Here comes Ty Fisher. Does he get around him? He does. Fisher to 3rd. Ibarra hangs on for 4th. There's Christia. They're 2x2 in the pack behind. Here's the fight for the win. Weinberg, high, over-under on Ardiles. I don't think he'll get the run to the line. The checkers go the way of Diego. He wins Heat 3. Weinberg, Fisher, Ibarra, Garzon, Christia in 6th. Romero 7th. McGoy 8th. Nathan Dupuis 9th, and Carter McMurray, granted a whole lot closer to the lead by the end, but still nothing better than P10 for the 802 Timmy Tech Comp Card. Peyton West got 11th. Dean Peterson, Naomi Garcia, Jaramillo Martinez, your top 15, and Eric Doan. Man, what a good run he had going here all day. I mean, he just kind of flew under the radar, didn't make too much noise, had some good runs, and he's going to end up with a 28th place result here in heat number 3. That's a major bummer. For sure. Chase Gassiet Lee picks up a handful of spots from further back. He ends up 18th. Braden Zerves there rounds your top 20. And you go down to the rest of the pack with a lot of drivers are probably headed to that B main tomorrow because we have over 60 of them entered here. And now half of that grid is locked in outside of penalties. So the first group for KA Junior wrapped. Now the second group. Diego Ardiles set the bar for the boys in pink and purple. Can Chico Brown do the same here in heat number 3 and make a Rollison lockout of the KA Junior Heat races? Starts to the inside of a great qualifying effort for the 808 of Charlie Smith and the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. Then you go back to row number 2. Mateo Pappas and Isaac Malcutt. Both drivers have been in the lead pack, fighting for the win, and Malcutt had a lot of awesome moves in that opening heat race, but then not as much noise, I believe, in heat number 2, if I remember correctly. He's, again, that lone PSL Bureau Lard as well.
Yeah, and a very interesting point I'm seeing now with Isaac Malcutt, actually changing the front fairing on that Burrell Art machine. He had the other KG one that you see on the Nash Motorsports with the hole actually in that fairing, and then switched over to the all-black one. That's just a very solid, without that, I guess, arrow hole that you can call it. So maybe Malcutt, opting to go to something different, considering draft, considering punching a hole through the air here, Xander.
Yeah, we'll keep a tab on that. Maybe that'll be the lucky fairing here for Isaac Malcutt if he pulls off a heat race win. But if there's anything that we've learned today, it's not going to come easy. You've got to fight for it all the way down to the checkered flag. We've seen moves around the outside, over-unders, 3 wide passes. What are we in store for here with groups A and D here, or B and C, sorry, in KA Junior? Turner Brown, 2nd overall in qualifying. Charlie Smith, 3rd overall in qualifying. And then further back to row 3, Forrest Adams, and then Travis Pettit on the Race Lab Karting TV. You have Davin Roberts and Enzo Vidmontien on row 4, Max Weiland, Alexander Vanchev rounding your top 10 on that black and orange Sodi cart.
Then you have Manichek and Sarfati on that 6th row. You go back to Scarborough and Pollard on that 7th row. Jackson Wolney, Holbrook on row 8. Then you go down to Herrera, Kosev, Popescu, Jackson Deal further back as well. Perkins, Nunez, Dunnigan, Renderos, Felber, Barber, Enbar, Barile, Andredos, Gonzalez, Thomas, Mokaram, and Isaac Nolan. Shotgun Charlie on the field, starting 33rd here. So the second half of our KA100 juniors get set to go green for these drivers looking for a good starting spot in the main event, and for others looking to stay out of the LCQ tomorrow morning. So lots to play for here in this KA100 junior main event. Heat race.
Here we go down the front straightaway into the tram lines. Chico Brown, Charlie Smith getting set to go. The last few spots in the main, a very early punch off. And that's because we were waiting for the driver that was late to leave the grid to catch on up. That is one of the Franklin Motorsports Merlins that was just trying to get back into position. And I believe start maybe a little bit deeper in the field, but we'll try and ID which driver that was. Might have been Chaz Varial, but I'm not 100% on that. So but that was not any one of our top 10 row starters. But they're going to wave it around and give him the chance to line up in his original qualifying position, and we'll get set to go again. So BBS Race Engines KA100 Junior, BBS Race Engines KA100 Senior is on deck. You have Brandon Jarskrak Racing KA100 Junior, and the BJR MDR camp with Forrest Adams as the highest of their contenders starting here in this division on the inside of row 3. So for Chico Brown in the 836, a good day. Could it be a great ending to the day with a pair of heat victories? The first of those 2 chances comes right now as we round that final turn. Or could Charlie Smith get some momentum going the way of the Californian as they head on to the front stretch once again? Mateo Pappas, Isaac Malkett there, and then all the way back to the 815 LN cart at the tail end of our 30-plus driver grid, and that is Isaac Nolan here as we go green down to turn 1, and look at the jump for Smith. Charlie Smith sending it around the outside. He'll take the lead up the hill to turn number 3.
Yeah, and the first time all weekend we see the outside line take the lead into turn number 1. Chico Brown in second there, and everybody continuing to cycle through. Forrest Adams looking for a much better end to his heat race number 3 this time out, and side by side further back in the field. Everybody in the top 10 pretty much single file, biding their time, and just trying to keep it clean here so far. Adams to the bottom of the racetrack with Roberts there right behind. Weiland looks to get the move done on the outside, and you see how cold those tires are for Max Weiland. Just could not get it done.
Yeah, his hands were very, very busy there on the dirty side of the racetrack. Charlie Smith signaling to Turner Brown to work together and go forward. Turner's going to follow him there, try not to make it a 10-car pack like this here for the lead. So they obviously want to stay where they're at out front, and Chico happy to follow Charlie for the moment. Through turn 1, Nico Sarfati had to climb the curb to try and get clear, and that bottled them up a little more in that major swarm from maybe 8th or 9th on back. Sarfati in 10th when he crossed the line last time by. So Smith, Brown, Pappas, the top 3. Little gap to Forrest Adams in 4th, who, as you mentioned, needs a good heat race in heat 3 to safely go to the final. Here, just anything decent will put him through. If he has another DNF, he's probably headed to the B main tomorrow morning to fight for a chance to race in the afternoon. Davin Roberts still 5th there, up 2 spots from the jump. Enzo Vidmontien, Weiland, Vanchev, Malkett was the big loser off the start from the outside. 9th across the line last time by. We'll see if the Beryl Arch drivers made up any more ground here at the end of lap 2. As now Turner Brown wanted the lead, and Charlie Smith said no. He drove all the way down to the bottom to cover it off and instantly starts to low line up the hill to 3.
Yeah, shut the door in Chico Brown's face there into turn number 1. And now already Pappas looking for the move on the outside, not close enough. Adams stuck a nose in there, wasn't able to get it done either, so still pretty stagnant in between the top 7 here at the moment, who are all on your screen. You see further back for Alexander Vanchev trying to close down his gap further up ahead. And already Charlie Smith goes defensive. Chico Brown around the outside, looks to get clear. He does. What a move by Chico Brown. And Pappas going to take advantage. Go through as well. Forrest Adams look to go through and contact. Vidmontien involved. Adams involved. Pappas involved. And for Enzo Vidmontien, after an abysmal qualifying yesterday, has a lot of work to do to get back into the top 10.
There's still 2x2 further back here. This is crazy right now here in this KA100 Junior final heat race. Lip 1 driver way wide. That's one of the Sodis. He'll take the escape route. That's Vanchev. He just had to cut turn number 2 with how bad he blew the corner. I'm sure there's a ton of cars with damage. You can see Vidmontien first and foremost with a heavily bent steering shaft as the big pack works its way through the bowl. That is 20 carts deep, and there is no room for error here. Somewhere in this group, someone's going to get collided, and there it is, right there. Back of the pack, spun in front of the field. Thankfully, everyone's okay. It's one of the Felber brothers. The 874 goes around in front of the pack that time, one of the RPG entries. So that was the 874, was that Roman Felber spinning out there right out of turn number 6. Now, over to turn 11. You can see Jackson Wolney's in the middle of that swarm. That's Javier Herrera with a stuffed move on Charlie Smith. Travis Pettit's back there. He started on row 3, and he's all the way back. This group is just nonsense. Check it out now. Herrera's going to take the escape route. That's Lillian Scarborough in the mix. Wolney gets around both. It's Smith way actually further back than that with the crash. It's Lillian Scarborough in the NASCAR that I mistook as Wolney gets around Herrera in turn 4, and so will Cash Perkins. And into the wall for the 807 of Luis Fernunez. The Orsillo and Tony Kart driver was in 16th, and out is Alexander Vanchev in the Sodi Kart. He was out in the chicane. So there is just carnage all over the place from 7th on back. The top 6 are well safe. They could almost take their hand or feet off the gas right now and coast to the finish with how big this gap has now opened up. There is just straight up clear racetrack ahead of Jackson Wolney, sadly. He is not going to get any higher up than 7th without any penalties or other crashes in the top 6. Isaac Malcutt, a good run in the early heats now. He's mired in this middle group. There's Jackson Deal. He had a bad opening heat race, and the MPG driver is charging his way towards the top 10. Now into 11th here, just ahead of Nico Sarfati.
Yeah, and for some of these drivers, I mean, they know exactly what they need to do. Some of them battling to stay outside of the LCQ tomorrow morning. The likes of Travis Pettit, who had a DNF in one of the heat races. He really needs a good result here as Vinamontien gets the move done there, is able to get clear and work his way through the field.
Let's go down here to hear from one of our other KA100 junior drivers who just came off the racetrack, and I'm sure he's very thankful his race did not look like this one. Carson Weinberg, watching all this stuff here for 7th. This is crazy, crazy stuff here, but you survived your heat pretty well. Talk about it.
Well, I just had to make safe moves and be fast and just stay at the front, make sure not to lose the draft, and I'll be there.
Now, this weekend here, your brother Cameron's doing pretty good. Is there any bit of a little bit of a younger brother in you that wants to go, yeah, you might have finished 1st or 2nd. I did better. I gapped the field. I did something. Come on. Don't tell me you don't want to one-up Cameron, huh?
Yeah, I do. I really want to win a lot, and I want to beat him, prove my dad wrong, you know. And my dad always tells me, like, oh, Cameron did this, Cameron did that, drive as hard as him. And I'm like, I'm trying, but I feel like I can drive a little bit harder.
Well, you've obviously done a good job to position yourself for a good spot tomorrow. And while you hail from Georgia, and I know you guys have been living down in Florida a little bit, but you spent a lot of laps around this racetrack long before you made it into the national scene. Would it mean a lot to get your first career national win in junior here?
Yeah, I would, because we took a break like for about a year. So I think I would gain my respect back from winning this big national race.
Well, you've obviously done a good job to punch your ticket to a top starting spot tomorrow with that good result there in heat number 3. Congratulations, Carson. We'll let you get back to the pits to review the data and get ready for tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, again, that's Carson Weinberg, folks, here. The Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic driver just came off the racetrack, and this chaos, it's not done. This is just all-out red mist. Pass or be passed, almost kill or be killed here right now, Caleb. This is insanity, it feels like, here in this KA Junior Heat race.
Yes, the drivers here on your screen, Lillian Scarborough in the Nash Motorsports machine. She was purple a couple of laps ago, and a good lap that time by Ethan Sky Majenchik as well. They're on the edge of your screen at the tail end of this group. Sarfati in this group as well, and this is all just on the edge here. 7th, still the battle that we're looking at here. 7th on back all the way to Enzo Vinamontien, who finds himself in that 13th spot. Jackson Deal at 6 spots, and Travis Pettit as well. All drivers who are well inside of the top 10 at one point or another in this race. So just damage limitation for a lot of these guys and girls to work their way up the field. There's Jackson Wolney looking to work his way through as well. So already a lot of work to do for some of these drivers who have just found themselves in all the wrong places and in a lot of battles.
And again, that's Scarborough. They're leading the group. My apologies to Charlie Smith. He's done a great job running up towards the front. He and Forrest Adams running 2nd and 3rd. They just traded the 2 spot last time by. Adams up to 2nd. Turner Brown's lead up to 1.4 seconds. But while we watch the rest of this field here go with 2.5 laps remaining and up the hill, Enzo Vinamontien, let's check in with him here. Definitely some damage for Enzo, but he is still fighting. The Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver trying to get on the inside of Cash Perkins, trying to get clear. They're door-to-door to turn 5. Enzo blinks here, has to back out. He's on the outside. You can see the rubber damage, or the rubber marks on the front bumper, and for sure some kind of damage, I would have to imagine, with the way he went up in the air. But he's still ripping some good laps. That was a good pass right there. That'll put him up another spot and moves him to what should be 11th or so, if not 12th. No, a 12th place right there is up the road in 11th is Ethan Sky Manuchik on that Rocket Racing Company Tony Kart. White flag in the air next time. 2 laps to go currently, and we're still just keeping tabs on this group. There is a good fight potentially for 4th as well. Mateo Pappas, Davin Roberts, and Max Weiland have kind of all come together way up the road in a 3-car train. Here they are into turn number 5. So Mateo Pappas on that green and white Orsolone Tony kart, Davin Roberts on that Ryan Perry Motorsport red and white machine, and then Max Weiland in the white, blue, and orange Magic kart, all in 4th, 5th, and 6th. They are too far back from the 3rd place and 2nd place drivers to battle there, but they are not close enough to have to worry about anyone else, as we got problems for Hamza Anbar. A bummer for the Arcane Motorsports driver. Hamza was in 26th last time by. He ends up nose first into the wall there here on the penultimate lap, as down to the inside goes Mateo to defend from Davin. Up the hill to 3 we go.
Up the hill, there goes Davin Roberts on the inside at turn number 3. He gets through. Weiland able to get through as well on Mateo Pappas, so heads up move there by Max Weiland. For Chico Brown, way up the field. Forrest Adams currently in that 2nd spot with Charlie Smith 3rd at the moment. The two of them pretty close together, but not close enough for Smith to attempt the move. Let's see if Weiland has anything for Davin Roberts this time by. Roberts going to fend off, and Weiland goes even lower, able to get through as well. And there goes Mateo Pappas. New life for him. He's able to get clear.
Right back into 4th. Roberts just left the door cracked, and Weiland was able to get through. He's going to try and do the same thing back to Mad Max. Gets around him as across the line, Chico wins Heat 3 in KA Junior B and C. Charlie Smith gets one on Forrest Adams, who still gets a very good 3rd place result that'll safely punch his ticket to the main event. Mateo Pappas 4th, Davin Roberts 5th, Max Weiland 6th. Then it is Javier Herrera, who gets back up into 7th on the final lap over Sarfati, Scarborough, and Jackson Wolney was 7th. Drops to 10th on the final circuit. But for the 3rd heat in a row, Jackson Wolney has driven up the grid and gotten a top 10 result. And that's going to put him, with all of the attrition that we have witnessed so far, probably, I'd say around maybe 11th or 12th overall. So a good result for Jackson Wolney and the SCR group. Then you go back to some more downbeat results. Isaac Malkett, 17th at the end. And we go all the way to the rear to see the handful of DNFs. You saw Alexander Vanchev go off early there. Roman Felder out. Hamza Anbar out. Jeremiah Thomas out. All staring at a potential B main starting spot. Now let's go down to the pit lane here. We'll hear from one driver we didn't get to chat with from the end of KA Junior Group number 1, Mr. Sebastian Garzone. A good weekend in the mix for you, I would say. Is that fair to say? Pretty good so far for you?
Yeah, it is really good today. P2, P3, and P5. We're still working with my team to tomorrow's main event. In the last heat, unfortunately, I touched some water and my wheels went bad. And I really a risky move that didn't work, but it's so good today.
Yeah, talk about that. Had you been watching any of the sessions today to see some of those guys attempt outside moves in turn 8 or make that decision on your own? Or was that just, you know what, I see a gap, I'm going to try it, I don't know if it'll work?
Yeah, I just try it.
Well, we definitely appreciate the moxie and the guts there. That could be a move that wins you the race if you just fine-tune it a little bit right. But still, again, you tried it, you went for it, and you still salvaged a good finish. With all those results, you should be starting good tomorrow. Is there anything you'd like to try in the warm-up session or anything else on the package on the go-kart that you think could maybe give you some more speed?
Well, now we're going to see with our team in which part I can do better to tomorrow main event and try to win.
All right, Sebastian Garzone, congratulations. A very consistent day with 3 top 5 finishes, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Again, that is Sebastian Garzone here in KA Junior. A little more cleanup to do before KA100 Senior rolls onto the racetrack, so we'll take a moment. We return. We've got Steven Eisert and Paulie Massimino ready to lead us to green here in Mooresville.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, Supernats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Steven Eisert and Paulie Massimino ready to go head-to-head for the first time today as they make up the front row. And Massimino and Overbeck, their first race together where they've got a teammate up at the same session in pack. And the same can be said further back on row 4 for an all-GFC row with Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Jake Drew. In the middle between those drivers, you've got Austin Olds on the MPG Kart Republic, AJ Myers, who's now won a heat race and gotten another good result in Heat 2, Cameron Weinberg, and then on back to Cooper Shipman and Max Altman. So really good points for the Magic Man. For the rest of the field, they're trying to get a little more. Massimino's got a heat win to his name also. Steven Eisert just trying to get something from this pole in qualifying. As we go racing to turn number 1, and around the outside, Massimino takes the lead. Eisert second, Overbeck third. On the high side, hanging on tough is Austin Olds, and we got one way off the racetrack. Noah Jackson out in no man's land there in the grass, and there was one other collected as the field heads through turn 5.
Wow, big off there for one of the Kart Republics of Jackson, but everybody, for the majority, able to cycle through. Massimino with a great start. Overbeck, the heat race number 2 winner, going defensive from AJ Myers and already looking for moves. Cooper Shipman on Jake Drew wasn't close enough that time by. But the majority of the field able to continue going here in this one. For Steven Eisert, a good start for him in second. Austin Olds, a good start as well. Just really needs to limitate all the bad results he's had earlier on in the day to put himself well clear and into the main event.
AJ Myers able to get around Overbeck in turn 1. Jesus Vasquez Jr. holding off Weinberg. Let's see if Vasquez goes on Overbeck. Overbeck was going to fade low. Nothing he can do. Vasquez through. Weinberg gets through. Here comes Jake Drew as well. James Overbeck's got to stop the bleeding here quickly and get some good corners together with potentially dirty tires. But it looks like he got a good one out of 6. Let's see if there's any other moves in turn 8. Vasquez stuffing the Magic Man in turn 8. A big move that cost them a ton of time, but he's going to get at least one spot out of it if he can hold it, which he does. But that aggressive move by Jesus Vasquez Jr., we've seen him probably the most aggressive I think we've seen the California kid this year has been today in these heat races, and it's paid off in Heat 1 and Heat 2, but that just cost them a lot of time, and they're playing this one really smart in front of him, so it'll be tough now with already just only 2 laps in, the gap well over a second back to P4, and he's got no love there. Cameron Weinberg going to go back in on him in turn 4.
Yeah, Weinberg on the inside, able to get clear. That brings AJ Myers right back into play with James Overbeck as well. Like you said, has to stop the bleeding at some point in this racing, and you really see what happens in this KA senior field. If you're not going to go on the driver ahead of you, someone else behind you is going to go, and then you have AJ Myers getting through on Vasquez Jr. Overbeck goes through as well. So now Vasquez Jr. falls back, loses 2 spots in that corner.
Yeah, and he's going to look back and find Cooper Shipman right there, but luckily a big gap behind him. So if these guys can stay patient, they'll be able to start making some headway back forward again and get away from the rest of the midfield. But Vasquez is already going to go right back in on Overbeck with a big move to the inside in turn number 1. So he'll take that spot back. Overbeck drops in line back to P7. Vasquez Jr. P6. Overbeck going to go back in on him in turn number 4. So now James Overbeck once again back to the spot, and they continue to work their way backwards, trading 6th. Myers with a lot of separation, and the same for Cameron Weinberg. The whole top 5 are just going to go further into the distance the more that these two go at it.
Yeah, so already these drivers cycling through at the moment. It's Cameron Weinberg with the fastest lap of the race. They have been fighting quite a bit, though, further up. For Massimino, been super consistent as well. On the same 10th as Steven Eisert, just doesn't have that last little bit that he needs to get to the rear bumper of Paulie Massimino. The draft could help him, and a push of by Austin Olds would help him even more. But just Olds doesn't really have the pace. 2 tenths off at the moment compared to Steven Eisert. For James Overbeck, a slow start for him. A couple of tenths off already, but is looking to get past here by Jesus Vasquez Jr. Looked for the move, wasn't close enough that time by for Vasquez, but just all these drivers, struggling for pace here in the later stages of the race, and it really brings up the question, how much power do these drivers have left in this final heat race?
I don't know if it's so much that. To be honest, what you're seeing, Vasquez was close enough in turn 4, but this is a mental game at this point with track position. He didn't have any faith in James Overbeck, so he stuffed him at every opportunity. And when you're James Overbeck and you haven't gone head-to-head with Jesus Vasquez Jr., you're still trying to earn the respect of everyone around you at the front of this KA pack. Sometimes you got to push back, and you got to drive a little bit stupid and keep passing back and forth. And I feel like stupid might be a bit derogatory. I don't hope those guys don't take it that way, but, passing back and forth for the sake of passing is not smart by any means. But he did that because he's like, you know what? We're not going to make any time, and I need you to trust me. And at least he gave him a lap. He just went by him there in turn number 4, but for a lap, he gave Overbeck a shot. And the motto normally goes that, if you do have the guy's respect, or whether or not you do, for a lot of them, it's if you drop a tire. So James might have dropped a tire a little bit at some point in the last couple laps, or the last quarter of a lap, and that's what made Vasquez go by. But he had to do something. He had to kind of stick up for himself. I think he did that, but we've heard from everyone, it's a track position game today. You've got to be in the right spots because there's so many guys that can run the same lap time. And if you can't get guys to follow you, if they're going to dive you at every chance, it's worth sacrificing a couple spots in this heat race to maybe earn some respect. You don't need to be liked. You need to be respected when you get out in the main event.
Yeah, correct. And very similar story to Austin Olds, right? One of the rookies who's moving up in this class, finds himself in the 5th spot here at the moment. Was in that 3rd spot there for a bit, and then you have the veterans of A.J. Myers and Weinberg going by on him as well. So still very green. Austin Olds to senior racing, had a good and breakout junior season last year, but already Vasquez going for the move there on Austin Olds, who seems to be lacking a little bit of pace this time out, and Vasquez went purple actually the last time by in the process of 49.991. So these drivers very patient and a little bit of a quieter KA100 Junior race. And as I say that, some contact further back. Looks like Charles Rupke and Noah Jackson getting together.
Man, Noah Jackson just having contact everywhere. This is a real downbeat of a heat for him. Already crashed on the opening lap and crashing again, trying to drive back up the order as we watch Olds and Overbeck together. A couple of Midwestern kids. Overbeck's going to go in on him, though he has to. Watching Vasquez drive away. So, like you said, whereas earlier my point being about so many guys at the same speed, Olds just that tick off, maybe a tenth. That might be all it takes, but that little bit, lap by lap, quarter tenth here in each corner, that's enough where you're going to slowly slip away from the leaders here. This time by, the main group will see 4 laps remaining, and while all of this has gone on, and we focused a lot on this battle at the edge of the top 5, Paulie Massimino has held the lead and held it nicely. If anything, he's pulled away. Steven Eisert led early. Massimino pushed him, worked with him. And last time by, Paulie went a 10th better by himself, driving away on the BJR MDR LN kart. So we know that thing's fast enough to stay at the front. James Overbeck using Vasquez Jr. and himself now to charge back forward, as so is A.J. Myers. A.J. Myers and Cameron Weinberg, both with heat wins, both of their heat wins, they got away from the pack and drove away. So seeing this group, this technically you wouldn't think is a strong group because it's 1st and 4th in qualifying and on back. But seeing Weinberg versus Myers today, I figured that those two would be, a 1-2 shot well out in front of the field. But instead, poleman Steven Eisert has hung tough right there this entire heat. And Paulie Massimino has definitely found a little bit more, it seems like, here in this 3rd heat race for KA Senior, because he is just, he's walking away from everyone. Nobody is closing up to the race leader.
Yeah, kind of unheard of in the KA100 Senior class when you're racing at such a draft-dependent track. So to see this from Paulie Massimino putting on an absolute clinic in this class. And already, Eisert losing time to A.J. Myers here in the closing stages of this race. Seems like that magic card has really come to life here as the laps continue to dwindle down. So let's see what it looks like for A.J. Myers. And when he tries to go on Steven Eisert, looks pretty close this time by. He does in turn number 8, able to get clear. Weinberg looks to go through as well. Side by side, Eisert drops the tire, loses the spot to Cameron Weinberg. Weinberg.
Yeah, Cameron Weinberg getting through Eisert there, and now Jesus Vasquez Jr., who just set fast time of the race last time by, closes, looks, sends it, top 5, and 1 spot higher now for Vasquez, up to peak 4 for the 977, and his charge isn't over. He was quicker than Weinberg and Myers last time. Still, nobody's faster than Paulie, and I think Vasquez, while he does own fast lap of the race, he did get that towing up to this 3-car group. So for Massimino to be running the laps he's running by himself, that's a warning shot across the bow to everyone for tomorrow that the 940 is going to be a driver you got to get behind you, or you've got to find speed to run with if he ends up leading. That lead is up to a second now, which means we're going to be focused on this battle for second coming around to the white flag this time. Myers versus Weinberg, and Vasquez Jr. has been ready to pounce at any moment. He is tracking them down to a car length back. He gets a second place result here. That'll match the other top fives he's got on the day. It might put him as high as the second row, I think, for tomorrow. So let's see what the 977 does. He got a great run through turn number 1. He's been so strong at the end of the front stretch and through the opening chicane. And he'll get right up to Weinberg here in turn 4 as Myers covers low.
Yeah, Myers covers off Cameron Weinberg. Vasquez not too far back after a little bit of a slow start to his heat race as they get together. Cameron Weinberg looked for the move on the inside of turn number 6, wasn't able to get clear, gets into the side of AJ Myers, and the two of them are just outside of the top 10 here at this point with a lot of work to do to catch back up. But that promotes Jesus Vasquez Jr. up to second and Steven Iser back up. All the while, Massimino further up the field.
Heat win number 2 for Pauly. He'll take another one. Heat 3 as he looks over the shoulder. Vasquez Jr., Iser 3rd, Overbeck 4th, and it'll go 5th Chipman, 6th Austin Olds, Myers 7th as there's problems for, I think that's Valen Venkatesh. I'm not 100% certain. One of the Speed Sense Motorsports entries just went off the road here on this last lap. If not, it was Jack Doyle. Doyle, the driver, going off there in the 908. Jake Drew didn't make a lot of noise in that last heat race, unlike his teammate, but he did keep his nose clean and was able to pick off Weinberg at the end, along with Weinberg's teammate Anthony Rivera. Cameron falls back to the 10th spot, but chaos on the last lap for AJ Myers and Cameron Weinberg as Pauly Massimino wins Groups A and D, heat number 3. Isert, Overbeck, Shipman, Olds, Myers, Drew, Rivera, and Weinberg again your top 10 to Max Holtman. Finn Bailiff picking up a number of spots again, safely putting him into the show. Adrian Cruz as well, and Kingston Himes, I think 3 consecutive top 15s are more than enough to punch his ticket to the main. Not as high as I'm sure he would have hoped after how good he was to start the day. Same for Emery Lida, a 16th place result there, and he drove all the way up to 4th in the opening heat race after penalties. But still, should be more than safe to transfer to the big show tomorrow, whether or not we have that last chance qualifier as we sit at 51 drivers. So I would bet we won't. I think we may just go straight through to the main for KA Senior, as the original allotment was for 50. But 26 and 25 puts us at 51 drivers here for them. So first group, a little chaos at the end, but the battle for the win was not a battle. Pauly Massimino gets the lead, drives away, plays that one as strategic and perfect as you could frame it.
Yeah, I mean, really, as best as he could have done it, right? Got to the lead early, did not look back after he got to the point, and came away with the victory. So straightforward for Pauly Massimino, who, like we've mentioned many times before this weekend, has a lot of laps around this place, coaches here very often, and knows how to put together a couple of laps around here. But that was only half of our KA100 seniors here on the grid and getting set to go green. Our second group, so that was A versus D. We get set to go versus in B versus C with Christian Miles, Oliver Calvo starting on that front row, Aiden Rudolph on the second row alongside Fernando Luque. Some of these drivers really need a better result, some of them thinking about their starting position in their main event, and others just really need to keep it on the racetrack to make it safely into the show. The likes of Rudolph, who with a couple of penalties at the end of his first heat race, really needs a clean final heat race. Had a clean second heat race, but needs the same here in this sort of one. And more drivers as they get set to go green. Christian Miles on the pole alongside Oliver Calvo. And on that second row, Rudolph and Luque. Row number 3, Luke Welcome, Chris Harrower. And you go back to row 4, Alan Isambard, and then Alex Feldstein, Colin Lloyd, and Connor Ferris rounding up your top 10.
Then going back there to 11th with Lucas Zabo and Kane Martin, Eli Warren and Luke Powers for the War Power Racing lockout of row number 7 with Ryan Persing and Quentin McPherson on row number 8.
You go back to Raheem Alibi and Autumn Fisher on that 10th row. CJ Bowman and Lydia Small on row number 9. So more and more drivers. Tomke's Gaunt, Suplee, Gonzalez, Murray, Crouch, all getting set to go green here in heat race number 3 in KA100 Senior. A good start so far. Christian Miles leads us to green, and we are racing here in KA Senior. A couple of drivers already wide in a turn number 1, but everybody able to continue going. Christian Miles holds on to the lead.
Down the back straightaway here, Miles on back here from Calvo and company as they go through with Rudolph in the middle. And so far, so good. Luke Welcome here with the best start he's had so far, or at least matching that, I think, moving up to third from the inside lane. For Alan Isambard in 4th here, he's really close. And then you go back from Calvo to find where Fernando Luque slotted in. He didn't lose any more spots than the fellow outside row starter in front of him did, and Calvo just locked in right behind him. A lap in the books. Christian Miles leads as Isambard gets by Luke Welcome, 2 drivers from South Florida that have dueled plenty of times over the years. They trade the 3rd spot. Miles leads lap 1.
Miles still leads, and it's very similar to what we saw in the heat races prior in between Rudolph and Miles. The 2 of them still leading. Miles looks back, gives a thumbs up to Aiden Rudolph, tells him to continue pushing forward. So Rudolph, as long as Miles keeps it on the racetrack, doesn't make mistakes, he's going to be happy to push Christian Miles along, but has to realize that they're losing time to Alan Isambard. We saw Rudolph wait a little too long in the second heat race. Not going to wait this time by on the inside of turn number 8. Learned from that second heat race, and already to the point here. Isambard looks to go through as well. It wasn't close enough. Power is going to go through that time by.
Luke Welcome gets through. Here comes Oliver Calvo down the inside. Fernando Luque, Colin Lloyd joining the mix here on that pink and chrome Inter-MS machine. And then you go back, Lucas Zabo alongside Isambard, still into turn 1 as Calvo throws a late defensive move to keep Luque at bay. And Aiden Rudolph, Christian Miles, Luke Welcome, single file down the backstretch. Let's see, does Miles go right back? He was on the bumper pushing Rudolph, but he did not make a bid for the lead in turn number 4. And Aiden Rudolph hunting for a first heat race win of the day after being in contention in both of his 2 heats earlier this morning.
Yeah, so 2 Lukes in this race. Luke Powers further back in the field, and Luke Welcome, the driver, in third. There you see Luque on the inside of Oliver Calvo. Colin Lloyd looks to go through there as well. Not close enough as of yet. Looks to hold on to it around the outside on Calvo. Not able to get clear on the outside. Going to have to take to the runoff area to slot right back in a line, but Isambard looks for the move on the inside. Isambard gets clear. Lloyd loses another spot in that corner.
Yeah, now at least single file, though, into turn number 1 is going to kind of calm things back down for them, because if they aren't careful, there are a lot more drivers happy to get into the mix for the top 10. And they are not far behind. Kane Martin only 2.2 seconds back from the lead. Chris Harrower, Luke Powers, Alexander Gonzalez, all there and well close enough to go and fight as Luque leads this pack here from 4th on back. And the leaders are not trading spots at all. Rudolph, Miles, Welcome, doing a great job to keep everyone else at a 2nd or further away as Isambard stuffs it on Calvo there for 5th. And behind, they're side by side, Lloyd, Persing, I think they're, Ryan Persing in the 909, hanging on over CJ Bowman and trying to force his way back on the racetrack. Bowman over the curbing, still there. Persing trying to close the door. They are nearly 4 wide here as they come down the front straightaway.
No idea how they all made it clear, but 3 wide into turn number 1. Wow, a good move there, and not everybody was able to get clear.
Alex Murray and the 955 of Ryan Crouch. That was back at the end of the main pack. So back there just outside the top 20. For the 2 of them, but in through 5 and 6, Rudolph, Miles, Welcome. Fernando Luque's making some inroads. He was quick last time, and even quicker was Alan Isambard on the Sodi.
Yeah, and Xander, I mean, we're starting to see very, very patient races here in this 3rd heat race. With all these drivers knowing they're getting close to that main event, they really can't risk too much. They need to stay consistent. They need to keep it on the racetrack for either a good starting spot or an exit of the LCQ.
Well, talking about good starting spots, it was an okay final heat race for James Overbeck. Is that fair to say, James? I mean, I'm sure you wanted more, but it could have also been a lot worse.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw what happened to AJ on the last lap, and I'm definitely glad I wasn't involved in that. I was really close to it, but yeah, we just missed tire pressure a little bit, I think, in that heat race. Took a little bit longer than I would have liked to come in, but still, overall, I can't be mad with it.
Now, let's talk about the rest of the day and kind of, what you've been able to take away from racing against these guys. The speed's been there for you. That's not been a question. Consistently won you a championship last year. But, in terms of kind of earning respect or learning how to play the game a little better with as many drivers in the mix at a high-speed track like this, have you learned a lot? Have you had some lessons, good or bad, today?
Oh, for sure. I mean, after the last USPKS race at Speed Sports, I didn't do very good in the final. I just got used up and wasn't aggressive enough. So I think I took my lessons I learned from there, and I just kind of came into this weekend, and especially the heats today, thinking like, I just got to be more aggressive. I can't sit around and wait for stuff to happen. And I think I was able to accomplish that well, and the results show for themselves that just changing that and approaching it with a different mindset really helps a lot.
Let's talk about your package. You and Paulie Massimino have been wicked fast. We saw him do something that we haven't seen anyone do yet here in these KA Heat races, and that's drive away on their own, at least KA Senior speaking. So does that also give you some confidence to know that your teammate, the guy you've got access for data and video and coaching and setup to, drove away from the rest of the competitive group?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Paulie obviously has a lot more laps around here than I do, so it's nice to have him this weekend to really learn a little bit from him just here and there where I can improve. And it's been a while since I've been around this place in KA. Miami Grands was probably the last time. So I was a little rusty at first. He helped with a little bit with data and stuff. And right now I think we're both set and ready to go. And hopefully I can work with him in the final, but we'll just have to see.
All right, James. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's main event. A couple of good runs here and a solid result in that final heat race. We'll let you get back to work.
Yeah, thank you.
There you have it from James Overbeck. Let's take a look back in at what's gone down here in this main pack. Well, the mid-pack's also gotten a little bit crazy. CJ Bowman, Persing, Kane Martin, all kind of still fighting there at the edge of the top 10. They've gone at it multiple times here in this final heat race as Luke Welcome has taken over command of the lead. How about that? We talked about Magic Kart being a smaller operation. Rocket Racing Company is a very small, very new operation with a lot of experience of Kurt Mathewson behind the team. But that said, for the Mathewsons running the Rocket Racing Company organization, they've only got 2 entries here this weekend, and it's a long haul from sunny South Florida. And Luke Welcome has one of those 2 entries, well, was leading, back to second now behind Christian Miles.
Yeah, good showing so far by Welcome and Miles, and as well for Rudolph. But we saw all that action get impacted because they knew Fernando Luque was closing down in a Super Tune Tony kart. So already, they thought it was time for a little bit of a change. Rudolph led for a little bit, as well as Miles, who leads here once again. But this group turning into a 5, almost 6 kart train with Alan Isambard not too far back, as well as Colin Lloyd, as Luque there goes on the inside of Aiden Rudolph. Luque able to get clear. Rudolph loses a spot that time by, so going to have to keep it clean here all the way through. On the inside goes Rudolph on Fernando Luque. Not able to get clear that time by for Aiden Rudolph. Looked for it in turn 4, just wasn't close enough. But Christian Miles still your leader here with Welcome in that second spot. Pretty close here as we get to 3 laps to go to closing stage of this race. Isambard goes on the inside of Oliver Calvo. He gets clear. Lloyd looks to get the over-under. And there you see Isambard pointing Colin Lloyd forward as he tries to hold on to it around the outside.
Out of turn number 9 here and up the hill to 11. 2 laps to go this time by. Miles, Welcome, Luque, Rudolph down the front straightaway. 2 laps remaining here. 2 laps to go. Christian Miles and Luke Welcome ready to do battle. Let's see how early Christian feels the heat and the need to defend his position. On the backstretch right now, he's going to leave the door open and I believe run the normal line. So nothing changing there. Further back, there was a little bit of passing, but not really in the top 5. The next 2, Rudolph and Luque, working together, preying on a move up front. Does Welcome go in 8? Yes, he does. Luke Welcome to the inside. Aiden Rudolph, same thing there, back for 3rd as well. He'll take that spot from Luque. So simultaneous moves for 1st and for 3rd. Here comes 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th is almost there with Lucas Zabo as we climb the hill and head for the white flag.
White flag this time by. Isambard there, looked for the move on Calvo. He was on Luque, sorry, he was able to get clear. Christian Miles points Luke Welcome forward. Rudolph there in that 3rd spot. Isambard in 4th here at the moment. Does Christian Miles have a good enough run on the exit of turn number 3 to go on Luke Welcome? Not even going to challenge, and Welcome doesn't even defend here. So Christian Miles biding his time, probably going to want to go in turn number 8 here, Xander.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's where Luke's going to need to cover the low side off. Miles knows he's close. Let's see, does he leave it open? He'll cover it low. Miles will follow. Miles just needs really a consistent result. I don't know if he minds if he doesn't win this heat race. Let's see, is there going to be any aggressive moves in 9? Everyone's single file. They saw how that last one ended for AJ and Cameron, and up the hill to 11. They're all spread apart enough. And out of the final turn, Luke Welcome wins Heat 3, Groups B and C, over Miles, Rudolph, Isambard, and Fernando Luque. Colin Lloyd on the last lap steals a couple spots. He gets that interim S Pink and Chrome T1D Racers machine to 6th. Lucas Zabo 7th. Oliver Calvo drops to 8th there on the final circuit. And the big gap back to Ryan Persing on the Nash Motorsports machine. He ends up 9th over Chris Harrower, Kane Martin, Alex Feldstein, Alexander Gonzalez, Lydia Small there. Rebounds from her woes earlier in the day to a 14th place result. Raheem Alibai's RPG Cosmic there in 15th. Eli Warren had a good drive forward in some of his heats. This heat, unfortunately, he can't get any higher than 16th, back right around where he began. Connor Ferris, Willem Tumkeys, Luke Powers fades back towards the end. Autumn Fisher, your top 20. And we saw CJ Bowman and Ryan Person going at it. Bowman was fighting in the top 10 the entire session, and he ends up with a DNF along with Alex Murray and Ryan Crouch. So that's a major bummer for CJ Bowman and the MPG crew. They've got work to do probably on that Kart Republic here tonight. But KA Senior now is wrapped and done with their heats so far. We'll have a chat, I'm sure, with Luke Welcome and maybe some more here while we get set to go with the Mini Swifts for their final heat race on the day. The opening heat race, pretty tame. That second heat race, a little bit more fireworks there with a 4-car group there at the end. Royce Vega, Parker Ives, Ashton Woon, and more putting on a show here in Trackhouse.
Yeah, going to be exciting for these drivers. I mean, we saw, like you said, an action-packed second Mini Swift heat race, so definitely expecting to see the exact same here in the third one. We've seen some of the action slow down. We saw it slow down a little bit in the KA100 senior class. In their 2 heat races, we saw it, same as always in the KA100 junior class. They always deliver and they always show us some good racing action. So they had a pretty good second heat race and third heat race for these drivers. I'm expecting the exact same. Still have a lot more life in these tires, and because these are the tires they're using all weekend. But for all these drivers, let's see what it looks like in this third heat race as Parker Ives starts on the front row there alongside Bowen Green, who really needs a much better finish to this one if he wants to contend for a top 5 start in tomorrow's main event.
Yeah, Bowen needs at least a good result here. It could be a great result if he gets a win to end off the day. Talk about riding out of Saturday on a high. For the Mini Swift category here, the numbers are 100 to 199, unrestricted, ages 8 to 12 years old, and the difference from them to the Micro Swifts is about 20 pounds higher than the minimum weight for the growing young driver, and losing that exhaust restrictor. Beyond that, identical package using those MG red tires. And as they are already formed up over here to turn number 9, looks like these young guns are ready to go here for this final heat race of the day. Following our Mini Swifts, folks, we have 3 more heat races to follow. X30 Junior, KA100 Master, and then X30 Pro to round off an action-packed Saturday with tons of action, tons of racing, and all leading up to our warm-up, LCQs, and main events tomorrow as we close out action from Mooresville, North Carolina. So down the front stretch we go for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart at Parker Ives. It's been a good day. Can it be a great day? Can it end off with a Heat 3 win? Let's see. They're really fast in the lines, but I think that'll be good enough for the green, and it is. We're racing down to turn number 1, and already one driver had to go to the escape route. 2 to the escape route, and around goes Ashton Wyatt at turn 1. Then 121 goes around. Whoa, big contact, and one driver up and over, hard over in turn 3. That was a scary, vicious crash, and I think we might be going red here. That was very, very wild, and already you can see the head flag and Porter's headed off. The leaders are headed to the infield right now. We're still technically green. Bowen Green leads Parker Ives and company as they go to 10 to that driver. A lot of cars collected at the top of turn number 3, but Bowen Green leads the way to turn 9. Parker Ives second, Callan Berghofer in third.
Yeah, so still green here at the moment. For Bowman Green, a pretty good start so far here in this one. Parker arrives in that second spot with Berghofer still in third, and the green flag comes out this time by. So
yeah, that was to be expected. That was a very, very scary crash there up the hill at turn number 3. So, wow, Mini Swift going to come to a halt before we even really get going. Just 3 corners. We had a fast start there, a little spin in turn 1. That was okay. And then the speed coming up the hill for everyone, just that got out of hand very, very quickly. And we'll give you updates on the driver as we can. Obviously, the Dor Ehrlich that we had a red flag for earlier, well, kind of hoops checkered flag, red flag, checked out by the crew. No one's had to be transported, thankfully, to pause the action of the day. So we haven't had anything serious, but yeah, that was high speed and scary. Luckily, the grass there, I'm sure, cushioning it, and the tire wall before the fence up by turn 3. So we'll take a moment to quiet the airwaves. There you see the on-site medical team headed out onto the circuit to go and tend to the driver. And everyone else here just hanging tight, as it'll be a complete restart when we do get back racing here for Mini Swift.
Hey guys, and welcome to GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. We're here to show you the fastest way around this racetrack. The key takeaways from GoPro Motorplex are the speed bowl. Drivers want to use the camber of the turn to slow the kart down, rather than overbraking on entry. As it's a long flowing corner, the constant turning of the steering wheel is bringing their speed down. Drivers with confidence can make up time on entry to this corner and using the embankment to their advantage. Once the kart is stabilised around halfway point, you can apply the throttle with confidence and know that you're going to get a fast exit. The 180-degree hairpin on the infield is one of the best overtaking opportunities at GoPro. The fastest way to drive this corner is to keep the kart straight in the braking zone and turning late to set up your exit speed. So if you're in a battle pack, be mindful that the fastest way to drive this corner could leave yourself vulnerable to be overtaken. Concentrate on the exit to this turn as it tightens on exit and goes slightly uphill. That's why the later apex is the fastest way around this turn. The final corner at GoPro sets up the driver's speed down the front straightaway, but also towards the speed bowl. A common mistake is drivers turning in too early, clipping the inside curb and running wide on exit. Drivers should be focusing their vision further around the turn to get their clipping point at the midway mark or even after. This will stop the drivers from using the rumble strip on the exit, which can bring your speed down. Well, I hope this lap of GoPro Motorplex gives you the edge over your competition.
Well, you can see some movement on the racetrack, which is a good sign that we will probably be going back green here sooner rather than later for the Mini Swift division presented by Sodi Racing USA. While we wait to go back green, let's chat with one of Sodi USA's own, Alan Isambard. Once again in KA Senior action here. You're the winningest driver in the 100cc ranks this year, 2 wins. But this weekend seems like there's probably more guys with the speed to win than the previous 2 weekends. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. I just lack a little bit. I think, I don't know, we just miss. I keep making mistakes, and no one at the front wants to work with me either, so I think that's an issue on our side. I got to make some more friends on the track so people will work with me.
And what can you do by doing that, you know, to try and make some friends? Is that stuff you go around in the pit there at the end of the day? I mean, it looks like Talladega racing out there, or is it more of just trying to play nice and be conservative at the beginning of the race and push someone and hope the favor comes back?
Yeah, it's 50-50. You gotta be conservative and play nice at the beginning, but you also gotta make spots up. So it's 50-50. You walk a fine line with that, but we see tomorrow if it's better.
Now let's talk about the race car here for you. I mean, through the day, you ended obviously, like you said, good. You said some mistakes on your end. Has there been anything else you guys have been chasing, or have you guys been pretty standard and just trying to work on yourself through the day?
The go-kart it's been the same setup for the last 2 race weekends. We lack a little bit of top speed, but other than that, it's just me making some mistakes, just not putting myself in the right spot.
Now let's talk about what it's been like here to get this much national racing action. This is the most national level races you've done in a short period. Is that right? So I mean, that's got to feel probably pretty good to be racing this often at all these different venues again.
Yeah, it feels good. For sure, I'm tired because I haven't stopped since Texas. I've been every week in the seat, almost every day, and just a lot of work, a lot of testing, and but it's good. It's fun. I'm happy, and I'm glad to have the opportunity I have.
Well, Alan, wish you best of luck here tomorrow, and hopefully, again, all the momentum continues. We get to keep seeing you on the national circuit. Better work on that sleep routine or something, because it doesn't sound like the rest is going to come anytime soon.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, again, that's Alan Isambard, folks, here from Sodi Racing USA. There you can see the engines are beginning to fire. They're getting the last couple fired up. That's Lorenko Varela getting a little bit of help down there with the external starter that is optional, mostly not needed. As all the carts do come with onboard starters, but every once in a while the starter brushes will go out, or the battery may fail, or something else, so you're able to use that external starter to fire the engine up, and it looks like one more. That is the 124 Cosmic entry, trying to get his motor turned on as well. Lines up just behind Alex Chandler, and that is Julian Rivera. Yeah, so they're still working on him, doing what they can to get him fired up. They're going to lift the axle up to try and maybe, get the motor to turn over, and doing everything they can. Hopefully he didn't flood the carburetor, because that would be really, really tough. But, oh, man, this is a heartbreak here. Nothing but just bad juju at this point here. You start the race, you get off the grid, and red flag happens, and the motor won't fire back up when it's time to get back on. They're going to give him another shot here. The USPKS officials here, kudos to the series team. I mean, they are doing everything in their power to get him fired, and they got him. They got him fired up there. There's the fist pump from Julian. Wow. He's stoked. How about that here? A tip of the hat to the US Pro Kart Series officials for getting him back underway. Now, we've got Luke Welcome standing by. Luke, we'll be talking with you here in just a few moments. Let's get this race underway, and then we'll be getting ready to go back down to our most recent heat race winner. He did an awesome job on that Rocket Racing Company Kart Republic. There you can see Julian starting to work his way back up into his correct spot, a little bit more jockeying to try and everyone get to where they need to be. See him hustling around the outside of turn number 9. And there we go, just past the USPKS official. And here we are. So let's try this for attempt number 2. As Julian pulls up now, he'll drop into the inside lane to get the gap of where he's supposed to start. On the RPG Cosmic right behind Alex Chandler's Iron Rock Tony kart. And there we go. So we're good. We've got them all. All but, again, unfortunately, the one driver involved in the incident. So we go back green with one less driver on the circuit. Parker Ives on the inside in the red and white. Bowling Green on the outside, the fluorescent yellow and blue. And we are back racing, and a great jump for Bowling Green. He's going to get a big run on the outside, and he will clear Parker to take over the lead through turn number 3.
Yeah, he's able to get clear and a little bit of a mulligan for some of these drivers, like Royce Vega, who had to take the escape route at the first start. But full restart this time by. Everybody able to work their way through in a much better start for Royce Vega, already up into the second spot here so far. Macha as well, getting up into the top 3, the furthest up we've seen him in his mini Swift career. So a good job. Looks to go one spot better. Up in a second for Maxwell Macha.
Side by side further back as Parker Ives is getting thrown to the wayside. The same for Ashton Woon as well. Both of them dropping a lot of spots. Woon finally able to get just ahead of the 192 of Nico Katowski. Callan Berghofer's falling back as well. He gets in line ahead of Parker as they round turn number 11 and head down the front stretch. 1 lap complete. The top 3 with a bit of a breakaway and a much different looking top 3 than what we've seen today. Bowling Green, Maxwell Macha, Royce Vega, 1, 2, 3 with a gap to Lorenko Varela and company, as there's Ives making a move on Berghofer. Now as we've got a lap in the books and we're working lap 2 with this 3-car train, let's go down and we'll chat with Luke now. So Luke, welcome for the Rocket Racing Company group here. Again, I mentioned you guys are a small outfit here this weekend, and you've been running the Nationals for a handful of seasons now. So you're turning into a veteran, but you're also racing against guys that still have been racing quite a lot longer than you. Did you find yourself learning anything more here today of how to play the game?
Yeah, I mean, I've been learning little as I race more and just see what I can kind of learn from these more experienced guys, and just take it into my own books and just see if I can use it to my advantage.
Now talk to me, what does a heat race win at the end of the day like this do for your confidence? I'm sure that's got to give you a nice wave to ride on a high into tomorrow.
Yeah, it definitely helps for sure, but it's just a small step to maybe to a bigger jump for a final win in my first national win out of state.
And how much would that mean? Like you said, out of state. You know Homestead well, and when the national guys come to you, it's like, yeah, you're coming to my turf. But for you to expand, to get a win at another racetrack here, how much would that mean?
It'd mean a lot. I've been just dedicating everything I do to a fellow teammate who passed years, Nick Bruckner. So I've been doing everything I can in his honor, and just if I won, it would mean great amounts to me in his honor.
Well, that's a really, really cool reason to fight for a race win and a checkered flag tomorrow, Luke. Wish you best of luck, and to the rest of the Rocket Racing Company group. And we'll go ahead and let team manager know. We'll make sure we get the logo up on the graphics starting tomorrow, because you're definitely making us use it. Congrats on that heat race win.
Thank you, Xander.
All right, again, that is Luke. Welcome, folks. And your KA Senior Heat 3 B and C group winner. Up front, check it out. We've got a lot more back in the mix. 6 cars deep here. Vega, Varela, Macha, Green, and now Ashton Woon and John McClellan to make it 6. And don't look now, Parker Ives. We thought he got shuffled away. He's charging right back there. He's 7th. And moves like that is going to close up the gap, as there was Lorenko trying to move on Bowen, and he ends up losing 2 spots in the process.
Yeah, pretty late move there by Varela. Looked to get ahead. Didn't work out for him and ended up losing a spot that time by. So Woon was able to get clear. Now he's behind Bowen Green. Royce Vega still your leader here. Varela goes a little wide there. What does it look like for Ashton Woon on the inside of Royce Vega? Woon gets clear. McClellan looks to go through as well. Wasn't close enough that time by, and he is. Vega lost the spot there. Macha side by side there with Varela. So all these drivers still fighting, and then you see Parker Ives start to come in a frame here just on the edge of the top 6.
How about John McClellan leading his first laps of the day in the number 128 Nash Motorsports Energy. This is a great charge forward for him here. Nash Motorsports, I believe Energy, looking closely at the chassis frame. All I know is it's got that blue and chrome Nash Motorsports kit. And he leads over Bowen Green, and then Ashton Woon on the Super Tuned Paralin there in 3rd. McClellan's been in the top 10, just not in that lead pack, at least at the front of the lead pack. They've caught up to the end of it at times. So this is a big change, a big upswing here as we round the final turn. We'll put 5 laps complete, 7 laps to go in the Mini Swift 3rd heat. And Bowen Green staying locked onto the bumper of John McClellan as Royce Vega got the bumper hooked off the back of Lorenko Varela. What a save there up the hill to turn 3. That could have gotten ugly there, but heads up driving from Royce just completely saved that chassis. And what could have been a full-on DNF and potentially a scary crash he's only going to lose about maybe 10 spots.
Yeah, so not too bad considering what could have happened for Royce Vega. Finds himself on the edge of the top 10 now with Marco Samet right behind him. So currently sits 12th. Here you see a move on Maxwell Macha for that driver to get through. That was Enzo De Janeiro, the driver who got through. Cade Wolf in this group as well. Troy Ferguson on his return to the national scene and on his return to karting. A good drive so far, just outside of the top 10 here at the moment, trying to work his way in.
Yeah, well, just barely in it there as of last time by the loop. Let's see if he gets a little bit higher this time. Ends up down in 9th. Callan Berghofer in 10th. And up the hill we go for the lead. Ashton Woon, Lourenco Varela, and Parker Ives trying to chase down John McClellan and Bowen Green, but their lead is now up over a second as there's Cade Wolf making a move. He gets around Maxwell Macha. Nicely done for Cade. 5 laps to go at the line. Can Ashton Woon lead this charge back to the top 2? Is he fast enough right now in that 195? I mean, our leaders are tracking really good. Last time by, both of them hitting their personal best and the best of the session. They need some major laps right now.
Yeah, definitely going to need some major laps to close down the gap to the leaders ahead. Green, a 43.394, and fastest driver on the racetrack here at the moment. A pretty good lap, so the more these drivers fight, the more they're going to lose time, and you see that gap continuing to open up for John McClellan and Bowen Green. And there you have the rest of the field, Woon, Varela, and Ives. They need to work together if they have enough time to close down the gap to John McClellan and Lourenco Varela. So a lot of work for those drivers to do, and for Royce Vega, still in that 12th spot. Troy Ferguson was that Benek machine that was looking for a move on Maxwell Macha further back in the field, and they're all able to cycle through. So all these drivers just cycling through. Enzo De Janeiro at the moment in no man's land right behind this group. Doesn't have the draft just yet as one driver. They're big contact for them. That's the 134. Their Tony card that unfortunately had contact. That's Mateo Quinto, unfortunately, out of this one here early.
John McClellan again up 11 spots as we see a big move there from Troy Ferguson, sweeping from the inside to the outside, and then Callan Berghofer getting around all of them to take back the 7th position. That's cost them dearly. They're 1.8 seconds and counting back from that 4-car group at the top of the screen. But that 4-car group is also still losing time to John McClellan and Bowen Green, who are driving a very smart, very tactical final heat race here in Mini Swift. They've gotten the gap, they've built the gap, and they have hit their marks to add to the gap. So 1.5 seconds was 1.3 just a few moments ago for first and second. And as long as Bowen is patient and John can trust him to, take the normal arc up until the final few turns, no one's going to be anywhere close to getting second or much less the win. As we check back in here with our group for third, Woon, Varela, Ives, and De Janeiro. They also are, trying to get to the lead. They lost a little more that time by, but more than anything, they pulled away more from 7th on back. So they're all safely in the top 6, barring any incidents here at the end of this race.
Yeah, and I don't want to insinuate anything, but we saw this this happen. It was very similar to the Micro Swift race where your 2 leaders got away, crashed with 2 laps to go whenever they were passing, and then P3, which is Ashton Woon here at the moment, was the driver who ended up winning that race, which ended up being Parker Stewart in the Micro Swift class. So it just shows us that anything can happen with the likes of Parker Ives and others in this field closing down that gap. So for John McClellan and Bowen Green, they look pretty safe here at the moment, but when they decide to fight, if this group decides to stay patient and close down the gap to the 2 leaders, they could possibly be there in the end, but they really need the 2 leaders to fight.
Down the front stretch here, 2 laps to go. Ashton Woon, Lourenco Varela, Parker Ives, and Enzo De Janeiro up the hill to turn number 3 for them. They have not battled yet. They're all still holding out for the leaders to fight, but again, they caught a little bit. It's down to 1.4. That's nowhere near enough at the rate to close in. And with John McClellan and Bowen Green just staying in line, pushing together, working together, you're not going to see that gap come down anytime soon as McClellan, a normal line there into turn number 8. Now this group starting to look a little racy. You saw Parker Ives kind of fade low. He looked like he wanted to maybe take over the spot from Varela for 4th, but didn't pull the trigger in turn 8. So he stays back in tow. And then further back, Troy Ferguson, Maxwell Macha. That's a madhouse. Royce Vega, Benja Fernandez there into the top 10 now, but that could all shuffle by the time we get back around to the line as Bowen Green signaling to John McClellan, don't go to the low side yet. Let's keep going. I'm worried about the guys behind, but obviously McClellan, he hasn't run around Bowen much today. They haven't had a lot of running time in general around each other. An East Coast versus a West Coast kid. So building that trust takes time, and obviously it's not strong enough to keep John from defending. Can't blame him, but at the same time, they've got enough of a gap. I don't think they got to worry too hard. Into turn 8, let's see it. Side by side for the lead and the heat race win. No move there coming out. Bowen was a little too deep on the outside. Turn 9, though, he's going to have a chance at him. And over-under for the lead, but no, not quite there. John McClellan will get a car length gap and will secure his first US Pro Kart Series heat race victory. Bowen Green second, Ashton Woon third, then Ives, who gets around Varela at the end, Enzo De Janeiro sixth, Troy Ferguson drops all the way to 11th there, lost 5 spots in that final lap as Vega inherits 7th. Then it's an SLA kart racing back-to-back of Maxwell Macha and Benja Fernandez, and then Josh Bergman to round off the top 10.
Yeah, Josh Bergman up 7 spots in this final heat race. For Troy Ferguson, lost a couple spots there in the end, finishing 11th. Callan Berghofer lost 7 spots, finishes in 12th. Marco Salmon, a little bit of a quiet weekend for him, finishing 13th. Nick Katowski 14th. Drew Jensen 15, and then we cycle through the rest of your field. Nico Baruch, Julian Rivera, Luke Giglio, Alex Chandler as well with just a little bit of an off. Heat race losing 8 spots. As well for Nico Orbezo, Pasha Ali as well, just a little bit of the same for the 3 Texans there who are 19, 20, and 21st. Actually, and 20s all the way down. We have an all Texas 19 through 23 with Nacho Wadi, Wyatt Ali, Orbezo, and Chandler. And then you have Grayson Walcott, Danner Matias, Majeski, Silva, Wagner, Isaac Payne, and Nicholas Mose all the way down 30th. Then you have your last couple of drivers. Some who did DNF, Bashi Jimenez, one of those drivers, and then some of the drivers involved. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe the driver who was involved in that first lap incident was Emma Schumann. And she does seem to be okay. And really, one thing I really can't fail to mention, we have a great crowd here this weekend at Trackhouse Motorplex. Whenever they drove by with Emma, she was in the back. She was all right, but she got a standing ovation from the entire crowd that's here on the fence line. And it just really shows you a lot about the karting community and about the people in our sport being super supportive to the next generation of racers. So that was really, really cool to see.
Definitely. And if you'd like to rep the community as well, you can check out the USPKS official merchandise vendor row area right next to the Franklin Motorsports Camp, where you've got Franklin Kart's official on-site vendor shop as well. And again, all that you can check out here on the front row just outside of the grid area. Now let's go back down to the grid, and we're taking a look here for X30 Junior getting set to roll. Ty Fisher and Turner Brown on row 1, Victor De Alencar and Carter McMurray. We've chatted with about everyone up in the mix here, this X30 Junior group, either before an X30 Junior Heat or before a KA Junior Heat. It's time for them to do battle one more time here today. Turner Brown is in a good mood, obviously. Thumbs up for both him and Ty Fisher. And good energy between the pair, but it's definitely understandable for Turner's case. Just came off a KA Junior win, Caleb. Of course he's happy.
Yeah, I mean, all these drivers, and I think it's really funny to see. They can crash on the racetrack, do whatever, and then at the end, yesterday they were having Dippin' Dots sitting here in the lounge area on one of the picnic tables. They just, whatever, have Dippin' Dots, play around, mess around with each other, text each other after, play video games, Fortnite for Chico Brown. I know he's a big Fortnite player, so good to see these drivers always in good spirits, and especially for Chico Brown when he's coming off a couple of big wins as he gets set to go green. You move back to Victor De Alencar on the second row, starting alongside Carter McMurray and some fellow RPG drivers. The Felbert twins there cheering on some of their fellow junior teammates. McMurray and Alencar on row 2. You go back to Vanchev and Diego Ardiles on the third row.
Yeah, then you go back from Ardiles, who has driven forward multiple times, or driven forward one time in his X30 Junior field. Couldn't get so much forward in the second heat. But for Davin Roberts and Jensen Burnett, they both have had some good showings of speed. I mean, really, the whole top 10's been competitive. Enzo Vidmontien, good second heat, not a good opening heat. Aiden Young starts right alongside him back on row 5. And then Charlie Smith, one of the top qualifiers in KA Junior, the National Motorsports pilot, to the inside of row 6 alongside Cole Medeiros.
Yeah, Cole Medeiros there starting in that 12th spot. And you go back to Theon Shi and Chase Cassie Lee, who just had a little bit of a stagnant X30 couple of starts, so just needs to find a little bit more pace in his National Motorsports machine. They're starting on the 7th row, and you go back to David Ramirez and Edgar Rodriguez on row 8. Fausto Arnaudo and Jackson Warney, 2 drivers who we've seen drive up the field, they're starting on row number 9. Then you go back to Weiland and Naomi Garcia on the edge of the first 10 rows.
Then back beyond the top 20, you'll find Sarah Bradley with a long way to go forward alongside Michael McGoy. Those 2 drivers on row number 11. Behind them, Archer Eversman on that brand new Pantano Racing chassis forward direction motorsports entry, and alongside him, Levi Sangera.
And you go back to Felipe Jesus Benito, William Kim, Custas Dupuy, Andreno, Sharma Gonzalez, and Fernando Zapata, all getting set to go green for the final time today in this X30 Junior class in heat racing action. Ty Fisher and Chico Brown are going to lead us to green here.
Here we go in the tram lines, and green down to turn number 1. Ty Fisher with a good jump. Victor De Alencar gets to second. Chico into third as they all crest over to turn number 3 and get to full song for the first time down the back straightaway. Single file for the first 5, and side by side further back between Enzo Vidmontien and one of the Nash drivers. Looked to maybe Charlie Smith, who got a rocket of a start from 11th, but it's the lime green John Deere machine. The Race Lab karting TB of Ty Fisher takes us into turn 8.
Yeah, he goes into turn 8 already. Looking to block from Victor De Alencar. Chico Brown looks for the over-under move on the 2 of them. Not close enough for Chico. De Alencar going to stay to the bottom of the racetrack. Able to get ahead there for a second of Chico Brown, but wasn't close enough in the end. Chico had a much better run. And at the moment, it's Chico P2, Ty Fisher, who leads us away at the end of the first lap. But already looking for a move. Turner Brown, bottom of the racetrack. Ty Fisher at the top. Not close enough to hold on to it. De Alencar, P3, Vanchev. A good start so far, P4.
Now down the backstretch, let's see, will they work together for third or will they peel out? Vanchev going to go to the inside. He'll bring De Alencar back to maybe 5th if McMurray can get clear as Chico Brown leads us through the infield. And there's a look, Vanchev, McMurray, De Alencar, Jensen Burnett right there. Then you go back to, Burnett side by side with De Alencar. Yes, he gets through. De Alencar's going to lose 1, 2 spots as he and Charlie Smith bank tires. Smith gets through, and now Davin Roberts gets through. Victor De Alencar getting hammered from both the left and the right side, and finally able to find an opening, but all the way back in 10th, seconds away from the leader, his teammate Turner Brown, as they fight again for third. This time McMurray through for the spot.
Yeah, McMurray able to get ahead, and really a similar story to what we saw in that second heat race. The more that they fought from third on back, it really released Chico Brown in the lead. So with these drivers, their hopes are pretty much out of the window here at this point with Ty Fisher and Chico Brown. Neither of those 2 drivers are going to make mistakes from here on out unless they fight. But Enzo Vidmontien already looking to make a move here around the outside, able to get it done. You see that kart bind all the way up on the exit of turn number 8, and he's able to get clear.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked like he didn't just release the brake there. He probably throttled back up to catch the inside driver by surprise. We've seen so many moves around the outside here start to become more and more common, and so guys are expecting it. The moment you see the guy alongside you lurch ahead, you also let off the brake pedal. But to do that the way he did, as quick as he did, I think he kind of throttled up for a second, then hit the brakes, jammed on it, jacked the car, and rotated it as we've got one off in the dirt there, top of the screen through turn number 3. I don't know who went off there. I don't want to say De Alencar for sure, but
Gassie Lee, I believe, was the driver, one of the Nash Motorsports machines that went off as Jackson Williams looks to go through. Arnaudo goes way wide there on exit, and Fausto loses a couple of spots in a lot of time as Dupuy on the high side of the racetrack looks to go around the outside. Not close enough for Dupuy, but wow for Fausto Arnaudo. Lost a lot of time there.
Yeah, Fausto Arnaudo still hanging on strong, though, as to the inside and clear gets Diego Ardiles. That's on Burnett. Here comes Davin Roberts to challenge for the 8th spot as well. Surprisingly enough, as much as they fought here in the opening few laps, Caleb, you would think they'd be further back from Turner Brown than just about 2 seconds. But they're not terribly far away. Now, Chico is a pretty consistent driver, and it's going to take a lot to hunt him back down. but only 1.8 seconds still keeps this kind of this dream alive to get further forward as we check in there with that next group led with Cole Medeiros, Jackson Wolney, Max Weiland and company. Here's McMurray on Vanchev. Well, this won't help that 1.8 gap. McMurray back into third and Vanchev back to fourth. If they could just hang on for a few laps, whoever needs to be the leader of the train and stay that way, we wouldn't be having it. But Vanchev right back in on McMurray. Enzo Vidmontien trying to get by Carter as well as they bang tires down the front stretch. Here comes Charlie Smith to the inside. He'll crack the top 5.
Enzo Vidmontien got his elbows out there on the exit of turn number 11. Wanted to stay ahead, and he did, of Carter McMurray. So for all these drivers, I mean, you'd like to see them play this as a KA100 Junior race, but it's obviously X30, and they're not working together. They're not pushing each other forward, so they're losing some time to Ty Fisher and Chico Brown, who are first and second at the moment. So there goes Vanchev defensive, and Montien around the outside. Charlie Smith looking to go back, not close enough. McMurray looking to crowd his way through, but stacked and packed in between this group. 7 karts total in this battle from third all the way back just to ninth, with Davin Roberts about to join, as well as Jensen Burnett.
Down the front stretch, halfway in, halfway home, and now Vidmontien takes over third. And while there was a slim chance they were going to catch back up to Ty Fisher and Turner Brown, you can kiss that goodbye. We're 3 seconds away, and Vanchev and Vidmontien collide. Look at McMurray all the way out on the marbles, kicking up dust. What a save for Carter, but man, was he on the ragged edge of tagging the wall. And through all of that, Charlie Smith is now to P3, although Vanchev's going to dive bomb him in 8. Vanchev through. Vidmontien still alongside of Charlie into turn number 9. He'll be pushed to the wayside. Ardiles now alongside him. He gets through. Roberts wasn't close enough to Diego, so Enzo can get down into line. And Alexander Vanchev leads his pack once again, as this has just been entertaining to watch, but I wouldn't say the most the most thought out style of racing that we've seen today. As Roberts side by side with Vidmontien banging tires up the hill. He does a good job hanging on tough down the backstretch. And Vanchev, Smith, Ardiles get a little bit of separation.
Yeah, and there you saw the Allen car swing way wide, looking for the move there. Just wasn't close enough on Jensen Burnett. Jackson Wolney just on the edge here in P10. 8 spots gained so far, and on what's been a battle up the field all weekend long for him, as here's Smith looked for the move on Ardiles. Just wasn't close enough this time by. Update on the gap to the leaders. 4 seconds here, and continuing to grow the more and more that these drivers fight. So already that's a big train of go-karts here. Enzo Vidmontien lost a handful of spots last time by. That gap to Chico Brown, 5.5 seconds here. Ardiles currently 4th, Smith up in a 5th, Davin Roberts 6th, Burnett 7th, Enzo Vidmontien, the driver, in 8th here at the moment. But for all these drivers kind of let this race get away from them. There goes Victor the Allen car on the inside on Carter McMurray. Just a little bit of consolation prize from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least something there to get by, but my goodness, what a heat race it could have been for so many of these drivers here, as Vanchev covering the low side off. Diego Ardiles being really patient with him right now, where we've seen him get a little, Charlie Smith and Vanchev and even Vidmontien have kind of used a bit more contact. Diego Ardiles has been very conservative and tried to keep his nose clean as best as he could through all of this. But now we're into crunch time. 3 laps to go. They're 7 seconds away from the lead, and the train goes all the way back to 15th with Fausto. So into turn 4, there's a heads-up move by Diego. Talk about clean but aggressive. He saw Vanchev, left the door about a car length and a quarter wide, just enough to stick that RPG Cosmic down the inside. And so Diego Ardiles moves to 3rd. He's going to have to block, though, because Roberts is pressuring. Check out Charlie on the outside. Same with Jensen Burnett. A couple guys using the high side, although Burnett gets pushed wide. He drops back behind Wolney. And now Roberts on the inside of Ardiles, Smith alongside Vanchev. It is all unfolding here in the final 2 laps as we hit for the double sticks.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for the radiator on the left-hand side of the karts, you really wouldn't imagine this is an X30 Junior race, because it's very much like that the KA100 Junior, as there goes Jackson Wolney to the escape route, looking to get through, and Diego Ardiles leads this pack here at the moment. Roberts looks to make the move side by side all the way back, and it really looks like the opening lap of a race, but we're getting to the closing stages with 2 laps to go.
And mind you, folks, this group battling is for third. In fact, up front, Ty Fisher has reeled in Turner Brown just a little bit. So we're trying to keep tabs on that as we still keep tabs on this, because it has been a miracle they have gone this far without a crash. And I don't want to jinx it now, but you just don't have high hopes when there's that many karts all together, as there was a little contact in turn 8 that time. Someone got slowed. White flag out now. Ardiles low, Smith high, Vanchev right behind Davin Roberts. The pack's finally kind of spaced out a little bit, but Diego all the way to the low side to fend off for third. I mean, there is just, you blink and you lose 3 spots. Look at this, Roberts on, and way got wide for Charlie Smith. There's 3 right there, actually 4 as he drops in behind Jensen Burnett.
Yeah, so key here, do not blink, and Charlie Smith did, unfortunately, that time by. Ardiles still leads this group, already going defensive, keeping Roberts at bay. Vidmontien in this mix as well. Further back, and already at the bottom of the racetrack for Diego Ardiles. This is all the while Chico Brown and Ty Fisher are coming away with the Heat race victory.
Yeah, very easy run there. Turner Brown, Ty Fisher, dead knots on pace by the end of it all. And Diego Ardiles looks like he's going to survive it. Roberts is going to get 4th. Day Alencar 5th. Vanchev 6th. Then Burnett, Chase Gassey at Lee. Where did he come from? Got up into the mix and then got shuffled down. But he was there for a moment in the top 10. He ends up 11th. But 8th to Charlie Smith, 9th to Carter McMurray, and 10th to Enzo Vidmontien here at the end of that X30 Junior Heat race. So chaos, calamity, just all kinds of craziness in that final heat race for the X30 Juniors. I mean, look at that, Caleb, the gaps. The top 2 separated by 2/10, and then 12 seconds back to third.
Wow. Yeah, just kind of cartoonish, the gap splits here at the moment. Just not what you're used to seeing, but whenever you're throwing haymakers from third on back and fighting for a knockout in the closing rounds of a match like that is just kind of tough to hold on to it, right? So all those drivers fighting all the way through, and just let Ty Fisher and Chico Brown get away with it in that one. Then you work further back. McGoy 16th, not the best drive for him. But, starting further back in the field, good considering he made up 6 spots. Max Weiland as well, up a couple of spots, as well as for the rest of the field as we get set to go with our KA100 Masters.
And there they go. They're going to roll them off the grid here for the second to last heat of the day. One more race still will follow for those that are watching along here. This is, again, the Masters group, the drivers of 30 and over, presented by Nash Motorsports. Then Rollison Performance Group, X30 Pro Senior will roll afterwards. Max Pappas won the second heat after having a mechanical failure that took him out of the first heat. And that extra bit of fresher tires maybe helped a little bit, but not as much as we thought it might have. Whatever the advantage there may have been, the field definitely was closer. Martin Stone led a few laps early on in the heat race before eventually Max was able to get rolling and get that Orsilon Tony kart away from the rest of the pack. Laurentiu Mardan and Ryan Kastner, or Laurentiu Mardan and Nicky Coelho were close. Ryan Kastner had something go wrong there in that second heat. Don't know what it was, but he faded back, ended up down in 6th behind Scott Carapolati in the final few laps. So hopefully the Prodigy Motorsports driver can roll back forward again. And as we head down the front straightaway, let's rack them up for the final time. KA100 Masters, Max Pappas on the inside in the green and white Orsilon Racing Tony kart. Laurentiu Mardan on that red and white Techno kart. Looking for the green, and we are gonna get it down at turn number 1. So green flag in the air. We're racing. No. Oh, I thought we were. It looked good enough, but you saw Nicky Coelho's hand go up, and evidently not a good enough start on the first try by for KA100 Masters. So we'll send them back around again before we go racing here for their final 12-lap heat race. And then again, X30 Pro will follow, where Austin Garrison has been perfect in terms of championship points, but it's been anyone's guess who's going to come out on top in their third and final heat race, with a number of contenders all close and battling inside the top 10.
Yeah, so in this one, Max Pappas has been the driver to beat all weekend long. Had a good qualifying session, wasn't able to go out in heat race number 1. Drove away with it in the second one, so let's see what it looks like this time out. Can Martin Stone challenge? Can Laurentiu Mardan challenge? It's anybody's game, really, in this KA100 Masters.
race, but the ball is currently on the half of Max Pappas. So a lot of work to do for the rest of these drivers, but let's see what they did during this downtime as they get set to go for the final time today and before we go into main event action tomorrow.
Yeah, let's take a look at it here as the field heads down the front stretch. This is attempt number 2 in the tram lines. Pappas keeping an eye on Laurentiu Mardan. Mardan looking over at him, making sure they're all even. Hand in the air from Max, saying to wait. And now we are lights out and racing down to turn number 1. And the slow start, I think, caught the whole field off guard as they all spread apart. Mardan drops into 4th, Stone 3rd or 2nd. Coelho back to the 6th spot behind one of the Carapolati brothers. And it's Ryan Kastner up into 3rd here off the drop of the green.
Yeah, a good drive up by Ryan Kastner. Seems like whatever gremlin he had at the end of heat race number 2 seems to be sorted out for now. He's already up into the 3rd spot for Martin Stone, 2nd here at the moment, and going to really be important to hold on to the coattails of Max Pappas during the early stages of this race, but a long one so far in this one. Nicky Coelho in 4th, Kastner up a couple of spots like we saw, so still working their way through. At the moment, still Max Pappas with a couple of car lengths in between himself and the braid of Martin Stone.
Yeah, so now down the front straightaway here with a lap in the books, 11 laps to go. The gap is about 3.5 tenths from Max Pappas back to Martin Stone. Ryan Kastner is going to come under fire. Here is Laurentiu Mardan. He'll take over 3rd as he gets through and into the inside in turn number 4. Larry up to P3 on the Techno Kart to drive back towards the leader. Martin Stone's keeping at least somewhat close touch with Max Pappas right now. He hasn't necessarily gotten too far out in front. If anything, he might have closed back up a little bit here on this second lap. And noticing now as the color changes on our screen, we are getting some more sunshine here at the end of the day. Been overcast skies for the last little bit. We had some in the middle of the afternoon, and now the sun's shining here at Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. As we take a look down at one guy who I'm sure is happy to see sunshine because, well, back home for Joe Turney, the sun doesn't shine as often as it does here in the States. So, Joe, we're going to send it down to you here first and foremost. Welcome back to the U.S. here, buddy. We're happy to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Xander. No, thanks to everyone for the warm welcome back here. It's been nice, and it's going well so far.
Yeah, definitely been going well, but, you know, going well is all relatively speaking, and you could say that for about probably 8 or 10 guys. Comparing to any of the events we've seen over the last year, have you seen a field this tight here for us stateside with that many drivers all fighting through both heats?
Yeah, it's close for sure. Looks like in a lot of the categories, though, also in the KA, looks really close in the X30 Junior as well. So, no, the racing looks pretty tight across all the categories, and no one's really getting away. So, definitely going to be tough racing.
Now, let's talk about your progression here. That first heat race, you looked okay, but that second heat race seemed like it took a leap forward. What was the difference that you guys were able to find, or was there a difference?
Yeah, I think so. Like, everyone's making small differences to follow the track and to make improvements for tomorrow. So no, we're always changing small things, and hopefully we can have the best package possible for tomorrow.
Now, that said here for the afternoon here, keeping an eye on the track progression. I mean, can you give us a bit of an expert analysis without giving too much away? I'm sure most karts are down on the grid, so it's not like guys can make a lot of changes, but what can you see from what watching here with KA Masters, some of the other classes coming up, and the sun coming back out here to the circuit?
Yeah, no, the tracks is definitely different to the practices. Seems pretty slidey, and it's pretty dirty because of all the racing that's going on. But yeah, no, I think in the end everyone's very similar with the kart and with the setup. So it will be close. There's nothing that anyone can do to find a magic 210s or whatever. So no, it's always going to be close.
And lastly, I don't want to press you too hard because I know you're probably wishing that last heat ended up a little bit better, but you salvaged it well. Is there any dirt track racing that you're planning to do in later this year? Because that was one good old American slide job through turn 6 and 7 to hang on to that thing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, you guys seem to race anything over here, so I'll have a go at anything that comes my way, really.
Well, it was a heck of a save, Joe, to pull off another top 5 run here. We are happy to have you back and wish you best of luck here in heat number 3.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
All right, again, that's Joe Turney, folks, here as he gets set to go for X30 Pro, their final heat race on the weekend. Up the hill here, 5 laps complete now, working lap number 6. Max Pappas' lead up to 1.1 seconds back to Laurentius Mardan. Martin Stone is third, Ryan Kastner fourth. Again, those three, they are pushing, they're working together, they're trying to track him down, but he is just slowly pulling that gap out, and it is getting bigger and bigger lap by lap. Now, let's go down once again to hear for some more intel from Brandon Carr. We talked to your teammate. We talked to you after that second heat race as well. Brandon, let's go back to you. Where is your head at for this final heat race? Because the racing's been crazy up in the front of the field.
Yeah, definitely. The second one was a lot more chilled out, especially at the start, just until the last couple of laps where it started to kick off. But it's all good. When the racing's like that, it's so much more, exciting, but it makes it, as a driver, for me, it's just so much better to race like that because you don't know what's going to happen. It's whoever can make the best decision. I didn't really make the best decisions in the end of the second heat, so just got to think about that and fix it for the next one.
And you grew up on tight tracks back home in the UK, so is that what you're hinting at, that you enjoy more of a, rather than a head-to-head lap battle, more of a let's go at it and see who can out-chess match each other passing-wise?
Yeah, definitely. It is a bit like home with all just the chaos, really. You've got 10 people who could win the race, so that, for me, it's a lot more exciting, and I seem to do a better job in there and compared to the one-on-one, which I need to work on a little bit. But yeah, definitely. It's just one of those things where you never know what's going to happen. Each heat race is different. The first one to the second one, there was a lot more pushing, a lot more thinking about it in the second one. So it depends what's going to happen now. You don't know. So as a driver, you just gotta take it comes every lap by lap, corner by corner. So whoever can do that the best, they'll get the higher result.
Well, Brandon, we'll let you get back to getting ready to lock in here for heat number 3, because if it's anything like that first heat race, it could be a big battle. Like you said, heat 2 might get a little strung out. We don't know what we're going to get because we got one of each, so best of luck, bud.
Thank you.
Back to our KA Masters here, working lap number 8 now here through turn number 9 for Max Pappas. This will be coming to see 4 laps to go, 8 laps complete. We did notice a little change in position as Nicky Coelho has faded along with Ryan Kastner. They run 4th and 5th. Martin Stone, Laurentius Mardan, 2nd and 3rd with a second cushion back to them. You see Stone there working the needles coming across the line towards turn number 1. So he's still trying to get that thing a little bit further up the order. Now, let's go back down to pit lane for more from our X30 Pros. The last class getting ready to roll here. Dalton Haynes standing by. Dalton, I know you've done a little bit of dirt racing, but you introduced Joe to it with a turn 6 attempt there to kind of answer back. All's fair in love and war. You both still got top 5 results, but I'm sure he took a page out of your book trying to spook you there in turn 5. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, me and Joe had a great race all throughout that heat race. I worked with him really well, and I got the move on him in, I believe, turn 4 on the 3rd to last lap, and then obviously defended the 2nd to last lap pretty clean, and then he got me in turn 5. I'll give him that. It was a really good move, and honestly, I wasn't completely thinking, and I just sent it in thinking that he would brake early because he had just passed me. You wouldn't expect to pass back, and clipped the curb and moved him wide. It was not too smart. I looked back at it, and Garrison wasn't too close behind me, so I could have just slotted in line and taken 2nd place for that race. So I do regret it, but you live with the mistakes you make, and we move forward. So I'm going to do the best job that I can to get a good result in this heat race, and we'll see how it goes.
Now, that said, you two, for a good portion when the field kind of spread apart, seemed to be a bit in a league of your own. At the very end, Paulie and Garrison started to track you down, both looking at your video, the broadcast, the data, everything else when you got back to the station, and comparing with Harley, who finally got to run a heat race. Have you learned anything more? Do you feel like you've got anything else kind of in your pocket to try and get some more speed here in Heat 3?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're always making changes, trying to get faster, making small changes here and there. My brother Roman Haynes has done a great job this weekend of making me fast, and now, honestly, I've just got to back it up for him, I think it's going to be a good final heat race. I think we'll be pretty fast.
All right, Dalton. Well, best of luck here, and you're doing a good job keeping those SOTY colors up front. So we'll let him step aside, and we'll go back to the on-track action for the final lap here of this heat race. Max Pappas coming to see the white flag this time by. Laurentius Mardan has slowly eked out the gap back to Martin Stone. He has added maybe a 1/4 tenth to a 10th lap by lap, so it's now up to about 4 tenths, almost half a second from 2nd to 3rd. Nicky Coelho has long pulled away from Ryan Kastner for the 4th spot. In fact, Kastner if he's not careful, whatever the issue was that kind of had him fade backwards towards Scott Carapolati might happen again here in this third heat. But, I mean, yeah, he just lost a second last lap. So I don't know if Ryan Kastner is purposely kind of starting to let it go here at the end of the heat, or if he is still experiencing something mechanically for the number 403. But losing that much time is pretty substantial. I mean, Max Pappas, to be fair, he put a couple tenths on everybody last time around, but that was a big loss. So hopefully Ryan can hang on. But all eyes are on the Orsilon Racing Tony car to Max Pappas. And again, for the second heat in a row, he makes it look easy, except this one even more dominating than heat number 2, where he lost the lead for a few laps. From the pole, here he's going to make up some more points to try and lock a good grid spot in. Max Pappas wins heat number 3. Laurentiu Mardan second. Martin Stone third. Nicky Coelho fourth. Ryan Kastner fifth. Scott Carapolati sixth. Kim Carapolati seventh. And then Andre Isaac rounds out the 8-driver field. Now, speaking to a number of our contenders here in X30 Pro, Caleb, as we show the results there from KA100 Master, it seems like, again, even though it looked crazy for us at the end, Joe Turney and Dalton Haynes were definitely putting on a show, that second heat was indeed a little more strung out. But now that everything's balanced again and they've learned more, what can we expect? It's hard to say, right? We've had one heat race go both ways.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, right, we saw it go both ways. Obviously, Garrison was able to take the win in both of them, but just not really too sure, right? We saw a little bit of everything. We saw Ryan Norberg raise some big questions at the end of heat race number 2 with something that went amiss in that RPG Cosmic. And you see Miguel Suarez give him a thumbs up there. But we saw a lot. I mean, I would expect it to be a little bit more patient than what we saw in the first 2. Obviously, you're trying to race and do whatever you need to get yourself further up the field. But whenever you had the issues that you had in the first 2, this is really it. This is what's going to define your starting spot tomorrow. There's no LCQ. There's none of that in this pro class. But for these drivers, you're really going to need a good finishing spot. So some of them may be conservative. The likes of Garrison may let a driver go because he does have 2 heat wins to his name, does have the pole position. So he's the driver who comes into this race as the favorite to take the pole position tomorrow, but arguably just needs a top 5 finish here, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need a lot. But that said, knowing how important the championship points pay out here, and when you're having a good weekend and the guys that you're fighting for the title are not, you want to capitalize at every opportunity. So, yes, in terms of the race weekend, in terms of that $5,000 cash purse that awaits the winner on Sunday afternoon, yes, it's not the end of the world if Austin Garrison lets a few guys go, finishes in 3rd or 4th here, and with his 2 heat wins, that should easily clinch him the top starting spot for the main event. But that said, when you look at the championship points that he's already picked up by being basically perfect on paper, pole in qualifying, and 2 heat race wins, you're going to be a little bit greedy and want to get some more heat points out of this as well to really maximize the weekends. Because, when it comes to championships, a lot of times they say they're won on your bad days, but I would argue that it's just as much maximizing the good days. When you do have a race-winning piece, taking advantage of that and getting every point available within reason, getting every point available, because the way today has gone, this has obviously been a very abnormal day for the number 1 plate, Ryan Norberg. We're so used to seeing that RPG Cosmic seemingly cruising through the heat races and having such a dominant performance as he did back at the opening round in Houston. So to see him having some struggles and to have the field size be as deep as it is, where a little bit off in pace means you're going to lose a lot of time. You've got to take advantage of all those drivers you can put between yourself and Ryan, and don't forget as well, between himself and Brandon Carr and Paulie Massimino, all the guys that finished in the top 5 down in Houston. He's thinking about all of them if he's thinking championship at this point, which I'm sure that's probably back of the mind. But Austin Garrison, with all the race wins he's gotten, since he hasn't run that often for a full season, he hasn't won a national title in quite some time. That would mean a lot.
Yeah, for sure for Austin Garrison. But all the drivers cycling through turn number 11 as we get set to go green in heat race number 3 in this X30 Pro class.
Final time today. We're going heat racing. Main events are almost set. 1 class remains, and it's the big boys and girls. X30 Pro, green flag in the air, and we're racing down to turn 1. Ryan Norberg's going to get turned in front of the field. Ryan Norberg goes around, and there are 10 karts collided. My goodness, what a crash. ADT Santi Fernandez involved. Then so is the 392 of Andres Ardiles, Jacob Kolar, and it looked like another one of the Sodis, and I think it might have been Harley Keeble. Nick Terlecki involved. A lot of drivers out in turn 1.
Wow, and already just, desperation hour for these drivers at the start of this race, and already in the lead of the race, Austin Garrison, Joe Turney up to second, Dalton Haynes in third. And you see them kind of tiptoe around the racetrack here at this point of the race with just cool temperatures in their tires here, just still getting up to speed and warmed up.
So check this out here. How about the start for DeTulio? My mistake on him. ADT is up to 6th on the opening lap. Hayden Jones up to P5. So great starts for 2 drivers that were well outside the top 5. They're up 6 and 7 spots apiece. And now trying to go up one more spot is Joe Turney. A big send on the inside in turn 4. He's clear on Austin Garrison. New leader, the 303, takes us through turn 6.
Yeah,
and he dropped a tire. Let's see if Garrison goes back in on him here in turn 8.
Not close enough as of yet for Austin Garrison. Turney knew he was probably going to get past that time by because he made the mistake. But defended from Austin Garrison in turn number 8, and kind of uncharacteristic. Not what you're used to seeing from a driver of Joe Turney's caliber.
No, but again, Garrison's mentioned it in his interviews that with all the off-track excursions here, you get a lot of dirt on the tires if you lead the pack. So whatever it was, the little bobble, Joe Turney was able to manage it by defending in turn 8 and then getting a good launch out of turn number 9. And behind Garrison, there's Dalton Haynes, and a little gap back to Paulie Massimino, who's feeling the heat from Hayden Jones for 4th. Brandon Lemke was up there. He's been shuffled back to the 8th spot behind Christian Miles. So lots of changes in your top 10. Brandon Carr 9th as he was right in the thick of it. He was right on Norberg's bumper when Norberg went around in turn number 1. And Ryan is back up to 19th as of last time by, trailing Jacob Kolar. For a full-on spin, only about 9 seconds back from the pack is impressive.
Yeah, not too bad. It went purple in the process last time by, 48.667 for Ryan Norberg. While we did have a couple of big losers on that start of the race, we had some drivers who worked their way further up. Christian Blevins up 10 spots, up in a 12th. Mingnan Zhu up 8 spots, cracking into the top 15. Andres Murcia up 9 spots, and others as well making some gains here early on.
Well, Ryan Norberg's purple again. Whatever the issue was in Heat 2, obviously that RPG crew has solved it there, and the AVP power is rocketing up the boards. Norberg picked up 1 spot that lap and still, again, going purple. Up front, let's see. All conservative for the moment. Massimino, after having to fend off Jones for a little, has started to put some good laps in. He is charging back to the top 3. And good to see Alessandro DeTulio finally seeming to have the pace that he's been searching for through these sessions from yesterday to today. He rolled off the truck pretty fast on Thursday, and then ever since was struggling. Here's Dalton Haynes through to the inside. He takes over second. Garrison fending off Massimino for 3rd up the hill to turn number 3. Down the backstretch, he'll fend it low again into turn number 4. That'll give Dalton some breathing room as Joe Turney starts to pull away out front.
Yeah, his lap times aren't much better than Austin Garrison. Only a 10th and a half here at the moment, but that battling in between Haynes, Garrison, Massimino, and everybody else has really promoted Joe to open up his gap bit by bit. There you have Alessandro on the inside of Paulie Massimino. DeTulio gets clear. Massimino loses a spot that time by, so unfortunate for Paulie, but Brandon Lemke as well, holding strong in the top 10.
Yeah, Lemke right there on that Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Brandon Carr charging back up to the back of this group here now after the turn 1 skirmish sent him back quite a ways. Seen some changes there at the edge of the top 10. Looks like problems for Josh Holtz in the 322. Not sure what happened to the Holtz CD Tony kart, and also issues for Gia Cicero. She just went around in turn number 1 and got going right in front of the field as you saw Jacob Kolar and Ryan Norberg having to make massive evasive moves to get around Gia. So here we are down the backstretch as the field heads into the infield. Haynes, Garrison, are they catching back up to Joe Turney? It looks like they're at least making a little progress. The gap last time, half a second, as Austin closes back up to the 317.
Yeah, closing down that gap here quickly for Austin Garrison. Christian Miles there as well. Right behind Paulie Massimino. We saw him go head-to-head in KA. We see them go head-to-head here in X30, the class where they made contact in Houston in one of the heat races. So let's see what it looks like for the two of them as they continue to cycle through. Hayden Jones, haven't talked about him too much, goes purple last time by, 47.704. The hometown kid as well has had a really quiet day for him, kind of trying to work his way into the top 10. And this is the furthest up we've seen him all weekend long. in fourth here at the moment and showing to be the lead RPG here in the field.
Dalton Haynes made a little mistake there in turn number 6. Austin Garrison going to go by. He was pushing for sure. Haynes was within 0.02 of Turney's time the lap before. Sadly, a little mistake there is costly, and Austin Garrison now inherits second. Hayden Jones continuing to roll on the 316. Now looking for P3 from Dalton Haynes as ADT is going to come under fire in a moment here, I think, from Paulie Massimino. He got up to 5th there with some smart moves and some good speed early, but we're seeing just raw pace right now. Turney's got it. Not a lot of others do. Massimino's got some. He'll take back that final spot on the top 5 there. And looking on is Brandon Carr, who has gotten right to the rear bumper of Christian Miles. So, we got issues. That's Ming Nanzu off the racetrack in turn number 3. The 367 going for a wild ride. He was running right around Nick Turlecki and Aiden Levy when he crossed the timing line. As Hayden Jones is now moved up to 3rd. The 316, Hayden Jones into the top 3 and still digging with 4 laps to go. 5 laps to go. No, 4 indeed. Turney hadn't gotten to the loop yet. 4 to go. 1 second the gap. It'll be a tall order for Hayden Jones to track down Joe Turney, but he might be able to get to Austin Garrison. Garrison on his own just set his personal best last time by also, and he picked up a 10th on Turney. So if Austin Garrison can get up there and start battling with Joe Turney, I mean, that could be the window Hayden Jones needs to get into this fight. And just like we were talking here, this is the exact scenario you were describing, Caleb. Austin Garrison does not need to win this heat race to secure the pole for tomorrow. But if he wins it, it's some more heat championship points in the bag.
Yeah, for Austin Garrison, in a pretty good spot right now with Turney ahead. If it ends like this, it'll be Austin Garrison on the pole position tomorrow, and Joe Turney within a good starting spot here as well. For Hayden Jones, going to help out his average, as well as Dalton Haynes, struggling a little bit on pace a couple laps prior, but seems to have figured it out here in the closing stages of this one. 47.768. Not too far off. Knows he's quick on the inside of Hayden Jones that time by. North Carolina on North Carolina action there. 2 hometown kids battling it out for the rest of the podium places here in this heat race. Haynes was able to get clear. And for Joe Turney on his return to the States, leading in a little bit similar to what we saw from him last year.
Yeah, similar form. Garrison still closing in. Last time by picked up a 10th. This time it looks like maybe another car length. It'll get tougher as he gets closer. Joe Turney so good coming out of turn number 9 to roll the speed. Out of 11 here, let's see, 2 laps to go. Austin Garrison now down another 10th as Dalton Haynes goes back around Hayden Jones here in the final couple laps of this heat race. So we're keeping a keen eye there, and it looks like the update on Josh Holtz might have been a transponder issue. We were trying to figure out what happened. He's still running. He's still in the top 10 safely there. So Josh Holtz is still all good. As the updates on the rest of the drivers involved in the incident there on the opening lap. Well, Harley Keeble still running the rest of this race, but he's 23rd scored. Santi Fernandez, Andres Ardiles, they did not run any more laps. Norberg and Jacob Kolar are clawing their way up the order. They're 13th and 14th now. But for the first time in a couple laps, it looks like the distance closed by Austin Garrison has started to even back out, and Joe Turney has dug deep. They only gave up half a 10th that time by. Garrison's marching, but 3/10 back at the white flag is a tall order. And on the other end, this is a great fight. Check this out for 3rd down the backstretch.
Yeah, and all North Carolina battle here for P3. There goes Massimino on the outside of Dalton Haynes. Not close enough. Looks to go through on Jones as well. Wasn't able to get through for Paulie Massimino. Thought about it in the 6th. Thought better of it, though. But for Joe Turney, been leading all the way through. And for Austin Garrison, has shown he has long-run pace as more and more drivers starting to join this battle. Brandon Carr, ADT, all in the fight. Christian Miles not too far back. There's Carr on the inside of Hayden Jones. He's able to get clear.
Up the hill for the final time, Joe Turney going to win heat number 3 and fend off a hard-charging Austin Garrison. And the fight for 3rd all the way down to the checkers. Haynes, Massimino, Carr, DeTulio, Christian Miles. Hayden Jones goes all the way back to 8th on that final lap after getting as high as 3rd. All that hard work shuffles him down. Then Brandon Lemke 9th there, just kind of looking on to that main group into the top 10 battle. Josh Holtz rounds off the top 10 there. Brian Garcia making some progress for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. running right with Josh Oates there in 11th. Then Norberg in 13th, Jacob Kolar in 12th as they get around Christian Blevins on that final lap. And Gia Cicero able to rebound as well to salvage a top 15. So Joe Turney wins the final heat race, but Austin Garrison, still with a massive points haul, will lead us to green. And by my quick math, I would imagine it'd be really close between either Joe Turney or Paulie Massimino for that final spot on the front row tomorrow. Dalton Haynes will definitely be in the mix as well. So somewhere in those, amongst those three, I think we'll see our first 4 starters, 2nd through 4th. But for the racing on track, well, that one probably the tamest race of the day, albeit a very chaotic opening corner that took out a number of contenders, including the number 1 plate of Ryan Norberg, who has just had a frustrating Saturday. So hopefully he'll be able to salvage a decent starting spot tomorrow in the main and charge forward like we've seen him do so many times. The speed was definitely there. He was purple in the first few laps, so we know he's got some pace. Jacob Kolar as well was equally quick after also getting tangled up in that first turn mess. So he too drove back to the grid on that Vice Racing Kart Republic and finished just outside the top 10 with a good recovery drive pending any penalties, which I don't know if there will be many, but nonetheless, there we go through the rest of the scales. We're going to take a commercial break here, folks. Let the scale line cycle through. Then we will hear from the rest of your major finishers as the day ends with Joe Turney on top in Heat 3 and X30 Pro.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, Supernats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
We're at a commercial break.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth wrist sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently. with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex here for the US Pro Kart Series second stop of the season in Mooresville, North Carolina. And as we are back here from Mooresville, North Carolina, let's send it on down to pit lane. Austin Garrison ends up with a 1-1-2 in the heats and was tracking down Joe at the end. Austin, I'm going to bring up something a little more personal here, and that is I know going into this weekend you weren't featured on the Pro Driver poster, and you tagged yourself and you tagged Tulio because you were like, hey, I know Joe's back and Ryan won the last one, but I'm still here. I think today you made your point made. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I kind of, I was like, I thought me and Xander were boys and all that, and I was talking to Alessandro, and he was like, yeah, we got left out, and I'm like, well, I'm just going to tag us in there and see what that stirs the pot at all or anything, but yeah, I had to make sure I was still here and I was still kind of fast, so.
I think kind of fast is an understatement. Obviously, you proved your point here today. Getting those last few laps behind Joe, and especially that second heat race as well, where they, you faded back a little bit, you got closer as they were fighting, but in this case, you got to track him down and really see where he was different and you were different. How nice is that to have on the last session before the main event, really, to know exactly where you are compared to him?
Right. No, it's definitely, it's great information, being behind him and seeing what he's doing a little bit different, if it's something about a line or where his engine is a little bit better than mine for gearing. But for sure, we go back and, rewatch the whole entire race and go over the data and everything and the video behind him. But, yeah, no, it definitely helps. But, tomorrow's going to be entirely different. We don't know what the weather's going to go and do later on tonight. It's going to be raining. We're going to have new tires tomorrow for the main event, so kind of what we have set up here today might not be, ideal or exactly on point for tomorrow's main event.
Can you take away any positives, though, at least from the fact that you were this fast at the end? Because it felt like when we go back to Houston, you versus Ryan, you were head-to-head until the final stage of that race. So to be this good on kind of old rubber, is that, feeling like a positive takeaway in terms of the progression on the year?
Yeah, no, I think so. We've been going out with pretty low tire pressure. I think on the beginning of this year, we were struggling with that, with this new tire compound. But we started to go and figure out more and more the longer we've been on this tire. And definitely our runs have been fastest towards later on every single heat race, which is what we're kind of gauging on. I just had to go and stay up at the front as much as possible and not fall back too far to actually be at the fight towards the very end. Down in Speed Sports when me and Ryan were, first and second in the main event, I just had to push too hard to go and keep up with him. I think our tire pressure was right, but it was just, you're pushing 100% the whole entire time. The tires aren't going to last no matter how good the kart is. So after that, we didn't go back to the drawing board. We thought we had a pretty good grasp on everything going into this weekend.
Well, either way, it's good to see you at the front of the field. You obviously got a big cheering section following along at home and on social media. So to all them and also to who all makes it happen for you, who do you want to thank for such a good performance here today and making it all happen?
I first want to go and thank Speed Concepts Racing. Unfortunately, Mike Speed couldn't be here this weekend, but a huge thanks to him. He, was making this all possible. Same thing with Alex Speed, Mario. His engines have just been absolutely on point with the Speed Labs. We're up front and junior with our engines, and same thing here in senior. With Dalton Haynes is on that as well. It's been wicked fast. Want to thank Cody and everybody underneath the team, Adam. All these guys, they just make this stuff easy for me to go out there and perform how I did today.
Well, you definitely proved us wrong of who we should have featured on the poster. So statement made and statement well received, Austin. Congratulations on the good run. We'll look forward to seeing you roll from the pole tomorrow morning.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, again, folks, that is Austin Garrison here from Speed Concepts Racing, and I believe that wraps us up from Saturday's action here, Caleb. So final thoughts here on the day. We had a couple bumps in the road, a couple red flags, a few kind of scary moments, but overall, top to bottom, outside of Max Pappas doing what Max Pappas does and driving away in KA Masters, we were treated to just action nonstop, it felt like, from the moment that first heat race got underway with Micro.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, I'm usually a guy who drinks energy drinks all throughout the day whenever it comes down to, keeping my energy up, and didn't need a single one all day today, right? Because the racing delivered from start to finish. Every single heat race, every single class was good. And just really delivered some great racing, and really cool to see the energy around the paddock still at an all-time high. I mean, we've seen everybody on the fence line there stacking up. It's not even just the X30 Pro class. It's throughout every single class. Whenever they go out to the racetrack, the fences are always lined. Everybody's always has a smile on their face. So good to see them and everybody else in pretty good spirits here this weekend, which is a really cool thing to see, Xander, whenever you're racing competitive and competitive flares, but for the majority of the energy in the paddock is pretty good.
Well, the US Pro Kart Series putting on a good show for more than 260 drivers in attendance here. The Vara Steak Truck Friday night cookout, always a big hit last night as well, and hopefully, again, all the teams are able to stay dry, keep everything off the ground like Austin mentioned, and we've been talking about here. We do expect some rain showers again this evening, but for now, the sun shining from Mooresville, North Carolina on a beautiful Saturday afternoon and into the evening here. We're wrapped up. We're back bright and early tomorrow morning for all of us here at Kart Chaser and the US Pro Kart Series hardworking team and the awesome Trackhouse Motorplex on-site staff. Thanks for watching. Here's our schedule for tomorrow, and we'll see you right then at 8 a.m. Eastern.